until you start scrutinizing things that you start to realize, things that are wrong. And a lot of people don't even do that organically. They have to have someone else give them that. Like walk up to them and be like, "Hey, did you ever wonder about this?" And then you're like, "Oh, now that you mentioned it, I'm going to think about it." So you got to be gracious to some people because a lot of people are like that, where they are oblivious to these other arguments, even when they're in a flat Earth sphere of influence. Say they're still oblivious to certain things. So we've experienced that here, where there's people who hang out somewhere else, and then they come here, and it's the first time they ever face scrutiny for their ideas.
Are you saying that his bias in the heat of the moment potentially made him go further than he normally would have had he not had ill feeling towards FED? Therefore, well, yeah, I already said it.
Possibly, and look, we can't divine what's going on inside them, but people have intentional biases. So they develop a bias by instinct or reaction, right? And then they decide, I'm going to stroke that bias every chance I get. And it does seem like Jaren, on numerous occasions, has made it clear that he has some type of animosity against FED. And the way I think that is by jumping to accusations from simple things like, okay, we have a dispute about what science is, therefore you're a scammer. That's like saying, do you prefer milk or orange juice for breakfast? Therefore, you are a thief. It's like you can't jump to these moral conclusions so easily. Just like Jaren being a controlled opposition, right? So whenever there's a takeover, there are controlled opposition. But you know what else there is? Numerous of useful idiots. Do you guys remember that term, the useful idiots?
Yep.
That are cannibalized in the regime change. They're usually the ones that get thrown under the bus when the tides of power change.
Yeah, well, we've had that demonstrated to us now that we are at this point in our lives how easily people are manipulated. All you have to do is stroke their ego a certain way, and I don't know, they'll bend.
I just read this quote the other day, and it's a perfect quote for this moment. You can convince 1,000 men by appealing to their bias faster than you can ever convince one man by appealing to logic and reason.
Yep, that's so true.
Right. So when you see fame and fortune and followers and all of this thing, that doesn't necessarily mean that that person is giving out good stuff. They could just be appealing and tickling people's ears.
Yes, because the majority of people are led to make decisions based off of their emotions instead of taking a step back and analyzing the information before they jump on board.
The only reason that he could have even came to that conclusion is because he jumped on the "it can work on both" train. I don't even, like Heretic said, I think. I don't even, somebody said it. No, Truth said it. There's no point in me saying it can work on both when I already know it's not a globe. I don't even have any need for that kind of rhetoric.
Exactly.
Yep.
Be
Yeah,
more
where's,
than
Yeah.
he's
Imagination.
crushed.
where's the globe it's working on? Still
Aaron's
waiting to see
crux
that.
is still relying on there still being a debate.
Right. Yeah.
Well, that's him not wanting to recycle content and have fresh new content to be relevant in the game. So there you go. What AI said is absolutely plausible.
So Jaren and Dave and Witsit can have as many conversations that they want with these professors and whoever, and they can. they did if they wanted. I nah, no thanks, not for me.
Well, how
Mm-mm.
often does FED recycle content just to make sure that it's like hammered down? Like it's just hammered down because these are the relevant points. They don't care to recycle them because they're always relevant. Whereas people like Jaron and Witsit are thinking of new things, new content, and going to such lengths to make sure or ensure that they have that because they're making money off it. Totally plausible and valid points that I just made.
Mm-hmm. Word. Hey, you know what? That is kind of a good point. How the hell, like you? Okay, I mean, just the fact that the sky is precisely exactly almost where it was yesterday because it does drift ever so slightly, right? Um, time wise, well, location versus time wise. Um, but like this world where the stars are damn near exactly where they are every day at the same time for who knows how long. Like the fact that that's the case, like, because we're using the timing of these stars to and to be overhead somewhere. Like the idea that they're we live in this world where the gif that Truth posted at 47 minutes past the hour, the fact that we can use celestial navigation during all of that, like like that's just like a triple hell no.
Right? If everything, all those stars are moving in random, well, according to that GIF, it's you know what they say in that GIF and everything. It's all like messed up anyway. But how can you have celestial navigation when you can predict exactly where the stars are going to be in a week, in a month, in a year? You know, and it always follows the same pattern. It's unbelievable.
What do Globers like to say? It's negligible. Everything's always negligible to excuse the fact that you don't experience any of this.
I'm not ready to give up Dave as a hero.
Hey, I don't mean to change the subject, Elijah, but I just swiped right and I saw that giant chick that you posted.
Yeah. So she's not 7 foot. The lying person. She, like that proportionately and was 7 foot. I've been like, yo. Yeah. How come y'all did? I know I've went to sleep on the live like at least 3 consecutive nights. Like, why y'all keep muting me? Am I snoring or something? Talking in my sleep? I snore loud, y'all.
Hey, yeah, you keep getting muted because you keep falling asleep with your mic open, and we can hear you just snoozing.
My my bad.
No
Because
problem. It's
I
really just
damn
kind of
sure was about to do it again. They're like, "What is up with Eli? Yo, going to sleep with his mic open every night now? Like, what the fuck?"
it's funny.
Yeah, imagine I was like, be like, "What the fuck?"
You can always listen back. It's never anything pronounced. You can just kind of tell that you're sleeping because it's just a little heavier breathing. And you're not responding to, like, hey, Eli, we can hear you.
Oh man, let me see who's in the other server. Wait a minute. Do I? Yeah, man. Do I want to do that right now? Nah, let me go in there fresh in the morning.
I'm gonna
Lord,
jump on COD.
yeah, you know what? Let me do that. I mean, I'm still gonna be in here, but I'm gonna play some COD. So
Cool. The invite's
sorry.
open to all, though. If you guys want to play Call of Duty with us, you could just download it for free on your mobile device and play with us. Just let Elijah or me know, and we can invite you to our Flat Earth clan. We destroy globies all day.
Yep. What was I gonna say? Where is he at? Lou 1134. Why does it
I
look
was
like
just
it's on? Yo, gosh. Oh wait, no, you don't know what I'm talking about. Cause I'm in. Hold on.
yes, I do know what you're talking about. I'm reading it
Oh,
with
you're
Lou.
in there?
Yeah, Lunatic. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was
Okay.
that ghost shows a trans woman.
Okay.
I'm smelling what you're stepping in. Okay.
Oh gosh.
Wow.
Oh yeah. Sorry. I didn't. I hate when you're in here and I get all aggressive and stuff in front of the ladies and whatnot. That dude pissed me off, man.
No, I get it. I understand. Like, we're seeing, like, it's not just him. It's like he's in here, but it's not him in here. It's whoever fed him that bull crap, and he's coming in here spouting it. Like he knows it firsthand when he's just regurgitating it from someone else. This is how, man. No, I get it. I get it. You try to point it out to them, and they refuse to see. It's like they're Globers still. What's going on?
Mhm. Like it, if you're gonna be okay with both a logical fallacy, and I mean, shit, you're contradicting yourself. You're strawmanning me, telling me I'm strawmanning you. You're talking about things that I mean, gee whiz, man.
Yeah, like where have we heard this kind of thing before? I wonder. I'm just a little I'm a little dumbfounded with how like they're not realizing it or seeing it. Like didn't they have to go through this painful process before? I know I had to go through a painful process before. So I'm not gonna get back on the easy train ever again, whether it's with globe earthers or flat earthers. I'll just sit back and I'll shut up and be quiet and listen and investigate before I say anything.
Yeah, that's the way to go. That is the way to go.
At least in that way, whatever's going to present itself will eventually present itself to someone who's patient before even taking a side, so that you really do make a decision not off of a bias, but what proves to be self evident. Yeah, I may not be the smartest person, but I do know that I'm not stupid. So I can figure things out on my own by just shutting up and listening and investigating for myself. So I just let people talk out their asses for a little bit, and you'll find out eventually where this is coming from, you know?
It's so hard to just get up, and I do mean get up and go. Yeah, I'm definitely asleep. Well,
You know,
all well that ends well.
you know how a lot of people like to be like, "Oh, he's so mean," and he doesn't ever let anybody talk, and he's always so abrasive. And I would rather somebody be like that than act all nice and meaning to deceive me. One's apparent and one you don't know. Like just be
Hmm.
you. I can't stand it when people talk badly about Huey because at least he's upfront, outright, and straight to the point with you. Never does he just like cater to your feelings, act nice here and there. He doesn't do that. He has no need for that. He'd rather get to the crux of it, expose whoever is going to be exposed, because it's just that's how he does it. And it's nonsensical. I mean, it's not nonsensical, it's no nonsense.
No, no nonsense. There you
No
go.
nonsense. And that's what I like. I
Hmm.
like that. You don't have to worry about what his intentions are. He makes it very damn well clear what his intentions are. And he's not trying to deceive anybody. Very, very clearly tells you his intentions and executes them like a sharpshooter.
Well, I ain't gonna kiss his ass or anything, but I will say that Quantum inspired me to not give a fuck what retards have to think.
I don't ever kiss his ass. I love heckling him because I'm used to that
I'm
kind
just
of.
picking because
Oh,
he's here.
bitch, you guys are talking about me and shit.
That's right.
Oh,
Yeah,
yo,
fuck you. How's it going, man?
Huey, the moment you left,
Ooh,
some
you.
little idiot came in here and
Oh, jeez.
carefully I started off slow, but he came in and basically for the room, and I used him to characterize exactly how these yeah, I guess in your words, these pretender flat earthers are manipulating the entire landscape. Did AI, please, can you go ahead and
Well, this is also what I was just now talking about you about, QE. I'm saying how you don't even hide behind some like nice facade, and you're no nonsense. You go straight to the point. You don't care what other people think, and you're concise.
Is there another way?
No, that's what I'm saying. Nobody has to ever try to think if you're deceiving them because you execute exactly what you say you're going to do. You know, other
No, but
people.
the conversation started with because people coming to me telling me that you're materialist and an atomist, and AI was asking me how, and then this kid came in, and pretty much how that conversation went is exactly he basically, because we wouldn't allow him to to I'm too tired for this shit, but it was a lot. AI, help me out, please.
Just
He's too
shit.
he's too busy hot micing.
Oh, yeah.
How's the fingers?
Oh man, it's good. Almost all the glue came off by now.
All right, good. So what happened? I've been gone for a few hours. What happened?
Um, hold on, I gotta get out of this building.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I was literally asleep, and then I heard you. I was like, "What party? Hold up."
Party. I got involved. I got
So-
involved in Holy shit, AI. Well, I was doing a bunch of shit, and then I come back, and then I seen some music video across my path, and then it goes. If you listen to Betty, I get in a zone. So I started going through all these songs, man, and then I run into one from so many years ago, and I haven't heard it in so long, and it was Zeppelin. It was fucking nobody's fault but mine, and I know every fucking note, every stoppage, every bit of funk, everything. I just know it because I just know it because I've listened to it when I was younger so many times. I love the song, and then songs just fade away, and then it come back. So I came in and posted it, and then I come walking in to say, "Hey, this is outrageous song," and I got Flatsy saying that this son of a bitch, and I'm sitting there, who the hell is she talking about? And then at the end, it was QE, and I'm like, what the fuck? Is this another intervention without me being here to intervene? Or to be not the intervener, the intervenee? Did I get that right? Is it? Yeah. Is my mic working?
We're here, man. We can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you for the timestamp too, by the way. I didn't know Jaren had a pot roast with McToon for 6 fucking hours. So I had to play that clip for everyone as well.
No,
That little section.
I didn't listen to anything else. I listened up to well, I came in just before that when it was live, and I listened up to the point where I stopped. I haven't listened to any other part of the video, so whatever they say after that, I haven't a clue. I still haven't listened to it. Doesn't matter. Not to me. It's over. It's over for Jaren. Yeah. I don't know how any other way I could put
Holding hands.
it. It's just over for him.
Holding hands with the enemy.
There's no recovery. You can't recover from that. I told him to get the fuck out. I wanted to do it in 2017. I had him. It was me and Cathexis way back in the day, and I told Cathexis, I said, "Listen, it's time to put an end to this shit." The Globe dumpsters, Bob, Jaren back then, and he's said, no. Another person was on the video. I have it on my channel, not the back talk though. Another person come in. I don't know who he was. You can't do it. You can't upset the flat Earth at this time, and whining, and they were both going at me, and I should have overcome that, but I didn't, and I acquiesced to their request about not doing anything about it, so I let it go. So I've been paying for it ever since 2017. I'm not paying for it anymore. It's time to right a wrong. He's fucking out of here. And so is that shits at 60 fucking moron that got everyone, I don't know, Jedi mind tricked into thinking he's some type of fucking genius or something. He's a retard. And I've posted many clips of him. He and that treacherous, treasonous fucking Hanoi Jaren, it's over for him. He's done the same thing. He's a fucking traitor. He's a prostitute. His ass is grass. Also. So get ready. They're done. They're finished. I told them to get the fuck out. How many months ago? They're going to get the fuck out now. I'll guarantee it. Or if they don't, I'm going to tear some flat earther ass. I'm going right down the list. It's coming. I told you it's coming. Get ready. Better gird your loins, flat earthers. Yeah. Say hello to the bad guy. Want a shot at the title? Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me? While
Yeah.
I'm okay, 'cause I got this other app open and sometimes it fucks up my audio.
No, boy, you sound good now. The best I ever heard you.
Yeah, man. So this kid comes in here and he says, "Well, I don't know." He basically his whole thing was, "I don't know if it's safe to talk about certain topics in here."
You can
That's
talk
how
about anything you want.
That's what I said.
People could talk about anything they want, but they're going to be held accountable for what they fucking say.
Mm-hmm.
Send me that clip. So since you can't articulate it, go ahead and package that clip and PM me, because I can't. I don't know what you're talking about. So
All right. I'll do that.
yeah, package a clip, send it to me, and then we'll go from there.
No, because that in a nutshell, basically, just that's what's going on for the last.
Then I want to hear it.
for the last like maybe year or however long this shit's been going on. That is the thing that I've been trying to describe to y'all on FED. What's been going on behind everybody's backs and behind the scenes. That one conversation. So,
Really?
hmm
Well, you got to clip that out and send it to me then. So I need to know about it.
I got you.
Yeah. Thank-
Yeah, it's actually pretty good.
Whoa, AI, what are you playing? Facts? What is
Well, never mind.
No, just try again. Like I don't know, just oh,
Are
you're
you
driving. It's the
are you
sound.
scraping the mic with your fingernails? That's what it sounds like to me. Maybe you ought to super glue your fingers together, all of them, so we can't hear that. Heretic, you've been quiet lately. What you been
Yo,
doing down there?
sitting at work. It's kind of hard to chime in here sometimes.
You're at work at 11:19 at night?
Nah, Pacific time here, 9:19.
Oh, you're still at work?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I got a bit of downtime here for the moment, though.
I haven't heard you talking in a while. You must
You
be
must.
really busy.
Yeah, things are heating up. It's summertime. Stuff's going on. I've been dropping in, though, and listening to you guys mostly.
Well, you should talk more. I like the cut of your jib.
I'll get in there. I tried earlier. Sometimes it can be a bit of a battle getting the mic in here.
Yeah, right.
Right.
And then,
You gotta bow your way in, man.
yeah, you do. I mean, sometimes by the time I do bow my way in, though, like the moment's passed and the thing I wanted to say is just, yeah, it's gone.
I got you. I'm tracking with you.
Yep. But yeah, it's just an excuse. I'll get in there some more.
I'm sorry. I rumpused you.
No, no worries. I'm just making excuses. I said I'll get in there some more.
Yeah, you need to get in there some more.
Yep.
I find it lately, like over the past 2 years, that when I speak, everyone shuts the fuck up.
Yeah. You say what needs to be said. What else is there after that? I mean,
For the most part, everyone shuts up.
I mean, we could repeat what you said, but you said it.
That's a relatively new development, though. It didn't used to be that way. Not that I think, not that I'm pretentious or anything, that I need for everyone to shut up, but it's been a new phenomena past 2 years.
Well, a lot of times when you come in, man, people have already been talking to some retard for like an hour, and you're just kind of coming in like, "What the fuck?" And then you're putting an end to it.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't mean to do that. I just react right immediately.
Yeah.
So I very rarely listen to the live YouTube stream. So I'm coming in cold for the most part all the time. So yep. Oh, my friggin' ears ringing again. Somebody
must be talking shit.
Say again.
I said somebody must be talking shit.
No, it's just tinnitus, man. I had too many explosions in my ears.
Man,
I get 10% for that.
what? 10%? I got
do.
0%.
I have to admit, I do get 10%.
I got 0%. You know what that means?
You get, yeah, you get nothing.
Yeah, they recognize you have a service connected, but you get 0 benefits. So it's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, it's not really.
But you do get it written on your ID.
I don't think it's on my ID.
No, I mean if you have a 0%, you still get the service connected.
there's anything
on
like
your
that.
I don't think there's
On the
anything like
on the
that.
VA ID. Holy shit! Oh, I got a retired ID. Is
Yeah.
that different?
So the only perk that I've ever experienced for this, because most places, they'll just give you a veteran discount, but for Home Depot, for the longest time,
What are
if
we?
you had a service connected on your ID, you get 10%. You get 10% off all year long.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
But they did change it recently. So for the longest time, dude, I was saving thousands and thousands of dollars.
So to get personal, I only
So
got 20.
regular,
Oh, but go ahead. I was about to reveal some personal stuff, but it's not that personal though. You guys don't know who I am. So I get 20%. So tinnitus 10%, and I got a back issue that ironically didn't come from the infantry, but came from me on vacation while I was active, when a mountain biker came down Big Bear Mountain, down off the mountain in the summertime, and came down the mountain and crashed along the rail of the steps. There's huge steps, like, I don't know, 80, 90 steps. And he came down the mountain. I had my back turned, and my daughter in a stroller and my wife sitting on a bench, and he came down behind me. I heard him coming. I looked at him, and then I turned. I shouldn't have turned around, but I did, and he lost control, come down the rail, and I had to protect my daughter, right? So I got in the way of him and my daughter, and that was it. Back's never been the same. So I did get 10% for that.
Damn, man.
What is
Hey
it?
guys.
What is
Oh,
it?
sorry.
L3 and L4 compression? That's what it was. But go ahead.
Oh, hey Hectic. Hey everybody.
Hey.
So I have yet another guest that is from the Lo-Fi server. Her name's Lavender, and she's in the chat now. Oh, she's in the live stream text, but she hasn't been joined the voice chat yet. Hold on.
Okay.
Well, thanks
Hang
for all that
Elijah.
background noise, Elijah. Appreciate that.
I asked you. Oh, you were being sarcastic earlier, huh?
Where you at? Coney Island?
No, I'm playing Call of Duty.
have more important
It
things
was
going
fine
on.
before, but it just picked up quick, like really loud for a second.
Yo. Hey Ether, is that you? Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, man.
Ether.
What's up? Hope all's well with
What's
you.
ether?
Well, okay, so I'm gonna be honest. I only know like the introduction and only know so much because when I get challenged with certain questions, I can't answer them, and then I look like a dickhead. And so, but I admit it, I don't know how to answer certain questions. I'm still, I mean, I just not recently, but it's been like 5 months now that I've soaked in the
Yeah.
knowledge of flat Earth. And
You
so,
are you
Just
are
from
you out of the barn?
yes, I am. My life is 100% better now. Like 110% better. It's just it's been a very difficult process. And
All
so
right.
I'm juggling trying to spread the truth while trying to take care of my own life. And then I'm a little sensitive when people attack me personally on the daily. Like it's too much sometimes. It's a lot. And I know I do it to myself, and I know I shouldn't really care, but it's
Holy
like sometimes,
shit, dude. Relax.
yeah,
What's ether?
thanks.
Right.
Wait.
If you heard anything for the last 2 hours, like you,
I just jumped in. I'm so sorry. Maybe I'll jump in and like listen back or something.
AI Ardent. I'm not at the time of night where I'm reading fucking volumes of stuff. I'm just not going to do it. So Eli's going to send me the audio. It'll be okay. I'm not reading that shit. It's relax time.
Oh yeah, it was pretty much just a flat earther, and you could hear by the way he was talking that he was using someone else's rhetoric about a vacuum chamber and uh, excusing all the matter as much as possible out of it to see that there is still impedance. Or just yeah, it was a mess, dude. And I was counting the logical fallacies he was committing in the chat while Elijah and AI were talking to him.
Vacuum chamber, you know, are those the ones that I trip out when I walk outside?
Yeah, right. Observed phenomenon.
I went out for an archery tournament not too long ago, and I just kept
Oh, can you guys? Oh, I'm so sorry.
fumbling
I'm
and
sorry.
tripping over vacuum chambers. It was an amazing thing.
Hey, my friend Lavender is ready to be verified if that's okay. She's from the Lo-Fi server, and she had. Okay, cool.
Send her to VC check in 1. I'll go talk to her.
Okay, hold on. Hold on a second.
You're bringing her to a den of lions right now.
Better hurry. I'm gonna get rumpus at work soon. If not. Ah, well, there's like 50 of us here. Someone will do it.
Like it or not. Only make a hypothesis on phenomena that I have the ability to control, manipulate the variables of.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because I agree with most laws, so if I see a phenomenon such as free space impedance, and I have to use previous sources such as the one expressed in a previous theory, then I get shit on for subscribing to that theory or told I'm being contradicting. If I state I don't agree with the previous theory, which is a problem, I guess, unless someone puts me on some type of pedestal. So how do we verify the information we established as compelling evidence to sustain our hypothesis? Should we run it through here and get the nod from all the head honchos?
Wait a second.
To establish a consensus?
Hold on a
Go
second.
ahead.
Hold on a second. I had to leave for a minute and I came back. And are you reading what he wrote?
That's how it started. And I was like, fam, if you have a valid hypothesis, then it can be tested and you'll either have a positive result or a no result. And then he came in here and then we found out it was about this whole zero impedance thing. I'm like, are you talking about there being energy in a vacuum when you supposedly take out all the air? And that's where everything kicked off.
All right, sorry about that. You should have checked it, see if I was here AI, because sometimes I just step out. I got to step out and come back in. So let me go ahead and read it. So is this guy Erebos? Yes. Okay. So how do we verify the information we establish as compelling evidence to sustain our hypothesis? Well, that just depends. What's your hypothesis? Should we run it through here and get the nod from all the head honchos? What the fuck? Here to establish a consensus, right? Right then, that consensus word, then you know it's not. Yeah, yeah. Or do we need to present evidence and debate? Or this is fucking nonsense. Let me go to the second one. So then I can only make a hypothesis on a phenomenon that I have the ability to know. You moron. He's a fuckwit. So he's not educated. Not that that's, but he's not formally educated. Not that that's a problem. However, he's not educated whatsoever. Because I agree with most laws. You agree with most? That doesn't make any fucking sense. That's non sequitur. So if I see a phenomena such as free space impedance, where does he see that shit? What's he talking about? Is he talking about in a vacuum? That's not a natural phenomena, unless you can show me a vacuum in nature. That means
And
a
even,
high, very high, or extreme vacuum.
yeah,
So
even then though, right? There's a problem because you're not getting the free space impedance even there.
yeah, and I have to use previous sources such as the one expressed in a previous. He doesn't know what a theory is. Then I get shit for subscribing to that. It's not a theory. That's why you get shit from it. Or yeah, this is nonsense. From what all this is just mindless nonsense.
Well,
He's
this
got
guy got
no.
banned. This guy
He's
got
got
banned.
say. I'm sorry, I bumped you. Go ahead.
No, no, no. I was just saying this guy got banned tonight because you should have heard how far this went. That's why Elijah does need to clip it out so you can hear how, like, you can tell that he's taking the words of someone else, coming on here and spouting them, and not
Uh,
even knowing their arguments as well, but just fallacy after logical fallacy, dude.
Gotcha. Yeah,
well,
I got it.
I banned him not because he committed the logical fallacies, but he then proceeded to claim that vaguely someone was ad homing Jaren. I was like, well, Jaren would need to be in here a part of a discussion making a point that someone was attacking him again instead of the argument for. So it's like this is the type of shit they do. They lie on you, and they I
I'd like to
I
hear the ad hom and who was doing it. Was he speaking to me? I didn't ad hom. He doesn't know what an ad hom fallacy is.
no, someone just called Jaren a retard just in the lobby.
Oh, gotcha.
So it wasn't even an ad hom.
Yeah, that is an ad hom. Well, it's not an ad hom. It's a insult. I
Right.
suppose.
That's
Yeah.
provided Jaren takes it as an insult. Jaren could not take it as an insult, and then it's not an insult.
No, it would still be an insult. You would have to be in a discussion with someone, and then in lieu of an argument, insult him. That's an ad hom fallacy.
Hmm.
Well, he was committing other fallacies. He even did a burden of proof reversal fallacy on he came in here to present an argument, and then when we would refute it because there was lack of evidence or lack of information, he would be like, well, prove that. What?
Prove your lack of evidence. Well,
Yeah.
okay. I'm proving it right now. You got nothing.
It got to the point where he was like, I don't want, you know, to be painted into a corner. Uh, and it seemed like he was going towards, well, are you trying to say that I can't put this into the scientific method? Uh, it just seemed like he was trying to say we were materialists without saying it.
Oh,
And I
that's
was like, this is the bullshit that I'm talking about right here.
yeah.
Because I called you out on affirming the consequent. Instead of just accepting that, you're going to ask me if you could just call it or run it through the scientific method anyway, or call it something else. I'm like, you call it an affirming the consequent is what you call it. Why can't you just accept that it's fallacious reasoning? And he just wouldn't. He just wouldn't accept it.
So did he ask you to prove the lack of evidence of his claim? That's a fallacy too.
Yeah, isn't that what we were talking about the other day?
Yeah.
Argument from ignorance.
It's an argument. Well, it's a trifold fallacy. It's proving non-existence. That's a fallacy in itself. Then what comes right on the heels of that is a burden of proof fallacy, and then argument from ignorance. It depends on the claim. I'd have to hear it, but two fallacies at a minimum.
Yeah, well, I would call if someone said Jaren is a retard, I would call that a potentially insulting opinion, not necessarily an insult. Just like when Huey called me a numpty back in the day, I didn't take that as an insult. I just took that as your opinion based on what of our communications at that moment, and then like we hashed out our differences.
Oh, there's some deeper rooted stuff there, man. He's held on to that for a while. So what's that all about?
Mhm.
Guy gets.
You guys are.
I can't remember it, so not that it's not important. I just I'm
Oh no,
getting old.
it was just a misunderstanding. You misunderstood something I typed, thought I meant something I didn't mean, called me an empty. I didn't get insulted. I just explained what I actually meant, and you were like, "Oh yeah, okay, I understand what you mean." It was not
Oh,
a problem.
oh, well, that's quite mature of you. All right, fair enough.
And if QE seems to call someone a retard, it's an astute assessment.
An astute assessment. Look at you, fucking peach.
We might need to do we might need Nathan to do something on this because
Really?
yeah, because I mean for me it just encompasses the entire issue. Like this rhetoric is the reason this whole supposed side versus side thing is happening because
Really?
people keep saying that you're saying things that you're not saying or holding positions that you're not holding. And I must have said, I don't know how many times over the years, like I've never heard QE say that. You've heard QE say that the scientific method isn't the only epistemology to knowledge. So I don't know
Uh-huh.
why you're acting like he's never said that when he said it multiple times. It's so many, like I feel like I'm alone. Like, I'm like I need you guys to fucking hear this shit.
Oh, so this guy he said that?
Well, no, he didn't mention you specifically, but he's saying the same things everyone who's come after you has said to me when having the same conversation that I had with that guy, the same exact rhetoric.
Really? Well,
Hmm.
maybe you should clip that out and then hand it over to Nathan, man. If you think it's that important, yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, I'll stop being a dead horse, I guess. I'll
No,
clip
no,
it
it's
out.
not a dead horse. You can't articulate what he said. Obviously, he was in here for a while. He said a lot of things. So clip that shit out and send it to Nathan and to me.
Yep, gotcha.
Yep. That's a good point that you made right there because a lot of people haven't heard that before, right? About the epistemological stance.
Hmm.
Elijah's caught on to that. You must have been listening for a while.
I've heard you say it at least 4 times. At least.
It's been a while since I said it though. You think I should say it again?
Uh, well, if they weren't listening then, they won't
They're
be
not gonna.
listening now.
Yeah, I hear you.
Well, maybe they didn't hear it and just
They
haven't heard it.
they did. I saw them hear it. They were present. That's why I'm like, why are they lying?
Why would they lie?
I think I'm pretty approachable. They can.
Peach. Now,
If they come legitimately, but if I snuff out any illegitimacy, it's your ass. And everyone knows it, right? I
Hmm.
think it's fair.
I mean, I mean, him trying to pass off the whole, I just, it's just, I'm worried because I know that there are certain topics that can't be spoken about. I'm like, dog, I'm a lead mod. AI is a lead mod. We literally just had the entire conversation up to the point that I told you you committed the affirming the consequent fallacy, and all that happened was you didn't accept that that's where we concluded. So
Yeah.
why are you saying that I didn't let you finish? Like we had the entire conversation already. Who's not letting you speak? As a matter of fact, I said the same thing to. I'm just gonna say it because they already. I said the same thing to Witsit when the conversation came up. Said the same thing to literally every other person who's followed with that argument, and they said, "Yeah, but." Same thing he did.
I
So
I'm sorry. I'm listening to you, Elijah, but I'm reading the chat. I agree with that. Yeah. IOM, you're posting some pretty serious shit here. So in our common experience, you can't get something that should be from nothing, not for nothing, unless you're listening to Dire Straits. In the quantum realm, something really can emerge from nothing. No, it can't. It's a violation of the first law of thermodynamics. So whoever's saying that shit,
that's when they're saying you're saying it.
I'm not saying that.
I know, but they're saying you're saying it.
I don't. The big think. I don't think I'm big think.
No, I promise you. They keep asking me how I feel about this being your position. And I keep
Well,
telling them that's not your position.
yeah. What's my position? What if they take any fucking kook claiming quantum mechanics and then put that on me? No, that shit doesn't work. Most 99% of people don't know what fucking quantum mechanics even is, right? They can't discern between quackery and what actual experiments. I just go by the experiments. So any other quantum quackery that floats out there, and there's metric tons, that shit's not on me, man. You come with that shit, you're gonna get your ass handed to you. Yeah, like the Casimir effect. You fucking idiot shits at 60. You got to be some type of clown. What he did was he looked up quantum mechanics on Google, and he thought quantum field theory was quantum mechanics. He's a fucking retard. He doesn't know anything about quantum mechanics. Nothing. Zero. Only what's reported on Google. On his first search attempt. Your ass is grass, sunshine. And anyone that follows you. Just like Jaren. You hear that, old man?
I'm not gonna lie, Jaren looks like a bizarro version of Miggy. I ain't gonna right.
Now that you say that. Dang. How you gonna say that about Miggy?
I
And he's
don't know, man.
That Miggy right there. Hanoi Miggy.
Oh man. I said no, he didn't when I was trying to look for the clip that you posted, and I saw this picture. I was like, "Oh my god!" It had me in tears.
Most people, they didn't know who I was talking about. They didn't. So essentially, I'm stating my age with Hanoi Jane. Right? No one knows who in here knows who Hanoi Jane is.
I
I'm
do.
not gonna. Yeah, I don't know, but it was still funny looking.
Well, I know
So
because you said who it was. It was the lady that was treasonous in the Vietnam War,
yeah,
Oh shit!
Jane Fonda.
But
Hey guys,
Yeah, but what
I
did she
sent her.
do? What did she do that was so bad,
Oh, sorry.
Flatsy?
Oh, somebody said, "What did she do that was so bad?" I did hear somebody say that in the back. Yeah.
Did she promote the war?
Maybe she
Oh,
turned over. Maybe I don't know. I don't actually know. So
Well, just simply type Hanoi Jane into Google and then started reading.
that's exactly what they're doing, promoting a fake ass war that they're claiming we're starting. Yo, I went nuclear on his ass. I couldn't take it. He had to get out. Flatsy, what's the last thing he said that just threw me over the top?
let me try to. He was saying like he couldn't get. He kept getting interrupted. He couldn't interpret. What did he say? He said it so weird. He was like, I can't express.
Okay, right before he was telling me, and well, the floor, because he wanted to answer a question, right? But he wouldn't answer it. He wanted to know how he should answer it and what we wanted to hear before he answered it. And I'm like, dude, if you don't man up and just state what you want to say,
Oh
you're out of
yeah.
here. And then you said
Oh,
something. And then
I
he said
remember now.
something.
Basically after the whole him coming in here and us doing the back and forth, I said, now that we're on the topic, how do you feel about Jaren having a? So I said, so supposedly it's a debate in title, but when you actually click the video, it's a pot talk with uh an anti-flat earther in Jeranism, where it seems like the anti-flat earther is educating Jaren on celestial navigation, to which he then says that I am a scammer, basically. How do you feel about that? He then tried to reword what I said, and I said, no. I described to you exactly what happened. How do you feel about what happened? And then he said, I don't know. And I said, well, that's pretty much all I need to know about you then. And he said something, and I banned him
That's not
after
the way
that.
it went down. That's not the way it went down. Before he said, I don't have an opinion on it, he wanted to know what you wanted him to say. Whether he should say something positive, something negative. What do you want to hear? Do you want me to fluff your pillow? Give you a little tickle? And we were like, dude, just say what you think. He asked you what you think. And he goes, well, I don't really have an opinion on it. And I go, okay, then that's what you think. Just say it.
Right.
Creepy, man.
Now that I think about it, as you well know, I did some undercover work in the games. But he's kind of like an argument style of an Ethereum zealot and Dell wrapped into one person. Because he was doing that thing where he's trying to get this dichotomous claim, right? To where there's this burden of proof reversal, but he's trying to make it as if you're making the claim. So he's not actually reversing the burden of proof. He's trying to elicit your claim out of you. Especially when it came to the 0 point energy thing, like he said, if I could get a vacuum and express all the matter out of it, and I told him, okay, so this train track that's going towards your conclusion requires you to have an absolute vacuum chamber. So you need to validate that you've removed all matter from the chamber. How are you going to do that? And then he went down the track of, oh, well, I'm getting categorized, and, well, are you saying there is matter in there? I'm like, dude, I just asked you. You said there is matter. You're going to get rid of it. How did you validate you got rid of it all? So that you know you have a free, empty chamber. free of all matter. How do you
Hmm.
want to hear what he had to say after that? Because whatever he had to say, he kept on trying to go. And then we go, look, dude, all you have is something that can't be done in reality. You don't even know how to do it. Then he was like, yeah, but in the future, when we can invent stuff that'll do it, then we can validate my claim in the present. And these guys wonder why we get pissed off.
Hmm. So he's like, seeing is that there's not enough matter for the amount of energy in there, and AI is like, how do you know? And then he says, you know what? He's like, well, maybe because there's more available space, the energy is somehow more excitable, and therefore you're getting the reading that you're getting. Maybe it's that. And I'm like, well, see, if you'd have picked one or two of those without actually validating it, that would make it an affirming the consequent, wouldn't it? So, dude, just I don't know, man. He it was very. They
By
got the
the way,
mind virus. They got the flat Earth mind virus. They got the flat Earth version.
yeah, and by the way,
Earth.
my alternative wasn't unreasonable. It was right on par with the kind of stuff he was talking. And it wasn't affirming the consequent, and it was to show him that both ways are affirming the consequent.
Hmm.
You go this way, you affirm the consequent. You go my way, you affirm the consequent.
And he just said, well, aren't those just two possibly good hypothesis something somethings? And I was like, no, it's an affirming the consequent. Why can't you just accept that? And I don't fucking this. That's what's wrong with flat earthers. They want to they want to just ram in logical fallacies because they're flat earthers. No, no, sorry.
And he said to my question of how he would express all the matter out, he said, I'll make a cylinder with a plunger, and as the plunger goes down, it'll push all the matter out. Now, of course, he didn't describe the valve or seal or nozzle that the matter's going to come out and how that would be perfect, right, in order for this to work. But he then forgot that he has to take into account the size and shape of matter relative to the surface of the plunger. So I told him, how big is matter compared to the surface of the plunger? Like, essentially, what if a piece of matter can fit in an undulation in the surface of the plunger because it's not perfect on a microscopic scale? So how would you know that you expressed all the matter? And of course, his answer was, well, I would just use the energy equations. Because I know how much energy matter gives off, therefore I can know how much matter's in there compared to the energy. Which again, just is a circular reasoning. He had no way to achieve vacuum chamber, an ideal vacuum chamber like he wanted. He had no way to quantify the size and shape of matter and that he could guarantee that it could be expressed down to the vacuum chamber. He had nothing to achieve his goal except a thought experiment which existed in an ideal, which he admitted. But simultaneously he said, check this out, you ready? He observed natural phenomena, free space impedance.
Hmm.
How do you observe free space impedance when you can't validate that the space in which you claim this impedance is occurring is free? And by free, I mean free of all matter, because that's what he needs in order for this thing to even be plausible. He needs to validate a cubic, let's just call it a cubic meter, of empty space that's empty of every piece of matter. every piece of matter. Not 3 pieces of matter left, all pieces of matter not in that free space. Before he can even begin to do anything.
Yep. Can't do
But
it.
but isn't the problem the chamber required to um make a vacuum is also still material inside the vacuum?
Walls of the chamber will interact with the free space.
That's right.
Wow, Flatsy, how'd you get so smart?
I'm just listening to you guys all the time.
He hasn't. You can't get a perfect vacuum. It's unattainable. The best that they can get is 10 to the negative 6 torr.
Hmm. So I see where I trip up at. When he introduced the word matter, because when he says there's nothing in there, I'm like, well, energy's in there, isn't it? And he's like, yeah, but you've taken all the matter out.
No, he hasn't.
Mm.
No, you haven't. And no, he hasn't. It's
Yes,
impossible. We can't do it.
but in my
And
thought experiment, in my thought experiment, I did. So now what?
Mm.
That's exactly what he said.
That's exactly what he said. Exactly.
now nothing.
And he said, now that there's nothing in there, something's got to be in
Dude, hold on. I got a joke. He created a perfect vacuum of emptiness in his thoughts.
Yeah, right between his ears. Yeah. I think Timmy Clown asked one time during the show back in the day. He said, "Define a void," and I said, "The space between your ears." That shut him up for the rest of the debate.
It's probably the best explanation of a void or space that's empty that I can think of too.
It's a practical example.
I put it. Sorry, go ahead.
The space between his ears is a practical example.
Yeah, it
of
is a
void.
practical example. Good one, AI. Yeah. So at 54 minutes after the hour, I did put a scale, so you can. That's defined, right? So it's a difficult thing if you don't know what the scale is, and this is a secular scale. Keep in mind, but we have to work off some type of definitions.
Mm. So low key, did you want your friend to? I heard you try to get in there a little while ago. What's going on with that?
That's lo-fi.
Oh, sorry. Are
Oh,
you talking to me?
low key. Yeah.
I need.
Lo-fi.
Oh, wait. Can I? While we're on that, could someone just name me Lo-Fi Guy or something? Because I didn't realize how silly that's the name of my podcast is a Lo-Fi Life, and I didn't realize it would still be the same. I tried to change it, but I can't.
All right, I got you. A lo-fi guy.
Yeah. Yes, please. I like Lo-Fi. Well, yeah. When you Google Lo-Fi Guy, I pop up. So that
Why don't you
works.
just change it yourself?
I tried to. It wouldn't let me.
Really?
Yeah. It said the server profile name I couldn't change.
Oh, damn communists.
Yeah. I mean, but the last friend I had that was drunk, I didn't put the two to two together that she was going to be stressed out about that. Like, I think she ended up drinking because. Sorry, I'm at a kind of like at a party right now. So anyway, um, she was like, I think she was super stressed out. I think she subconsciously knew that it was not like she wasn't diving in with confidence. It was more like I think she knew when she entered the chat that there was like, oh shit, I have to be accountable now for what I believe in. And so
So, is it kind of a party or is it a party?
it's kind of a party. Because of so I'm able to get an apartment now because of Spotify, and so I just have to wait now. Like I applied for 4 different apartments and I just have to wait to be accepted. There's like no housing available.
Dude, it's a snore fest. I mean, get to the point. We understand that you have problems, but
I
we all
know.
got them. I understand,
True.
but they're
Yeah.
not to be shared here, and
Right.
unless you're going to be very concise and to the point, and then move on.
Yeah.
Or witty. Or witty.
Or witty.
Or witty. Yeah, I try to be witty. I'm just kind of a genuine mess. I'm okay with the end of times. But yeah, I think Lavender
How many people are at your party, friend?
3,
Listen,
All right, go
everyone's
ask. Go
listen,
ask them.
listen,
3 or
Go ahead.
4.
FBI.
It's not my
Everyone.
house. I'm at a friend's house. I don't
That's not
actually.
even.
Anyway.
Shit,
That's
man.
barely a social gathering. I mean,
My
I
word,
mean,
man. Is my mic
well,
working?
yeah,
one person.
it is.
Yes.
Everyone's a genuine mess, man. You haven't said anything.
Well, I mean, well, the living in that barn was. There's a lot of things I would I would love to explain it at some point, but I guess
Dude,
not now. But
how old are you?
I'm in my 30s.
Oh, all right. Well,
We,
hey,
Yeah.
man,
we,
you're
we've
still
been
young.
in we've been in barns before. We get the picture.
It was way worse than just that. The owner of the barn was a
A
felon for certain
cow?
things,
Was
and
it
I
a
didn't
cow?
understand. There were cows there. Cows are very There were cows there. They're very friendly. They're like big dogs.
Cow.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey. Let's spice things up a bit.
What's up?
So I did a hamburger experiment the other day.
Uh-huh.
Oh
And then
no.
after that, I mentioned it the next day in another venue, where I simply said that the hard part about the experiment was resisting the urge to eat the burger before it was complete. And somebody sent me a DM that I'm like the biggest piece of garbage for glorifying and gloating over the fact that I pay other people to kill animals on my behalf. And I was like, dude, seek therapy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't even know how to like respond to that because I think we all like a good burger. It's just if I had a cow in
Let's
front,
just those
I think
cows
if I had
look
a cow in
here.
front of
I
me,
feel you. I feel you. I feel you.
like I'm very hypocritical because if I had a cow in front of me, I don't think I would slaughter it. I would get milk and make cheese and drink milk and try to do something. I don't even know what I would do, honestly. I
Do you
just
think you could have
But,
an In and Out? Do you think you could have an In and Out burger whilst playing with the cow?
Oh wow, that's a good question. Probably not. I probably would not. I wouldn't do it. I don't think I'd do it.
I couldn't do
there's a
that.
tribe that they use their bow and arrow to knock a little knock in this cow in the neck, and then they drink the blood, and that's how they get some sustenance from their cows because they don't kill their cows.
Stolen
Wait,
from Africa.
Probably.
Who's that?
the blood of the cow? Wait, what?
I guess it's protein or something.
Where the hell are we going?
I
Yeah,
don't know.
it's only 3 people at that party. Bring them in
I wa-
here.
no, I'm outside now because it's quieter. It's nice outside.
So, dude, go ask
Uh,
person number 2 whether the Earth is flat or globe. And if they
No, I'm gonna get yelled.
no,
He already know. Well, he already knows what I believe in. He's just gonna get mad. Well, you want me to do it right now? Okay, I'll do it right now. Hold on, I'll do it right now. Hold on, hold on.
Tell him to do that.
Wait, don't even
go
hold
ahead.
on. Time out. Let's
Wait,
bring it.
actually, real talk, real talk, real talk. Sarah and her
No,
boyfriend
no.
literally
Before you
stopped
finish
talking.
talking, there's an
That,
All right,
issue
that's
with
yeah.
your cog. There's an issue here.
Tell
what's
him.
up?
See, you're on the path to Jeranism right now, and we need to reel you back in. So what do you mean they have issues with your beliefs? What beliefs?
That the Earth is flat and it's not a globe, and it's not
That,
spinning and shooting in space next to a vacuum.
do you know how to articulate how it's not a belief?
Yes, because by observation, we have flat surfaces and horizons and sea level, and bodies of water can't be real without a container.
That's not a belief.
Right. Wait, okay, truth, and I say that like every time I explain that, it's factual, it's empirical, and I still get shot at. I still get yelled at.
Ooh, let's spend some time on that term because that one gets thrown around. What's
True.
empirical mean?
What? Wait, what's up? Sorry?
What does empirical mean?
Something that you can prove yourself?
Something? No, that's not the definition of it.
I don't know the exact definition. I could Google it right now, but what's the exact definition? Empirical, from what I understood, was that it's something
So
that you can
what's the
verify
exact
yourself.
definition, but you kept on talking? Was that rhetorical?
I don't know. I guess I
Yeah,
have a lot to learn.
it would have to
I
be.
talk
You
too
said,
much.
well, what is the definition of empirical? But you barely took a breath and went on to the next statement. So it has to be rhetorical, correct?
I suppose you're right.
But what's empirical?
Based on what is experienced or seen rather than on theory.
Negative. That's incorrect. Anyone else?
I'm gonna Google the exact definition so we can just move forward.
You better be careful because you're going to run into some bogus definitions.
Is it observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable?
Wait, that's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said though. So
No,
empirical.
that's not what you said.
No, verifiable or provable by means of
No.
observation. Okay, I didn't say exactly like that, but I said that you
That's
can.
right. You didn't even impugn or get associated with that. No. No. Whoever said that was correct. Who said that?
So testable, observable, repeatable, aren't these all things that you can experience or see?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's
that's
what
too vague. That's bullshit. You got to be specific. So who said that? Observable, testable. Who was that?
I believe that was. Well, I said you could verify yourself.
Who said observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable?
I didn't say
Sorry,
that.
how to unmute my phone? Yeah, that was Katsura.
Katsura. Oh, okay. Yeah, you are correct, sir.
Thank you. It's learned it from your shows.
Oh, yeah, I figured that. Yeah, that's what the definition is. So, observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable. That's what empirical means. The summary of the scientific method.
Scientific method, that's right.
So when people say empirical, mostly pretender clown numpty dipshits, they think it's just observable. And when they do that, they commit a fallacy called a composition fallacy. You
A
know what that is?
composition fallacy? No, I don't.
Yep.
What's that?
Yeah. Look it up.
I will. Hold on. Composition fallacy.
Yep.
The
All right, hold
composition fallacy is the fallacy of composition.
Oh,
Well, I mean,
wow. That was a tautology.
That's a bit circular there.
so the fallacy of composition is is an informal fallacy that arises when one infers that something is true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some part of the whole.
That's correct.
Wait,
So-
how
So
yeah.
if you say observable is empirical, well, that's a composition fallacy because they forgot the other three.
Verifiable, and then
Repeatable, testable, and falsifiable.
repeatable, verifiable, and then hold on.
Repeatable, testable, and falsifiable.
Repeatable. Hold on a second. My
Testable.
phone. Okay.
Testable and
Test
falsifiable.
and falsifiable.
Yep. So all four, not just one. So that obliges the composition fallacy if you just choose one, like observable. So that's not correct. Observable is observable. It's not empirical.
Got you. Now I see what you're saying. So, for something to be empirical, it has to be all of these things, not just one.
Correct. You got it.
Okay. So I
So
I
now
I
that you
may
know
have
this,
been
now that we know this, we're going to quiz you.
okay.
Is math empirical?
Nope. Oh,
No,
sorry.
it's
I gave away the answer.
Man,
Sorry about that. I'll shut up.
well,
Huey,
okay,
you
so
passed.
okay,
Good
so
job,
it's
Huey.
wait. So it's not. So then why is it not? Because you can test. Wait, why? I don't even want to guess. Why isn't it?
you can
No.
test. You can test mathematics. You can test it.
Yeah, yeah. That's what. Yeah. So you can test it, and then you can.
You can verify whether it's true or not, and you can falsify it by demonstrating that the arithmetic is wrong. But you can't observe it in nature.
Okay, got it. All right.
Yeah, you can't test it either.
Well, I meant in the sense of, okay, if somebody makes an equation and you can look at it and find out if it's wrong or right.
Or what if what if you had two apples, ate
Yeah, but
one,
I
and
think
you had one?
I know what you're saying by test now.
Okay.
Because what I just said would fall under falsifiability.
All right. So do you think that your friends do you think that it'd be fun? Like would they be good sports or at least one of them?
Yeah. Much better than the last girl. Or yeah, because she yeah, I shouldn't have had. Well, no, it was a good thing to have her on because then it showed me a lot as well. I literally lost three. I
Also,
lost three friends because of that live stream. About like
this
they
is
don't.
that train. This is that train going to Georgia.
Is that good or bad?
It's let's just get the party rolling, man.
Oh, got you. Okay. Yeah, I think Lavender might be dipping a little bit because for the same reasons the last girl did. The last girl, she ended up drinking during the live stream because I think she was stressed out. I think she started to realize that because she's like in her mid 30s. So that's a lot of indoctrination to unravel. And
Hey,
so
hey, Lo-Fi, you don't have
yeah,
to divine anyone's thoughts. You can just let it be.
right.
What's
Yeah.
your sign, man?
Yeah, I'm kind of slow at things. I'm
No,
just
no, don't say that. What's your sign?
wait, what'd you say, Elijah?
What's your sign?
A Taurus.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I had to know.
I'm a Taurus, yeah.
All right, that's cool. I like Tauruses.
Yeah, yeah.
Go ask one of those people if they want to get on this action.
I did. I messaged I think the lo-fi server has changed drastically since that stream
I thought you
because
said you were at a party with 3 people, bro.
well, I'm outside now. Oh, you mean like I thought you were talking about the lo-fi server. No, I'm
Oh man,
outside
I'm
now.
talking about real people, with blood and guts and bones.
Okay, okay. Wait, so do you want me to talk to my friend right now like about this? He's so
No, I want you
friendly.
to ask them if they want to talk to us.
Okay, hold on. One sec.
For example, they may have a question they want to know about the flat Earth, right? And you got some people in here that may be able to answer their question,
Hey guys. Hey Cody.
or they may be cocky and think they can prove the globe.
Well, hey, do you want to talk to some people about flat Earth at some point?
No,
No? Okay. Okay.
dude.
All right, never mind then.
Put me on speaker. I'll do it.
All right. You are on speaker.
Hey, your friend was too cowardly to ask you if you wanted to talk about it right now, not at some point.
Oh, would
So
you
if you
want
don't
to talk
want to
about
talk
it
about it,
right now?
that's fine.
No. He's huh? Yeah, no,
But it's not
nobody.
about you want to talk about it. It's do you have a specific question, a specific challenge?
Oh, okay, okay. Hey, Cody. No. Do you have do you have any questions about flat Earth?
Like I said.
No, no, he has no question.
Yeah, that guy doesn't want to
All
talk
right,
about it.
great.
He's
So then he
too weak.
accepts it.
Yeah.
Great. So he accepts it as true, unrebutted. Therefore, the proposition stands. Here's the splat. Thanks for playing.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is just the reality of it. Like, people just would rather not.
Hey, bro.
Yeah,
Just
it's.
deny it, Holmes.
I mean, he already knows that I. That's why I can openly ask him. Like, he's not like, "What? You believe in that?" Like, he already know. Like, everyone knows what my standpoint is. It's just
Hey, Greg,
they don't.
I think now would be a great time to quote Rush Limbaugh when he said that these kinds of people, the way you refer to them, is they are uninformed, uninvolved, and comfortable with it.
Correct. Yeah, and I guess some people may not be ready at certain points in their life. Like, it took me 30 years to just sit down with myself and be honest about everything, including myself. So I guess people learn on their own accord. What like opened the door for me was just going through genuine struggles, and then I'm just like, hey, if this is like as good as life gets, then there's something wrong here. And that's when I start asking questions. I mean, there's multiple factors, and I don't know. I just don't feel comfortable not knowing what the hell is going on.
Never been to the beach.
And I am guilty of like not knowing every single detail, but I know enough to understand that it's not a ball and it's not shooting in space. So that like helps me tremendously.
Why is it not in space?
Why is it? What is not in space? What do you mean?
Why
Why is the ball not in space?
Mhm.
Because space doesn't exist.
Why?
And space, it'd be a paradox at best. Why doesn't it exist?
Because
Why doesn't space exist?
hmm
I don't know how to answer that right now.
It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. I just wouldn't.
Because of the vacuum, yeah. I mean, is that the answer that I should say, or is there like something else?
I mean, that's the truth, but I mean, people like to go other ways with it, but that's really the only significant thing about it.
What I always go to is usually you can't verify outer space because you can't experience it.
Yeah, it's better to say it's just not.
What was the exact query?
No, I asked him. He said he knows that it's not a ball
No,
moving through space.
no. He said that space doesn't exist. That's what I heard from a distance.
Outer
Is that
space
correct?
doesn't exist. Yeah, outer space does not exist.
Did you say outer space?
Or no, I think I just said space.
Yeah, space is length, width, and height. That definitely does exist. It's conceptual, but it's an area. The exact claim is the vacuum of space doesn't exist. Be very specific.
Got it.
Yep. You follow?
I am.
Yep. Because space definitely fucking exists. You exist in it. So
Right.
it's the
Right.
vacuum of space that is the issue. I've been trying to get people to catch on to this for about, I don't know, 6 years. Still, all I hear is space is fake. I'm sitting there, you're a dumb fuck. Because you're
I
just
like that the
asking,
vacuum
not
part
you, but the general you.
is
No, you'd be a really good lawyer. Like you really get to the nitty gritty, like the finer detail. I'm kind of broad with my explanations, so I can see why people get frustrated with me when I have these discussions.
dude. Yeah, what
Well,
Kiwi
that may
stands
be an
very much on
insult to
point.
him.
Sorry. My bad, Orion. I didn't mean to talk over you. We kind of talked at the same time. I
No,
was
it's
just
good.
saying Kiwi's on point though with being specific. Being vague is not good for scientific discussion. It's
No,
horrible.
it's not good for any discussion. You have to be
True.
hyper specific now, not with your buddies and shit, I'm saying when you're out here in this genre, you have to be so hyper specific. It wants to make me puke. That's my
You're
love
right.
language.
Yeah, you gotta get right. You gotta get every detail squared away.
Yeah.
No holes missing here.
I was gonna say, I often will say, but I like the vacuum thing you added to, like the vacuum of space, outer space specifically, because I've made the argument to people before, like going in and cover, like, yeah, clearly the space between me and my computer exists. The space, the outer space out there, that's a fucking fairy tale. Adding the vacuum of outer space to that is even clearer.
I would
Hey,
just leave. I would leave off the outer part and just stick with the vacuum of space. That is very concise.
All right.
so damn, now I forgot what I was gonna say exactly because there's two things I was gonna ask you, QE, to just repeat that, you know, the point we were talking about the scientific method not being uh the only
Epistemological framework.
epistemology. Yeah.
Yeah, epistemological frameworks. Yes, people have different epistemol. Well, then you have to define epistemology, right? So, epistemology is simply how do we know what we know?
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, that's what it is. So, when you're talking with people, then you have to discover what their epistemological stances are. So, mine is a bit different from everyone else's. Some they coincide, right? So, how do we know what we know? Well, number one, the scientific method, right? That's how we know what we know, but it's limited into just cause and effect relationships. Um, Existence questions, that's a different story. You just have to demonstrate that something's existence. So, if it's in the physical world, you have to demonstrate chemical structure, charge, matter, momentum, or spin, or millielectron volts, kcals, or kilojoules. That is matter or energy. That is substance in this reality. So you're going to have to demonstrate that. There should be no problem. Now, I'm a Christian, so I take a biblical epistemological stance. So there's a lot of things that many people won't take into account that I do, right? Not that I can't prove them, but that's just a different epistemological stance. You follow,
Yep.
right? So those are the main three.
So in other words, you don't think that if you can't scientific method it, then there's nothing you can do about it.
No, that's horse shit because those are just limited to natural cause and effect relationships. There's so much more than that.
Yep. That's what I tell people, but you know.
Like a tree. Like you can't science or put a tree through the scientific method. You're not just the statement, well, there's a tree. Yeah, it's a fucking tree. Yeah, it cut off its limbs today. Yeah, that doesn't have anything to do with science whatsoever. But
And that
it's factually
mhm.
true, right? Then you got natural laws. Those aren't scientific, right? Second law of thermodynamics. That has no science in it whatsoever. It's a natural law. Now, when I get a cup of coffee and I sit down at the table and it's hot, that some bitch gonna get cold after about 15 minutes. Now, I can confirm that, right? By my lips. For fuck's sake. So, follow? Is everyone catching hold of what's being
I'm
laid
listening.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm
listening.
down with stepping in.
I'm like literally taking notes on my phone and my notepad, so I like don't forget. I'm like I genuinely forget things, and I'm like I'm really
No.
upset about that.
No, I never forget anything. What the fuck?
I mean I can't like I couldn't even give you the definition of empirical. Like that's not good. That's really bad. I need to figure out how to organize them.
Hold on. And are you trying to say that you figured out that your cup of coffee gets cold over 15 minutes without using science?
Yes, I can do that.
Hey, Quantum.
And another thing, hold on.
Oh,
One more thing.
yeah.
The point that you made about quantum mechanics and then there being quantum field theory and all this other extra shit.
Yeah, quantum field theory, that's not quantum mechanics. Quantum field theory is a shotgun marriage between quantum mechanics, special relativity, all of classical mechanics, all of Newtonian mechanics, Maxwell's theory, and general relativity. Well, you see, quantum mechanics alone by itself has debunked special relativity, Newtonian mechanics, Maxwell's quote unquote theories. They're not theories, they're equations, and general relativity. So, how can that be? How can you have quantum mechanics being something that it's totally antithetical to? Follow?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So Elijah, what is the impetus for someone to absorb quantum mechanics into their overarching quote unquote theory?
To straw man him. Because it's not his.
No, not him. I'm talking about quantum mechanics, not quantum
Oh,
eraser.
say that again.
What would be the impetus or the draw for someone who has a quote unquote theory to draw quantum mechanics into it?
Because quantum mechanics is the only one with the actual experimentation and validation behind it, so you can
There you
kind of.
go. They want that authority by proxy to trickle onto all their other stuff under their big umbrella.
But see, people. I mean, because they don't. I mean, maybe they have a vague understanding of what quantum mechanics is. Honestly, that's me. I have a vague understanding of what quantum mechanics is, but I know that quantum mechanics isn't all the other things with quantum and then something after the name, but people attribute all of those things to quantum eraser, the person, and
Right.
I'm like, why do you do that?
Let me ask you this question right here on the spot. If you are aware that somebody is a Christian, right,
Hmm.
could you also simultaneously, while maintaining the concept of presenting yourself as being intelligent, claim that that person is also a materialist? Can those three things exist simultaneously?
Wait, say that again.
Someone says, I'm a Christian.
Hmm.
Another person accuses them of being a materialist, knowing that they're a Christian, claiming simultaneously while accusing this person of being a materialist, knowing they're a Christian, that they're intelligent. Can those three things exist simultaneously?
I don't think so. It sounds contradictory.
Right, because one of the first premises of Christianity is supernatural in
Spirituality.
nature.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I don't. Yeah. Yep.
So
Hmm.
the people, right? There's something wrong. Now you can try to figure out where it's going wrong, whether it's logistical error, clerical error, moral error, but something's wrong, and it should scratch your head about people making these types of claims and where their heads at.
Yeah. Well. All right.
Such a claim requires literally denying the obvious truth, like saying exactly the opposite of what is. By definition, biblically speaking, Christians are anti-materialists.
Yeah, that's
Unless
moronic.
unless they're like a pseudo Christian, right?
That's moronic. That really is moronic. So they're not material?
What I mean is materialism, like the hyperfixation on the material world.
That hyperfixation has really
yeah,
nothing to do
like mammon, the Namonis type thing.
What?
But I
That's
don't know
not what
about
it is,
quoting scripture.
Dude.
Please stop talking.
You're talking about the other type of, yeah, I know. Let me quit. It's philosophical and scientific don't mix.
What's philosophy? Define philosophy.
Yeah, that's not right.
Study of the natural world.
Because
Say
philosophy
again?
find the
Study
scientific.
of the natural world.
That's what I was saying. I was trying to, like, combining physical things with the metaphorical type stuff is not, yeah, that's why I was digressing, because they don't mix. They're non sequitur. It's not the same subject. And
Wait,
yeah,
wait, wait.
that's why I'm digressing from even mentioning anything.
Wait a second. Wait a second. You know that philosophy determined the scientific method, right?
Oh, damn.
Here we go.
Somebody's been studying.
Mm-hmm.
We
Yep.
have to derive these things off of what the scientific method is based off of what we were talking about earlier, empirical.
Which is an epistemological approach.
Yep. Get
Yeah.
it.
Yep. It stems from philosophy. Your methods are derived from your
Oh,
philosophies, correct?
right.
So
My
that
bad.
method-
Right. Yep.
I used the wrong word then. Philosophy was not the word that I meant. I should have said combining theology with scientific. So, yeah, philosophy is not
So
even
where does
the
the
right word.
scientific method stem from?
Natural philosophy.
Philosophical naturalism. That doesn't mean you're pigeonholed into that philosophy alone. That's where it comes from. Ironically,
Or
it's debunked scientifically by quantum mechanics. So there's some irony there, but that may be too deep.
I heard you talk about it one time. I'm waiting for it to come around again because I'm not sure I understand it. I could probably remember the sequence of words, but it's not clicking.
So I
Because
was sorry,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I don't want to take it off the subject because you brought up quantum mechanics, and I was looking into like the double slit experiment, and
Be careful. Be
I
careful
know
with that.
this is what I derived from it. I not the whole, not all of it as a whole, but the fact that it validated uh, light can travel as a photon particle
No, it
or
didn't.
or wavelength, and they could be interchangeable.
Nope. Nope.
No. Let's
Nope.
see. That's where everybody goes wrong, man.
That's
I don't
fine.
know
That's
what.
why I brought it up. So
So, number one, when you say double slit experiment, it's so overt, not you, but everyone does it. It's not just you, Flatsy. Double slit experiment. There's literally thousands of different double slit so-called experiments. The classical one done by and was it Andrew Thomas Young? Not Andrew Thomas Young, but Thomas Young. Sorry. Back in 1801. That is quote unquote the double slit experiment. That's not an experiment. Follow?
yep, yep, yeah. Because what I read up on it, it just seemed to be the reasoning for the reconciliation of using light as either a particle or a wavelength, and you interchanging them. But that's just a surface studying.
The double the validated double slit experiments don't even consider light as a particle or a wave. They know what the fuck it is. So and that's a key phrase that I just mentioned, or key word. What it is, that's not science. Follow?
Yep, it's not a cause and effect relationship.
Exactly.
I,
You got it. Yeah.
as much as
Yeah.
I don't understand, I understand that a lot of people are focused on the what it is, and I'm like, dude, what is the phenomena is what you should be asking.
Exactly.
If
Yeah, It was just kind of
Oh, what is it, Mr. Elijah? Way back in the day.
Diffraction.
What was the apparatus that the man set up?
Somebody's attic. I don't know.
It was like a box, 2 slits in it, and then like eyepiece.
Uh-oh, somebody's been watching too much of Veritasium. By the silence, that's tacit yes.
Potassium is nice. He's pretty. He's alright.
But there's something to be learned in watching that little episode there.
You're busted, man.
Which is this? Because he was explaining that after this guy made this observation, they wanted to start explaining it. One guy came up with an elegant explanation, and how he did it basically with water. He used constructive and deconstructive interference of water waves to show patterns that looked similar to the light patterns. And then concluded, because I could show it here, that must be mechanically what's going on there.
Correct.
Which is, guess what, friends?
Fallacious.
Boom!
It's crazy because all of these points are the points that people raise against you. And I'm like, man, if I'm dumb and I can figure out this shit, it's like, why? I don't know how y'all. Man,
They're
it's just.
pretender clowns.
well,
Clowns. They're pretender clowns with assertions by mere innuendo, which is also a fallacy, by the way.
Well, they
Too
let
much.
their emotions guide their
Too
decisions.
much. Sorry, Flassy.
No, I was saying they just let their emotions guide their decisions instead of taking a step back, like I was saying earlier. This is the problem. This is where fallacious reasoning comes to play, is because people have emotions mixed into their decisions, and it's not the way to.
Want me to demonstrate one?
No way. You don't have arguments being emotionally attached to people. That doesn't happen.
Well, I think what it really is, again, like because of the rejection of, like, if I call somebody out on a logical fallacy, they want to just slide past it, like, yeah, well, or when I'm talking about the scientific method, is it really all that? Like, so just off of those responses alone, the problem comes in because they're more concerned with reading and researching versus looking at the epistemological approach and seeing if that's valid. What kind of approach is it? Is it the scientific method? Is it not? What is it exactly that they're trying to, like, how are they approaching this problem or this inquiry? But instead of that, people do a lot of reading and stuff, and then they just, they let it go wild. The first thing I want to know is, well, what was the method? What did they do?
They
And
could
is it
conceptualize it in their brain, Elijah. So
Yeah,
that must mean it's
conceptualized.
correct.
Flatsy, you want me to take you on a journey across the pond? From one end of the pond to the other? I need your consent. Not just your consent, your enthusiastic affirmative consent. I'll take that silence as a yes.
Okay. My
See
husband
that?
was thinking Kalijah, so I was like listening to him
What?
too.
We're just going across the pond, for goodness sakes. What are you thinking about?
My husband started singing Kalijah.
Oh,
Poor Elijah, he never got a kiss.
But anyway, so keep in mind we were just talking about light and waves and demonstrations and how they can be misapplied just because they look similar. So if you take a ball in your hand, which is supposedly what this guy did, and you touch the water with it and you tap the water with it, it'll make waves. And if you put balls next to each other, they'll make more waves, and the waves will crash into each other. And depending on the nature and amplitude of the wave when they hit each other, it'll cause essentially still water to occur or the wave to continue on. Now notice what I said there, the wave to continue on. So the wave, and I think you've experienced this in your life, begins at the point of impact, correct? And then continues on, and you see the wave go across the water till it gets to the other side. So this is one thing that's pissed me off a lot. And there are some big name people that have said this, but they weren't
A
the first
wave's a
people to say that.
verb.
A what?
Wave's a verb.
Okay.
That's what they keep saying. It's not
Okay,
a
sure.
noun.
But I want to talk about something different,
No,
Oh,
which
yeah,
is this.
go ahead. Go. I was being facetious. Go ahead, AI.
yes, we could tell.
It's on point though. So there's this rhetoric that goes like this. Obviously, what you just said, waves, what something does, not what something is.
False.
So you need. Well, it's not false if this is the rhetoric,
Yeah, it's
right?
false. No matter the rhetoric, it's not just a verb. A fucking wave is a noun.
Yep. But I think he was getting to that. He was giving us the rhetoric first.
That's fine, but I'm mainly focused on what a wave is actually doing. Because we already just talked about the mechanical thing that we've all experienced in our lives. Now I'm going to talk about this rhetoric, just train of rhetoric that supposedly leads to a conclusion. So, right, you know, the rhetoric wave is something is, does, whatever. So then they say it's not, the thing isn't the wave itself, it's the medium in motion. So then they say light is a medium, and light doesn't travel because it's already there. So, for example,
That's horseshit.
right, I'm going to demonstrate it right here. So,
Sorry.
So light's a
here's the way.
so light's a
Go ahead.
medium of light.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So,
I'm trying to imagine it right now, and I'm
so
yeah.
what? Okay, so now you have a problem. So what you need to do is you need to parse and separate the terms. So you change light to illumination. So so light is the medium, and the medium in motion is illumination. But
That's horseshit.
you then have to think, how do I see light from an object? So they say, well, light's already there, so it doesn't need to travel. It's just there. For example, in a lake, the water's on both sides of the lake. And so when you have a wave, the light's already at the other end of the lake. But guess what?
really?
In their analogy breaks down instantly. Here's why. Although the
I already
water
know why.
is sure, but so although the water is on both sides of the lake, we already just explained that when we initiate a wave in a lake, it takes time for the water to successfully influence the next piece of water to transfer the motion across the lake.
Yes.
So they start out with this type of rhetoric in a mocking, pedantic, I am smarter than you tone, and at the end they poop all over themselves.
But
Yeah,
we wouldn't accept
It
that
ends
from
in
a wave.
disaster. It ends
Oh,
in disaster because
AI. Sorry, go ahead.
holy shit. It ends in utter disaster. Well, because you treated it as a verb. Yes. But it's also a noun that travels. Yeah. That's why they have tsunami alert systems, for fuck's sake.
Or breaking the sound barrier.
I thought that you were going to conclude AI how to hand someone a wave, but you didn't.
Oh shit. I think Betty solved that issue.
I was thinking like this is gonna end in AI showing us how you can hand someone a wave.
Well, I could probably do that if you give me like a few minutes to have a milkshake. Well, hold on. A milk is not something that shakes. A shake is something a milk does.
Oh, brother.
Jesus.
This is awesome.
Listen,
Look,
my
look,
friends,
look. Here it is. Here
everyone,
it is. Because I honestly,
go ahead.
I honestly didn't know. I was like, okay, verb, cool. Noun, I almost wanted to say, QE, you got a citation? Like I didn't want to, like, but right here from Cambridge, right, and it's exactly as he described it: wave, noun, water, movement, a raised movement of water rolling across the surface. Yeah, so there you go. There you go.
Listen,
Curiosity averted.
the whole time that I heard this kind of rhetoric from Witsit, he was trying to like explain what he was saying. And I was like, no. Wave is also a noun. You're using just the verb to affirm the consequent.
Well, he's using a verb out of context to his discussion. That's how much of a retard he is. Speaking of retards, we get another one in here. No
Ken Wheeler?
crew hiff. Fucking imbecile.
Is that really? Oh, that's
Oh
really him.
man,
Al Bruises.
finally.
I didn't know.
What's up, imbecile? Definitions are meaningless, right?
Excuse me?
Fuck off, you clown. You
Oh,
Evo-tard
Jesus.
idiot.
Easily triggered.
Shut the fuck up. Easily. You couldn't easily. Get the fuck out of here before I kick your teeth in. Fuck
Oh,
off.
Proto Thad is back.
I'll deafen you purposely. There you go. The fuck out of here. Or I slap you, you half a sissy. Dumb fuck.
Oh, look, hold on. Yeah, Andrew was the guy I was talking to around like I was talking to some other dude from Brooklyn, where I'm from, and Andrew tried to get in there and say that electrostatics had to do with density
What's
mediation,
electrostatic?
and I was like, no, dude, sit down. Don't argue while I'm arguing if you're gonna say stuff like that, because just chill.
Rolling my boulder. We already had enough of Protothad. We fucking eviscerated his dumbass over a year ago. He's respawned into some morphed moronic retard. So no. Go back maybe 1,000 shows in Nathan Oakley's repertoire and see Protothad get crushed in less than, I don't know, 30 seconds. No, we're not interested in that. Or fucking Ruhiff. Clown
Well,
fuck. Evo
if I
tard moron. What do you want, Elijah?
well, I mean, you're focused on the globe earthers, and I'm just like there's more than enough flat earthers that I'd like to address, like Andrew, who says I'm not a globalist and neither is Jaren. But the issue I have is I'm not a scammer for telling people that elevation angles can't be acquired off of a globe. So, what do you think about that? Seeing as that Jaren basically called me a scammer.
Well, he said kind of a scammer. Isn't that better?
It's very simple. If you put yourself in the sentence with someone, you then have to accept everything they've ever done or declare yourself against it. So, for example, Mr. Andrew, would you affirm or deny that you agree in Jaren's assessment that if you disagree on the scientific method, then you're a scammer by direct implication and necessary consequence? If you claim science proves things, are you a scammer? Yes or no?
He's playing possum, I guess, or maybe he's not even listening. Is he in the chat?
Okay, the most charitable answer would be you might be in error, but I wouldn't necessarily say anything about your moral intentions.
I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to get the perspective of the other flat earthers. I mean, we're all friends here.
That's a
claiming that
serious
some.
presumption.
Yeah. Yep. I was going to say claiming somebody's wrong and calling somebody a scammer are two very different things.
Correct.
He called me both. So
Well, the way that he was, every bit of what he did just solidified, his stance and who, he drew that line in the sand. So
I love Heretic, man. You're right, Huey. That look, Heretic says, how's he gonna expose the lie when he says that navigation has been demonstrated on the lie? Like that dude is quick, man.
What? Heretic? Yeah, he's sharp. I told you I like the cut of his jib. IOM. Constructive interference. That's dealing with waves. Light's not a fucking wave, man. Follow? You're talking about waves and water and shit. You know what wave function means? Yeah. The
It's a
function
mathematical
should
function.
give the game away. Go ahead. Sorry.
The mathematical function.
Is that Hank?
Yeah.
Hank. You're a good man. I've known you for many years. Probably need to back away from that mic.
Sorry, I thought you couldn't hear me.
No, I could hear you. Are you an ether believer, Hank?
What's that?
Yeah, that's what I say. All right, fair enough. Carry on.
What, you don't believe in me?
But you're ether grass. I'm sorry, grass.
Yes,
All right,
I'm go above and beyond.
fair enough. Fuck off, Brew. Take away his posting privileges, somebody, please. He and fuckwit Prothed, just take them away. I don't know how to do that.
I don't either. I'm looking at the ban button. I'm sure that's not what you meant.
Ban them. They'll be
Yeah,
useful eventually.
look at L no Pruhif triggered. Get the fuck out of here, you Nancy fag. Nancy fag. Just go back to like preschool and try to pass your bullshit off to them. They'll belly laugh you out of the room. You're fucking clowns. You're
But
an
peep how
Evo-tard. He's an Evo-tard too.
the anti flat earthers and some suspect flat earthers came in at the same time. I'm sorry, bro. I don't know you, Andrew, and you haven't said anything since I've addressed you. I'm throwing you under the bus, man. Sorry.
Fuck off,
How you gonna do that?
Prothed, you clown.
How you gonna do that to a guy in such cool glasses?
AI, how do you
Yeah,
ban these fucking idiots from chat?
from chat.
Chat. Yeah, deleted because you're a fucking retard. Brewhif. No Proohif. There's no fucking independent and dependent variables in a scientific hypothesis. You should be hung by a fucking yard arm. You're a numpty dipshit. You'd be laughed out of second fucking grade, let alone university. Get the fuck out of here.
it's cognism.
Just cog diss them motherfuckers, man. Goodness gracious. No, I'm not dealing with idiot anti-flat earthers anymore. I'm dealing with flat earthers. That's my main focus.
Yeah. Andrew, your mic is open. You can speak if you'd like.
So go ahead, Andrew. You're new meat. You better have your shit together. Tell you that much. What's a fucking triangle? Let's start there.
That's fucked up. That
Have my shit
that-
together? Yeah, that's fine. Can you hear me?
What's a
yeah.
triangle? Define a triangle.
It's what the fuck? What are you even talking about that?
Yeah.
Why?
Well,
Because you mentioned Jaren, and Jaren
Okay, I
doesn't
know the
seem to
Earth is
think
not a
that
fucking
they're
globe. All right, I'll say that. Okay.
hold on,
okay.
Triangle
Elijah. I
has.
got this. Hold on, Elijah. I got this covered. While we haven't started a conversation, I just started it. Define a
Okay.
triangle.
A triangle has 3 angles, which all account to 180 degrees.
I'll take that. That's fair enough. Good job.
And by the way, I'm on my walk right now. I'm about 3 miles from home, so can't stay for too long because there's all kinds of traffic and all that kind of shit.
That's okay.
Hey, wait, with follow-up question:
Can I
Does
ask
a
him to follow
triangle
up with?
have
Oh
straight
shit,
lines?
man. He said it's 3 angles. It's assumedly yes. Well, actually, we can't assume.
It doesn't matter what the angles are; they all add up to 180.
That's correct. I'll accept that.
Yeah. So my follow up question is, how do you feel about Jaren agreeing that there are no triangles in celestial navigation?
I've never heard. I do apologize.
What'd you
Past
say?
little while, I said I have never heard him say that. I did listen to his chat with
Assume he
that
did, and
fucking
tell me how you
that cartoon
assume,
character.
assume he did, and tell me how you feel about it.
I mean, that's I don't know. I would have to hear him say it.
Now,
Well,
hold on a
pretend he
second,
did.
Elijah. Hold on 1 second, Elijah. Do you know that he's like obliged to Hanoi Gerania?
I have no idea what that is.
That's what I'm saying. Are you aware of Jaren?
Yeah, I'm aware of Jaren. I've spoken with him privately. Yeah.
All right. Well, Elijah, go ahead.
Yeah, all I was saying was, just assuming that he did say that, how would you feel? Because I mean, there's a video out there. He did say it. So,
Yeah,
well,
I
he
would have to hear
agreed.
the context on it because there's a lot of things you can take out of context with like you can go before and after the conversation and blah blah
Either
blah.
it involves
So
triangles or it doesn't. It's not that hard, dude.
Yeah. Well, Jaren said, according to Herman Muster McBooger Eater, he said that there are no triangles in celestial navigation. That's what Jaren said.
was not full. The McToon part, MC Tune, was it during that?
With MC Tune, he agreed with McBooger Eater, Herman Munster, McBooger Eaton, that there are no triangles in celestial. Are you familiar with celestial navigation, by the way?
A little bit.
Just a little bit. I don't see this having any cowbell, Elijah. You might want to go in another direction.
You know what an elevation angle is?
An elevation angle. I know that elevation is based off of something called MSL, which is median sea level, which is how they've taken like these posts that are put into the water, not too far off the coast, and how the elevation of the water, so the sea level, goes up and down, and then they take a median sea level, and that's how they base elevation. So aside from that, you may have to like.
Okay. No. An elevation angle is basically a measurement in the vertical off of a horizontal plane. In other words, you can't have a curved adjacent or a curved baseline.
I put the definitions in at 2 minutes after the hour of elevation angle.
Yeah. The term angle of elevation denotes the angle from the horizontal up. God damn it! All host. Everybody, shut up for a second. Um, Angle from the horizontal upward to an object,
Horizontal plane, by the way.
or the altitude angle, sometimes referred to as the solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on.
Oh, that's fucking over right there.
So even with his 0.6 or whatever, however far, I mean, this has nothing to do with celestial navigation, but apparently he was talking about an elevation angle and quote unquote the ISS, and he didn't see anything wrong with there being a curved adjacent there. But I guess you're right. I guess since he didn't know what an elevate didn't. I guess it doesn't matter right now.
Okay, so here's one of my big questions about this. I've never actually done celestial navigation. I've been in the Navy and I've done all that kind of bullshit, but I've never actually done it myself. So,
Sure.
how many people here, or globe earthers, flat earthers, whatever, have actually done it?
Doesn't matter. All you have to know is I'm the only one in this entire genre that has a expertise certifiable in navigation. Now, it's not naval navigation like on water, it's land navigation. However, I don't need to have a rocket surgery definition or experience in naval navigation. All I need know is that a sextant is used to acquire elevation angles. That's all I need know because elevation angles are the key. What is an elevation angle?
Yachtingworld.com. Stop fucking typing in the chat. Rolling my boulder. You better not fucking press enter.
Jeez.
Yachtingworld.com. Voyages. In simplified terms, when we take a sextant altitude of the sun, we're creating a right angle triangle between it, the Earth's surface at the GP, and ourselves. Yep. So
It's all over.
I don't need to have a yacht to know that, do I?
That's it. I would hope not.
You think Jaren needs to have a yacht to know that?
What's one say? I would hope not.
Right. So can you contact your friend and tell him to stop fucking calling me a scammer? Please?
I don't even know he's ever told you that, so I couldn't say that.
Well, I mean, I'm about to play a clip right here, right now. So you're not going to be able to use this get out of jail free card for that much longer. You're going to have to pretend that you know what words are at some point.
Rolling my boulder. Let's move on. Angle between the horizontal blah blah blah. No, the angle between the horizontal plane measured between the vertical, your line of sight. Elevation angle is measured using, actually, it's not. The elevation angle is between the hypotenuse and the adjacent. And I have elevation angles from everyone and their sister in text right now. I'm thinking they all look like right angled triangles. Rolling my boulder. Would you agree or disagree? rolling my boulder. Right angle triangles.
His wrist is broken now.
Yes,
Fucking
can
pussy.
you show how you can obtain an elevation angle from a fucking curved adjacent? Keeping in mind, if you ask a mathematician if the first words, second words, third phrase, fourth phrase, elevation angle proceeds from your lips, can you tell me what type of look you get from a mathematician that you will get? Rolling my boulder. I want you to try that. Go to your local high school, go to the local university, and say curved adjacent. They'll look at you like you got 35 fucking heads. It's tantamount to dividing by 0. You tracking with me, sunshine? Rolling my boulder. This is where the globe Earth ends. It's
I'm
just
gonna
that simple.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
add 2 more.
You want to add to that? Elijah,
Yeah.
cease and desist. Rolling my boulder. Answer the fucking question. Can you acquire an elevation angle off a curved adjacent, sir? You better not come off mute, because you're in a world of hurt. Geometrically speaking, you would fail intro to 3rd grade geometry if you think that's the case. Simple as that. Now, it's getting too late for me here. I will take my leave of you.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Yep. See
Take
you
care,
tomorrow.
Kiwi.
Cheers, bro.
Out.
Stay blessed.
Did somebody call Elijah a fucking scammer? Who the fuck would do that? I'm curious.
I don't think it was just Elijah.
No, it everyone.
They call us all.
I'm just saying we're all scammers.
It was a broad stroke claim, yeah.
Okay, got it. I came in kind of just a few minutes ago, so I was like, what?
So
Basically,
to add
anybody who
to-
doesn't agree with him, right? Anybody who doesn't agree with him is a scammer, then.
So to add to what QE was saying, right? You know, about the elevation angle, let me add, because you're on a point of the line of position, which is a circle, right? Around this the GP of this star. So from this, a navigator knows he is on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of Earth of radius r, known as the line of position. He does not know his direction from this point. However, by examining a second star, a second radius can be deduced. The navigator now knows he is at one of the points where both the circular functions meet. In the case that there is only one real route, he knows his position, although this is only possible if the radii are parallel. Now, to give that more context, we're going to go to blueplanetcruisingschool.com. For us moderns, the concept of a line of position is easy to grasp. Tie a string at the top of a high straight pole. Tie the other end to your shoe. Walk all around the pole while keeping the string taut. The string will form the same angle from the base of the pole to your shoe, then to the top of the pole, everywhere along your path. That is a circle of equal altitude. So, yeah. Of course, everything that I and QE said means absolutely nothing to rolling my boulder, which is staggering actually to me. But now let me go ahead and play this clip real quick so that you guys can get the full context. Wait, where is it? Hmm. There we go. Okay. All right.
No, and I think that I can just simply ask the question because if the statement "you can only do celestial navigation from a flat Earth" was true, then that would mean that I could not envision a globe Earth that could use celestial navigation. You just told me that it only can be done on a flat Earth. However, I can envision a globe to where somebody could get their distance 3 times from 3 different stars, and you would be able to use trilateration, not triangulation, but trilateration to get your location. So I don't see a problem with that. I see many problems with the globe, but that's not one of them. So, and just to have people so staunch, I've had like 8 people message me saying like, "Oh, you didn't hang him when you had the chance. You didn't." I'm like, "About what?" And they're like, "Well, you did that observation of the ISS, and he was using a flat baseline, and like the one that was 0.6 miles away." I'm like, "Okay, well, let's look at the curve. I mean, you're talking 4 inches. So now we're saying that I should have called." No, and I think that I can just simply ask the question, and you would be able to use trilateration. Have people so staunch. I've had like 8 people message me saying like, "Oh, you didn't hang him when you had the chance. You didn't." I'm like, "About what?" And they're like, "Well, you did that observation of the ISS, and he was using a flat baseline, and like the feet to the fire over 4 inches of distance. 4 inches of curve. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me." Yeah. So anyway, no, it's not a matter of It's I just have an issue myself personally with that group because I don't think here's the problem. They can never admit they were wrong. That would be it's catastrophic. It's their thing. It's their stick. Right. So they're always right, never wrong, and so I know you know about that. Yourself kind of plays into that role a little bit, but for them, come on. But for them, I just so tough, Jim. I have a problem with other flat earthers doing that because I don't think it's good for the collective. Because what it does is it puts me in a position where I'm forced to believe something that's not true, and I don't see it being a good argument, or to state that I don't think it's a good argument and then have it be attacked by this group of other flat earthers because they're never wrong. And so that's why I say it's a little bit of a scam. And because if you're just going to sit on one thought and just say, "I'll never get off this thought," and you're wrong, well, then you're scamming people because they'll never be able to see that you're scamming unless I point it out. So anyway.
I would love to ask him what it is that he would be pointing out that any one of us have said in pure quote, because otherwise it'd be a straw man. I would definitely want him to take something I said about celestial navigation and how I'm scamming people, or any one of us. So there you go. What do you think about that? You think somebody who's ignorant on the subject should be accusing a host of people whom he doesn't even really communicate with, scammers?
I think it's really messed up, man. It's really messed up because not only was he just like saying this among other flat earthers or yourselves, by the way, not to your face, but to Mick and sympathizing with a known anti-flat earther calling you guys scammers. Just
I mean,
what
it's super
the heck?
easy to call QE an asshole and this, that, and the third, but you can't even call a spade, man. Like, what happened to truth and honesty and the truth in community? Like, call a spade, man. I've been praising this dude since I first fucking got here, man. This shit right here is disgusting. I can't support that. Mum's the word, huh? Okay.
Fucking Mongo, dude. I can't believe that Mongo would do that. Like, dude, was he fucking smoking too much weed that day? Did he fucking get some bad shit? I don't know what the hell happened, but hey,
Okay.
get his ass in here, man. We gotta straighten this shit out, man. Somebody fucking send him,
Yeah.
man.
But anyway, Mr. Andrew, who's listening, the question prior was for you. What your impression was of what you heard.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I'm still. Okay. Hold on.
Hold on.
All right.
Okay.
And
So
by
my
the way, I have
question is:
to.
are people thinking that Jaren is a scammer? That is the question. What is people?
Right? What?
Maybe. Sorry, man.
You have a dude calling people scammers, and the first thing you want to know is whether or not people are calling him a scammer.
No.
Well,
No.
if you're going to make an accusation, you have to follow.
It wasn't an accusation. I just played a clip, fam.
He
Well, no, a lot of people did.
But I just,
Who
yo,
called him a scammer?
he's very close to the ban list, guys. I am really
I gotta
skittish
speak
right
up for a
now.
second, right? This is like an age-old tactic. Accuse others of that which you were doing. That's kind of a weird tactic that you did just now. I really think that you need to explain yourself because you just heard in the video something, and then you kind of came up in your own head this idea that that thing that you just heard Jaren do and other people are doing to him.
I love
Well,
you
yeah,
guys,
I'll
man.
explain it. Listen, I'll explain it.
Thank you, man.
Back in the day, Bob decided I've proved the ether with a certain thingy majingy jammy. Right? Doesn't matter whether he did or didn't. Mr. Nathan Oakley disagreed with Bob live as they were talking to each other. Said, wait a minute. How did you manipulate this? How did you do that? That's not science. Bob took umbrage with that. And Nathan was like, science can prove things. And then Globebusters and Jaren specifically was saying that Nathan Oakley was a scammer because he was being so rigid by saying science can prove things. Okay, and he did this little show, Song and Dance, where he kept harping on that fact that Nathan says this and therefore he's a scammer, which is not a logic leap that you can make. It's completely, essentially just wrong the way Jaren went about it. Okay, Nathan then retaliated, right?
Yep.
Then Jaren probably retaliated. Fast forward to today, right? Jaren has the same sentiment. He's speaking with this Mr. McToon, and he's insinuating that because Nathan holds the position he holds, believing he's correct, and doesn't reject that position just because Jaren can envision in his mind a way that this thing that they're talking about could work on a globe, then that group and people who agree are scammers. So rest assured, it is Jaren who fired the first shots and has continued it on till this present day. To which, after Jaren recently said that Nathan was a scammer and this group, which includes our friend Elijah here, by the way, now Nathan, after that, has again said, oh, maybe it's Jaren who's the scammer. So, yes, it is true that people have called Jaren a scammer after Jaren fired the first shots. So, now that you're up to speed on the history of the situation, let's continue.
Well said, AI. That pretty
So
much sums it up.
the question was, what is your honest opinion about the clip I just played? Where Jaren called me a scammer. For telling people that you can't acquire an elevation angle on a globe if the GP is on that curved surface.
It's physically crazy.
Andrew, You know, like this is the shit. Like, I just want all of this infighting and shit, man. Like I swear to God, I've been trying to like smooth things over as much as I can in the background and be as fair as possible. And it's like this is the kind of the shit that you just did, Andrew, is the reason that all this confusion is happening. Like shit like you just pulled and shit like the other kid earlier pulled that AI and I was talking to is the reason that the community is in the state that it's in.
Yeah, let's be
And
clear.
I hope you're not opening your mic because you feel shame. I hope that's the reason. I hope you're thinking it over.
Yeah, so back in the day when Nathan confronted Bob when they were having a discussion together live,
I was there
um,
live.
Nathan wasn't really out of line too bad. Like he didn't really go hard or make insults. He was just being very matter of fact. What you guys are doing isn't science based on what you're telling me. And the other guys took umbrage with it because they thought they had a gem. And it really doesn't matter who's right or wrong at this point. I'm just saying the way Nathan behaved. The way Jaron reacted to it was to castigate Nathan as a scammer, a deceiver, and that he didn't deserve to earn money. Now that is immoral. And everybody should have held Jaron to task on his own side that he was out of line. But rather, now we still have to hear this nonsense that, oh, people are attacking Jaron. No, Jaron put himself out there, drew first blood, and then got the comeuppance for his actions. Okay, you don't just say, oh, you disagree with me about the scientific method, therefore you're a scammer and immoral. It's like, what kind of retard makes that type of leap?
I'm pretty sure
So,
if that
yes.
sort of stuff happened,
Go ahead, Fred.
just real fast. If that sort of thing happened in the neighborhood that Elijah's from, that kind of disrespect will get a tooth knocked out of your head. You can disagree, but just to automatically go and say that you're a scammer, I mean, that is like,
That's over the line, man.
way
It's
over
over the
the
line.
line, man. That'll get you a visit to the dentist to get your tooth put back in your head, man.
Each freaking eye put back in.
Yeah, but let's be fair. A lot of people coming in now don't know this history.
That's right. You got to remember that. And I don't think Andrew knows all that history. He might now,
But I feel like I have okay, sometimes I have patience, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I'm pretty tactful, sometimes I kind of want to get straight
no,
to the
really,
point.
no.
But like, maybe he felt the way because of the way things went the other day when he claimed that I don't know if it was dielectric acceleration or if it was electromagnetism, one of the two mediated the density and things and everything. And I was like, yo, just nah, fam. I'm trying to have a conversation with because I don't know who you are. Like, and it's like you're just introducing elements that just no. Maybe he felt the way since then. Maybe he thought, oh, this is one of in bigoted fashion, by the way. Oh, this is one of those uh Nathan Oakley'ites or some shit. I don't really know. But I mean, I played you the clip. It was pretty straight up and down. And I just wanted your opinion. The first thing you wanted to do is ask me whether or not Jaron was called a scammer. Well, like, I didn't like what?
Maybe, hopefully not, but I mean, I don't know.
Well, and Andrew, can you open your mic before we go any deeper? Can you respond?
Like, clarify. Maybe we didn't hear you right. Maybe because you're walking right.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
still
know.
here, but it's kind of loud. So my contention is that people are making these different accusations about somebody that is definitely on our side, and there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of evidence behind it, other than if someone is making a statement, let's say Jaren, for example, or specifically, that if they make a wrong statement, and then everyone holds them accountable for that statement, and then everyone just attacks them immediately.
Well, yeah, man, I would like to get him in here and kind of straighten it out. Somebody sent him a message. I don't think I have his email, but yeah, I'd love for him to come
So,
in here.
so you, I wasn't really clear. Are you attributing this whole fiasco to Jaren perhaps being wrong or misunderstanding?
I would say that many people on the globe side, planet side, whatever, have made very wrong statements at some point or another, and the people that are willing to
But
admit
you
that
know
they were
what?
wrong
When we're talking
will
about
come out and say that.
specific people, we have to be specific. You know, when you go to court and you talk about a specific person in the case, you don't start saying things like, "Well, there are various people who commit crimes and the great," you know,
Exactly.
like what
We don't do
is
that.
this, man?
Yeah, you were asked about Jaren, sir, and you put it into the broad spectrum of generalities. So why are you avoiding the pointed question?
I'm calling Jaren to the witness stand.
Did you
Hey,
hear
Jared,
AI?
just
Did
hold
you
on,
hear
just hold
AI
on.
give you the break? Did you hear AI give you the breakdown of what happened? Do you not? Did you? Yes or no?
A little bit, but not entirely, because I was listening to that when I was on a walk and going to work, kind of thing.
Yeah, well,
So basically,
the long story short is, a long time ago there was beef because Nathan critiqued Bob from Globebusters claims of science that they weren't science, and then Jaren retaliated and essentially called Nathan a scammer because Nathan disagreed about the scientific method. He called him a scammer and did a bunch of other moral accusations. Fast forward to today, and Jaren's acting the same way towards people that don't agree with him. He calls them scammers. Okay? This is immoral behavior from Jaren. Yes or no? It's a very simple question. Is Jaren displaying immoral behavior by castigating people's moral character based upon a disagreement about a fact? Yes or no?
I try to stay out of all that kind of crap. So I heard about it, but I don't really give a
yo,
flying fuck, honestly.
yo, you have no room in my server, fam. You're gone. Can't do it. Don't like
What,
you.
me?
Yes. Well, take that to the bank.
Why is
Sorry,
that?
guys. Sorry, guys. I don't trust the dude. I'm sorry.
See, a scammer, that word is such a deep word, right? And I'm gonna go ahead and use the EXO, right? A scammer is a perverted criminal. Like there is not a harsher word in the English language to call somebody, right? The
Yeah, it's
scammer is
like,
the
Yeah.
epitome of perverted criminals.
Basically, yeah.
you know them Indians that call old ladies and swindle them out of their money? That's a scammer.
Yeah.
Right, right. Yo, you watch those channels where the
Oh,
dude like pretends to be old?
I want to validate your instincts. So this man earlier was talking all up and down about how we shouldn't talk about Jaren. But when pressed with a question, what he should have said is, Jaren shouldn't be talking about people like that. But instead, he put it straight out into generalities. He's clearly on
Yeah,
Jaren's side, and he's clearly covering up for his way he really feels about the situation. So your instincts were entirely correct.
yeah. I saw when he wrote that. That's why I started addressing him because I'm like, hold on, fam. Like, shit. There are times that, yo, just off of the fact that the other side, quote unquote,
Yep.
said Huey did this. I have literally blew up the fucking Skype group. Like, yo,
But,
did you say this?
bro, clip this shit out right now. Jaren, you fucking retard. Take your happy, self-righteous ass out your asshole and apologize to all the people you castigated as scammers because they disagree with you on a proposition. That doesn't make someone a scammer. It just makes them wrong. You elevating it to the realm of scammerhood is why people are shitting on you. Just apologize for that misspeak. Problem solved. And then I don't have to hear about it anymore.
Get your ass in here and let's settle this and fucking move on.
No,
now.
you don't need to. I don't even care if you come in here, Jaron. I just want you to recognize that if somebody says, I disagree with you on what the scientific method is, and your response is they're a scammer, or I think that celestial navigation can only be done on a flat earth, and you think it can be done on both, therefore the other person's a scammer, it's wrong. Okay? It's wrong. You're wrong, sir. And rightfully called a retard for being wrong in that fashion. I rest my case.
If you were doing an academic paper and you got it wrong, and you said you could get a triangle from curve adjacent, and the professor said, "No, you can't do that. That's impossible." And then you would just go, "You're a fucking scammer, professor."
Man, I get tired of this crap. Look, the fact that anybody on his side doesn't call him out for that behavior,
it's unacceptable.
it's just unacceptable, dude. Especially when they go to other venues to then tell us that we shouldn't be doing this type of behavior to people. I mean, get real.
Well, see, but my role in all of this is people tell me that I need to call FED out and hold them accountable for when they lie or when they're wrong. And I'm like, sure, when I detect a lie, I'll call it out. There's one time where I guess there's a screenshot of a hypothesis that wasn't a hypothesis, and QE called it a trap. I'm like, trap or not, it's your fault that I did that. I mean, because I'm a man of integrity, and whether I whatever. But I'm not seeing none of that shit happening from the other side.
Nope.
Yeah.
Not seeing
But
it
then
either.
again, I don't watch them that often, so how would I know?
That's true.
You know why I don't. You know why I don't watch them? Because I don't find their content interesting.
Yeah.
That's why.
Well, I've kind of investigated, and upon investigating, they like to, toss around ideas or really assert them, and everybody in those servers will just be like, "Oh yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, that makes sense." And it's just baseless assertions. And
Oh,
I just,
actually, yeah, bro. You know when I stopped watching them? Was when Nathan challenged them on the scientific method, and then they turned into a bunch of mudslinging crybabies.
I mean, that it's crazy that I mean, yo, it's crazy because I did the same thing, right? And there was a little pushback, but I feel like I can, even though I'm always doing a lot of things and sometimes my words are all over the place, there are times where I'm really sharp. And the conversation always goes from the the scientific method to all this other shit.
Right. Space time, bendy water. Yeah.
No, 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 no. It'll go from that to, well, how much can you really do with the scientific method? Oh, the scientific method is limited, but you think that's the only the epistemological approach to knowledge. And it makes me upset because I'm like, no one says that. You're saying that I'm saying that you're straw manning me and everybody that
yeah,
I know.
yeah. There was one time in here, I got called a glober for bringing up the fact that entropy only increases and that it equates to like if nothing is exempt of it. I just brought it up and I got called some, I don't know.
Well,
Uh, I
neg entropy exists. You ever seen
I
the movie
mean,
Benjamin Button?
Nah,
well, Anyways, I was bringing up a point about entropy, and my mindset was of a Glober, according to Witsit. So I just kind of shut up and I just let them go on their little rant because just because of my reputation due to entropy, I was a Glober, which makes no sense, by the way.
It's all right. You can call anybody a scammer. You know, you're good.
Well, I feel like calling me a Glober is
Is it?
not as bad as calling me a scammer. Of course, it's not that bad, but I am not a Glober.
They're both bad. I get it.
Yo, what's the stock and trade of the Glober's argument style? Well, we all know that it's affirming the consequent. What's the stock and trade of a lot of flat earthers with fringe theories? Well, it's affirming the consequent. So who's the Globers?
Certainly not me.
And that's what I'm saying. Like people are so brainwashed. They're so
Right.
they're so they got this
Yep.
compartmentalization thing going on. So they'll see, okay, I'm a flat earther, they're a globe earther. Like, no, you have the mentality that made you a glober all along, since way back when, but now you're a flat earther with a globe mentality still and don't know it. You got globe mentality residue on you still. I got globe mentality residue on me still. Why? Because I still have parts of me that have a poverty mentality.
Yeah,
That's
so
a
brother,
part of all of it.
if I told you you got some globe residue on your shoulder there, bro, would you rub it off or would you slap me?
No, I'd rub it off. Like, what?
No,
Right.
no,
Well,
no,
the
no, no,
problem is we
no.
got
Hold
too
on.
many people
What guy
slapping
rub
each
it off?
other over pointing out each other's globe residue.
No, AI. Come on now. You're a good dude. You would take the Glober residue off his shoulder for him.
Then I'd slap you. Then I'd fucking slap you.
I'd like to respond to what Elijah said real fast. I said it before. It's something I've kind of come across recently, but most people don't have their own worldviews. Most
Right.
Yeah.
people have someone else's worldview. So, who is the author of your worldview? Is it 12 Masons who claim to go to the moon? Right? Is it your favorite flat earther who
Nope.
showed you that the earth is this? Like,
Yeah.
shouldn't your senses and the truth be the author of your worldview?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
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 And you don't have to have a favorite flat earther, but you probably will find yourself one. But subscribe to thinking on your own and not taking somebody else's word for it. Acquire tools to process information on your own and be able to know what is provable, testable, observable, falsifiable on your own, and figure out what is fallacious and what isn't. Figure out what, like, does this defy any natural laws? These are very good tools to process information on your own. You don't need another flat earther to tell you what is and what isn't.
Would it be starting trouble if I went into Earth Awakenings to ask Witsit to come over?
To do what?
I yeah. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I consider us close. Okay, so when everything with FED was going down, he made some demands of me. So I just think it's fair to make some demands of him. Am I being petty?
Yeah, but you don't need to have them here to do that. You can do that anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless you want it to be a spectacle, that probably be a bad mark on your character.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I usually am. I'm just
You got
kidding.
some, you got some
Yeah, I'll
mad
just call him.
feedback,
You're right.
AI.
Calling him would be the right thing to do. That would be the
Yeah,
best.
because keep in mind, the ethos of what you're trying to accomplish is to diffuse this drama type perpetuation.
Yeah, with everybody else, but with him, my feelings are hurt. Like that's different. I'm acting like a schoolgirl.
Yeah,
You know
so
what I'm
definitely don't make a spectacle out of that. You definitely need to do that,
saying?
man to man. Look, it's fine for people to have different ideas. It's fine for people to pursue different ideas, right? But
Yeah, for
it's
sure.
not fine for people to expect to be free from scrutiny, and if they receive scrutiny, to react in a manner that attacks the other person undeservedly. You know, like an escalation. You know, like if I flick you with my fingertip, you don't get to kick me in the nuts. You know,
Yeah.
if I step
It's a
on your
good one.
toe, you don't get to cut off my pinky. You know, if somebody challenges you on what you think science is, right? You just respond with an argument. You know, you don't respond with, "Oh, you're a scammer."
Yeah, fair enough.
Hey, we got some new covers coming in from our raid, so be prepared.
Yeah, it looks that way, man. You guys want
I
to take
mean,
them up?
we've been getting a raid since earlier. Like, I already
We
banned all of the fake ass flat earthers, so
well,
you know that
we did a
they're
voice
regrouping.
verify. We did a voice verify so that they could come down here. I'm just preparing everybody.
All right. Thank you.
Yo, I got work in the morning, man. Why is everything
We got it,
popping?
Elijah. Relax, man.
Yo, hasn't it been popping for the last like
We
2
got this,
a.m.?
bro.
The
We
last
got
few 2 a.m.
this is easy pickings, man. It'll
And
be
to think I
I
almost fell asleep.
really just got questions. That's what I really got. I really got questions.
What I really have is one statement.
Okay,
Yo,
your state.
We don't, and one statement alone. We don't
Okay.
know everything. We only know that there's one positive claim, there's one shape claim, and that claim needs to be looked into.
verified.
Okay.
I had a better word, but I couldn't think of it. Investigated. There you go.
Investigated. Yeah, we do that too. Yeah.
Okay. So I understand that.
But you're gonna
Understood.
ask your questions anyway. Sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But like, so you don't want me to ask the questions? It's that simple. Do
No,
you want me
I
not
do.
to,
But
not to
when
answer?
I say I don't know, when I
You don't
say
know
I don't
everything. I
know,
understood when you said
don't
that.
go
All
ahead.
right.
All right, bro, ask a question already. For goodness sake.
Calm down. So like I said, like quote unquote, like if the Earth is flat, wouldn't the water, or wouldn't, let's say this, the Earth is flat.
Oh my
Obviously,
God.
where would the edges be?
Oh boy.
And wouldn't,
We
where
don't
would the
know.
edges be? You don't
We
know,
don't
all
know.
right?
We don't know.
Moving on.
Into the edges.
Understood.
Next question.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. We're gonna give some good answers.
I'll
I
tell you
got you.
why. I'll tell you. Hold on. I'll tell you why we don't know.
No,
We
no, I
don't know.
understand
I
you.
don't know. Yo, bro, over talking is not gonna be good for you here.
Okay, understood.
There's you and a few other people, and it could get really messy real quick. And it's
Understood.
fucking 3 o'clock in the morning. So check this out. The reason that I don't know where the edge is, or where where the end is number one, because I'm from Brooklyn. Okay. I haven't even been out of the country. Except to Canada, but who really counts that, right? That's like across the street. And second of all, uh you kind of can't go past 60 degrees south of the equator. Not according to me, but according to all governments who have gone into a treaty with each other. So
So
if I wanted to know, or if I had some kind of curiosity, those reasons alone are the reasons that I don't know. So you should probably focus on asking questions that are more things that we would know,
what are questions
like
stuff like you would know?
why we think it's flat. Like what
Oh
does
yeah.
flat mean? Like, do we have any observations? Things that are actually tangible to us.
All right. So I said, you know what? Going off that, why do you, or at least, if you don't mind me asking, because my friend said it earlier, and I was like, hold on, he kind of cooking with this one. Why? Like, how did you become a flat earther? Like you specifically, or what made you come across it? What made you think of that?
Okay. Well, I started to question the claims out the basically the things that I used to believe about heliocentrism, which
Hmm.
heliocentrism is just, the solar system and us revolving around the sun, which which funny enough isn't true actually, because the sun itself goes around something called, what is it? The Berry Center, something like that. Guys, help me out.
That's right. It's basically the center of gravity, right? So it's not that the Earth goes around the sun. The Earth and the sun in the heliocentric model, which is mainstream cosmology, orbit the center of gravity, also known as the Berry Center.
So
Hmm.
so anyway, I was watching, and I'll try to make this quick. I was watching Joe Rogan one day. Eddie Bravo was on there. He said we didn't go to the moon. It was the first time I'd ever heard anything like that. He said pictures from space are fake. Never heard anything like that. So I started to look, started to Google images from space, and I wasn't satisfied. I mean, it was just the pictures that I've always seen, and I was like, okay, well, I can't. There are people who think that this is obviously fake. How do I actually determine whether what I believe is true is true? Like, I truly
Hmm.
had a genuine curiosity as to why people would be saying that the earth was flat. So somehow I came across the information about the sun being 93 million miles away, method used by Chris Huygens, where he used the parallax basically 6 months apart, and Venus, I think it is. Am I correct in this, guys? It's been a while since I looked into this. The bottom line is they used the assumption of Venus being the same size as Earth, and then I
Yeah,
said,
that's it.
wait a minute.
That's it. Yep.
And I said, wait a minute. I said, okay, if Venus is the same size as Earth, how did we figure out what size the Earth is? So then I looked into that, and then everything that I could find led back to it's an assumption, not an actual measurement.
Hmm.
And that's when I realized there's more to this subject than meets the eye.
All right.
And
So.
eventually I came across the geometry, like for instance, the horizon being geometric, meaning the horizon is the edge of the globe, basically. Not obviously spheres don't have edges, but what I'm saying is that's the cutoff point. That's the point at which the angle of the ground is curved away from you. You can't see it.
Mhm.
Thus, there's the horizon, and that's supposed to be a specific location, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, based on the radius of the Earth. So we've debunked that, and that's when I knew, yeah, straight up and down, it's not a globe.
I think
Okay.
it's a good time to ask Grown a couple questions, man. I mean, how much do you know about the spinny globe Earth that you think you live on? Do you
Are
know
you
how
talking about
far
me, right?
away? Do you know how far away the moon is?
Yeah, it's
And
pretty far.
it's
Really
pretty
far.
far. Okay. Do you know how far away the sun is?
Really far.
Really far. Okay. How far is the closest star? Do you know that?
Like when you say star, you mean like
Star, like
celestial body,
besides the
right?
planets, stars. Closest
Star
star in. Go ahead.
in the solar system. For
No,
me,
no,
what
no.
I would know,
Oh,
yeah,
To
for
us,
what
right
I
now,
would,
man.
I
What's the
know, for
closest
what I
star?
would, I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, go ahead.
For what I would know, it would be our star. So it would be
The
our
sun.
star.
Well,
That's what I
that'd be the
know.
sun. Well, we already talked about the sun. I'm talking about like the
Yeah.
star, the other little teeny
Well,
lights in the sky.
wait.
There's planets. There's planets,
Yeah, I
Venus,
know.
Mars, whatever. We can get into planets, but I'm talking about the closest star to us.
All right.
You don't know. Just say
Then
you don't know. Just say you don't know. You
I
don't
gotta
know.
make sure because I'm
You
pretty sure. I
don't
thought
know. That's the point I'm
I'm.
making. You don't know your
No.
globe. You think you know it. You don't know it. You got to get on it. You got to learn your globe, man. And before you were ready to have this conversation, you're not even ready. You got to know
So
some
I'm
stuff.
pretty sure, real quick,
We
from
don't
what
need
I
any
can
of
see,
that.
what I let me talk. Let me talk. So
mhm.
what I was going to say before you interrupted me was I'm pretty sure a star with something the sun or something like the sun. That's how I'm
Isn't
pretty sure that we use the words
isn't
interchangeably.
isn't that redundant? Because he asked you how far away is the sun. You said really far, and then he said how far
Yeah,
is
that's
the
great.
star.
That's great,
As
friends. But let's bring it back to the point proper, okay?
Yeah.
Which is this: you can have an object far away or close, regardless of the other object. Okay, so we're talking about the Earth, not the Sun. Okay, the Earth,
Mhm.
known territory, is alleged to be covered by 70% water. Now we all know
Mhm.
from common everyday experience that bodies of water are flat and level. So 70% of the Earth is flat and level. Therefore, it cannot possibly be a sphere. I rest my case.
Can I ask a question?
Well, what do
You
you
go.
think
Real quick.
about either what I said or what AI just said?
Wait, which was AI that just one just speaking?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, because you
So
asked me initially why I thought it was flat, or how I came how I came to be a flat earther, and then he just basically told you why it's flat.
all right.
So what
So
do you guys think about that?
so I check. I wanted to check up on your perspective on how you became. I said I didn't come here really trying to like debunk stuff. I wasn't like,
Well, man,
oh,
I
hey,
just
Yeah, no
want to.
doubt, no doubt. But what did you think about what AI said? The guy that
what
just
AI said. I'm pretty sure there was a way to put it. I said because I said I can't really ask him a question not to debunk stuff. Let me finish.
what?
So I wasn't about to come in with whole bunches of evidence, proof, stuff like that. I didn't come in there like that. But what AI said, I'm pretty sure there was something. I'm not quite saying. I'm not saying this with 100% test, but I'm pretty sure there was something where because there was something with gravity and how gravity pushes down on the water, something with gravity, or obviously how the moon affects the sky, something like that.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, I'll accept your concept of gravity, right, in the fact that you alleged that it has to do with down. So keep in mind that I said we experience water this way, and you said water's held down. Okay, so down is down. If you drop something where you are that's denser than the air, it'll fall down. If I drop something where I am that's denser than the air, it will fall down. If I take a level and hold it level, it will be horizontal to that drop. If you take a level and hold it, it will be horizontal to that drop. Therefore, flat, right, level, horizontal, and vertical are the same for you as they are for me, in
Hold on.
congruence with the level of water. So the water in the planar nature of the earth is horizontal, and where we drop things is vertical. That is
Real
what we
quick, sorry.
experience. I will
Real
agree
quick,
with that.
really quickly. Sorry for interrupting you. I had to go. Real quick. I had to, and I came back, so I couldn't hear what some of you said. Can you please repeat some of it, or at least the past
Yep,
part?
no problem.
I said sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to state that.
Yeah.
So I
Well,
didn't want to
listen,
wait for you to get to the end.
you mentioned about gravity, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Are you recording
Okay.
us?
But all as we know is down,
Mm-hmm.
okay? And we know water's flat and level, and we know levels are horizontal and perpendicular to a plumb, which is up and down. It's the same for you as it is for me, okay? So that just proves that we, me and you, where we are, where I am and where you're at, we experience down as down, level as level, and water is flat and level. And it takes up 70% of the Earth's surface, therefore, Earth cannot possibly be a sphere.
All right, real quick. So if let's say this, how do you, if you don't mind me asking, how do you? Never mind. Let me just get straight to it. So, do you think it's hard to pit it?
Yeah, you bet it
So
is. It's like a nightmare, man. It keeps getting worse and worse. Go
no.
ahead.
So I want to just pit it like, would do you think we have infinite water or something like that? Because at what point do you think water would have ran out? Because
This
if the
shit's
Earth is
going
flat,
right over
Well,
this
there should be
guy's
a
head. Just going
no,
over
no,
his
no, no, no.
head.
Listen.
Way over his head.
No,
no.
real quick, listen.
Let me answer that. Let me
Yeah.
answer
Oh
that.
man, I was hoping I
Have
could.
you? What happens when you go to the beach?
How am I supposed to answer that question? I see water. No, I'm not trying to come with the attitude, but
Right.
I
No,
see
no,
water.
no. It's not. It's
Waves,
not an attitude. It's not an attitude.
I just want to make
I just
sure I'm
want you to
understanding.
know that I just want you to realize that every time you've experienced the beginning of the ocean, it was on a beach. So perhaps the ocean is contained, sort of like if it was some sort of oceanic basin, which, if you Google, there's an oceanic basin model. So it's not really as complicated as one would think.
So what you're basically trying to say is that Earth or the ocean is contained, basically. Best way to put the ocean is contained.
By the earth, yes.
Oh, okay.
All right. I have a question I would like to ask.
Like all bodies of water, you put some water in your hands to wash your face.
Really
You
quick.
fill up a tub. You fill up a pool. Then there are ponds. Then there are lakes, all which you know that there are boundaries to. Then there are seas, all of which you know there are boundaries to. You can see that on a map.
The
And then
reservoirs.
there's the ocean. So I would just assume that the ocean works like all the other bodies of water. That's all. It's not that crazy, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, but my friend, he was trying to say something. So Thanatos, would you like to say something now?
Yeah, I had a
Okay.
question. If you guys would be so inclined to answer me.
Mm.
Sure, go
Do you
ahead.
guys believe in gravity?
Which gravity?
Like gravity as the force that holds us onto the planet and makes things drop.
Downward force.
Gravity. Did you hear what AI said about it?
I did.
Okay. Well, as far as gravity being a force, see, when you have as a matter of fact, let me make it real simple. So George Musser, Scientific American publisher, uh, he says, and I quote, "Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as one." Reason being is because the idea that gravity is a force has been superseded over 100 years ago with the theory of general relativity and Einstein. So, number two, there's no scientific validation for gravity. As a matter of fact, Einstein nor Newton, they never proposed a hypothesis for gravity. So there's no hypothesis for gravity that we can even test.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, if you look up how to manipulate gravity, the first thing you'll find is that we have yet to figure out how to manipulate or control gravity, which means that you can't put it in an experimental setup, because in an experimental setup, you would have to manipulate the presumed cause, gravity, to get the effect.
Okay. Now my next question: if there, if that's the way you guys' stance on gravity, then how come when we drop something it goes down? How
What
come
happened? What
we are
happens?
bound to the
What
earth?
happens? Why does the balloon?
Well,
What's the gravity that's pulling the balloon up when I fill it full of helium?
mm. Yeah, I get the point he's making is not everything goes down.
No, I
We all
understand the
know.
point he's making, and my counter argument to that would be helium is lighter than air, and air
Right.
will force its way under the helium, thus pushing the balloon up.
Yeah,
Which
but
is
that's
What's
just
the opposite of
begging
that?
that's just begging the question, actually, for you to
What's
assume
the
that
opposite
the
of that,
air is.
though?
Hold on, guys.
Sorry.
To assume that there's just air that's forcing its way down, moving the helium balloon up, is just begging the question, because you're thinking that there's a force of gravity, when we all know that, especially with gas law and entropy, that gases expand in all directions until they reach uh, the volume limit or the boundaries of the container. As a matter of fact, that's a definition of gas pressure, the force exerted on the walls of its container. So when it comes to air, it will work the same way. So it's not going down by the force of gravity, because that would pretty much go against entropy, the law of entropy. And as a matter of fact, are you guys even looking in the chat?
I see
Currently,
Columbo.
no.
I see Columbo. I did
All
see
right,
your.
let me post this video. Where's this video at? Okay, here we go.
But I also had
Boom.
another question.
Another question.
Yeah, but you gotta act like the answers to these questions mean something to you. So you gotta take a little time with it, you
Like,
know.
it definitely means something to me. Like, I'm learning some very valuable stuff right now.
So you see this right here, and I wish I had my other citations right now, but just for the sake of being quick,
That's
What
good.
chapter
you
you
know,
putting this in?
there's no energy change. There's nothing other than the guy opening the valve and the gas. I'm assuming, what is that, bromine, going into the
Yep.
other chamber there. So this is what we mean. Like, gas just fills the available volume, and gravity doesn't affect it at all.
And it goes which way in that demonstration?
We're
So
not.
the point is, yes, there's density. There are things that are heavier than air. There are things that are lighter than air. But the premise that down, because there's nothing wrong with down, but what the claim really is that everything is pulled towards the center of the globe. Now, that's yet to be proven, right?
Uh,
It's yet to be proven. It's yet to be proven that it's a globe in the first instance in this conversation about whether or not the Earth is a globe. So we kind of can't use the things that we presume for a conclusion. That would be circular reasoning.
like I said, I had another question. Like, I'm not here to debate you or anything,
Keep,
because
keep
He
the
just
questions
glossed
coming.
right over that. He didn't even want to hear what you had to say.
no,
Spitfire, man. You're gonna
okay,
whistle
I'm
past
sorry,
that.
but again, I had another
I
question.
mean,
Like,
maybe I was long-winded and maybe it's
I
whack.
was listening. I
I
was
haven't
listening.
I haven't done I haven't done this in full in a minute, so I'm a little rusty. It's all right. Let him keep going.
Like, I was listening, but again, I'm
But
here to try and better understand the perspective of you guys. Like,
perspective.
excuse me if I'm being
Speaking of
disrespectful in any
perspective,
way.
how much do you
No,
know
it's
about
fine.
perspective?
It's fine. Just go ahead. What's your next question?
Right. So my next question is, like, again, with the gravity thing, why, when you go deep underwater, does the pressure enact its force on you in that manner? Like, you know how a little while ago with the submarine and everything and how it imploded because of the pressure?
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yep.
Could you guys explain to me why that happened?
You ever laid under 9 mattresses?
Poor design.
Hello, Larry. Get him, man. What'd you
Yeah,
say?
have you ever laid under 9 mattresses? Why is there so much pressure on top of you?
I've never laid
Mhm.
under 9 mattresses, man. That would be heavy. It'd be kind of.
Yes.
Okay,
Now,
so
could you explain to me
I mean,
why the mattresses are
you
weighing on me
you
at
don't
all?
think that's like a burden of proof reversal? Um, because like we said, there's no scientific evidence for gravity. It's not that we believe it. So you're basically saying, well, if gravity isn't a thing, then how comes there's pressure? Like with this whole submarine thing. Well, first of all, there is pressure, but
Big
the
time.
fact that there's pressure doesn't mean that the
Big time.
gravity that there's no evidence for exists.
hold on. We haven't even established what you mean by gravity, friend.
Hmm.
So the person asking about gravity, right? You're just assuming that we're going to know what you're talking about, but we don't necessarily know what you're talking about. So why don't you tell us what you think gravity is, and then we could answer how what you think it is applies or doesn't apply. For example, in the equivalence principle, right? If you tell someone that something's being pulled by an invisible force, they could just as equally present mathematics demonstrating that it's being pushed by an invisible force. So let's say, for instance, you claim gravity is something being pulled. Someone else could come along and say the mathematical equivalence is it being pushed. So who's right or who's wrong? The problem, friend, is that there's a misunderstanding between the term gravity in the sense of a phenomenon that we see in the real world, which is more dense objects, right, go down depending on the medium that they're in. Less dense objects go up depending on the medium that they're in. That's what we see. Now, if you want to call that gravity, just the name of the phenomena that we see, that's fine. But when you start to go into the causal mechanism for why this is happening, that is where you go into the realm of invalidatability. Just as Elijah mentioned to you, there's no viable hypothesis for gravity. So it's impossible to know the cause, which is why when professionals, right, who are science communicators and globe apologists are asked what gravity is, what it is, they say this: I don't know.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yes, we all know the phenomenon. Nobody knows the cause. So nobody's denying that things go down that are heavier and more dense than the medium that they're in. Nobody's denying that things rise up that are lighter and less dense than the medium that they're in.
We don't deny that stuff.
So demonstrating a higher pressure environment in the ocean is just more examples of the same phenomena that we all know. It's not validating the cause. So with
Not
that being
validating
said,
also
friend,
gravity.
does that help you on your journey to understanding the relevance of gravity to this situation?
Welcome to 21st.
I saw what you did there.
Um, so I'd like to say
I'd like to say
everything has gravity. Everything.
everything's got
And
gravity.
the bigger the object are typically bigger. You know, objects with more mass and density have.
Okay, define mass.
Can I
What's
finish?
mass?
No,
Like
Can you
instead
define
of
mass?
no,
Hold on. She asked you a question, man.
but
She
I
wanted to
wasn't
get
finished.
clear.
It's a
She
little
wanted to
rude
get
to cut
clear
me
on
off
I feel like
to ask me a
one of the
question.
words
really
you
quickly,
used.
I feel like it was fair. We gave y'all the respect to let y'all finish. It'd be reasonable for y'all to give us the respect to let us finish respectfully.
Dude, we give super respect around here, man. I just if
Oh
we
wow,
we're really like super specific too as well, because that's
Yeah,
why
I'm one
Well,
of the
you
people
guys,
server muting people when they
um,
talk over other people like me. So keep it up.
no,
Like
you guys, but you guys got to understand that the world is definitely they. You guys got to remember what it was like when we were globe earthers,
I
man.
know,
Like,
I
come
know,
on.
I know,
So,
I know.
chill out, chill out. Let them go through their thought process. Let him ask his question, even though it sounds like he didn't apply anything AI or I said to him with this next one. Let him go.
I like it.
even though I didn't apply what you guys said. You know what? I'm not going to address that right now because, again, like the same reason why I didn't answer the question is because I wanted to continue. So I'm going to go ahead and do that.
Mm-hmm.
What you gotta do?
We may not have a direct hypothesis or for what gravity is, but
Orange
we
salad.
certainly. Hmm?
Go
That
ahead.
guy, control yourself.
However, we've been able to observe and we've been able to test its properties. Is that inaccurate?
What is
What do you
it?
mean?
That
What do
that
you mean by
that's been the
we?
problem. That's
We
Okay.
are.
that's been,
A
we still don't
hypothetical
know what to.
it. And it's that has been observed not only on this earth, but when in the galaxy itself. Earlier, you guys mentioned what's it called? That the earth is not revolving around the sun and that we're revolving around whatever you guys said. But that is in fact just actually, no, I'm not going to say that. Let me backtrack a little bit.
Well, it's not our rhetoric. You know that, right? I just repeated back to you what the current academic standard is. Now, I don't believe in any of that horseshit, but just be careful because everything that I said is accurate to the academic standard that I guess a globe believer would be accepting. So don't make the mistake of assuming that any of that was my idea.
Okay.
Can I get in just for a second? Would you guys mind if I interrupt?
Um, Because he's still trying to get this idea of mass off. He still thinks that mass attracts mass and all of that. And I'm pretty sure I definitely went into how that wasn't validatable. And there's no phenomena, no naturally observed phenomena would that we could even begin to test in the first place. But I don't know exactly. I want him to feel like we're genuinely giving him genuine responses that he can't just dismiss or deny.
Please continue.
I would like to say I'm not trying to dismiss just because I don't necessarily address it or respond or alter my response and to take into accountability what you said. I'm not trying to dismiss it. Like I feel like y'all got that twisted. That's not what I'm trying to do.
All right, maybe I do. That's cool, bro.
Like we just do not believe the same things in this regard, and I'm not trying to alter you guys' viewpoints, and I'm not going to allow you guys to alter mine.
Well, you just got here, so that's yet to be. You just got here. That's
Hold
yet to be
on, dude.
determined.
Hold on. We already are off to a bad philosophical framework for this discussion. You just said you will not allow us to alter your point. What if we present to you evidence that requires an alteration of viewpoint in order to be consistent with the evidence? Would you then change your viewpoint, or are you consistent that you will not change regardless of the evidence?
I'm consistent that I will not change regardless of the evidence because every single time you guys provide your quote unquote.
Wow.
Wait, let me finish. Every time you come, you guys have your evidence. You guys question every single thing about the globe, about gravity, about masses, the way things attract to each other. But as soon as we poke a single hole in your logic and everything falls apart, you guys say you don't know, but you continue to hold on to that fallacious belief.
When did that?
I'm gonna respond to that by saying, don't be a bigot, because you didn't ask me not one thing, nor try to poke any holes in any logic that I have given so far. So I hope you're not being a bigot and thinking that all flat earthers are the same and flat earthers are just this one particular thing in which don't do that, bro. Like, I'm a new person. You're talking to me. AI is a new person. Everybody in here is new to you. You have no idea what this place is like. As a matter of fact, you're lucky that you're here because 99% of everywhere else is bullshit. But you can't say that every time you do jack shit because you haven't challenged anything that we've put forward yet, because we haven't really put anything forward except for the fact, yeah, I thought so. Except for the fact that water at rest is level, which is just an observation. I mean, he didn't try to refuse that.
Did
or
he
refute
drop? He dropped out, man. Damn. Poor guy. Feel bad for him, man.
He wasn't ready,
I
I
mean,
guess.
what was he doing here? He basically said, I'm here to not change my viewpoint, intentionally not allow you to change my viewpoint. So then why does he care about the answers to the questions?
Right. If
Yeah,
he was
like
shown a
starting.
video, if he was shown a video of me popping a balloon, and I said, "Did I just pop a balloon?" He would say, "No, you did
We
not."
got a lot of guys still. We got a lot of guys. We got Hypnos, we got Flip, we got
Flip. You got Flip?
Kisaki, we got Corin is still in here. I don't know
Corin, what's up?
who Kasura is.
Really quickly, I said earlier when we were in the what do you call it check, he said it best way. He just wanted to gain y'all perspective. He wanted to
Dude,
check on y'all
turn your mic
perspective.
up, man.
Okay.
Turn your mic up. Damn, you're low.
Is this better?
Yeah, it is better. Thank you.
So I said he just wanted to check for perspective. He wanted to see what's y'all perspective on your beliefs. That's the best way I can put it. That's
Well,
that's what he said.
number one, this isn't a belief server. We talk about empirical evidence, empirical being observable, testable, repeatable,
I believe, sir.
and verifiable. But here's the thing, though. If that's true, why is he asking us about your paradigm, aka mass attracting mass? So if you guys want to know what we think, you got to do better at asking questions about what we think.
Yeah, so, for example,
All right.
what he was trying to ask was, if the Earth is flat, how does a flat Earth fit into my globe paradigm? That's not a coherent question. Okay, I'll submit to you, my friend, if the Earth is flat, then the paradigm that you know is erased in the practical totality, almost reworked from the ground up, literally. So, for example, I'll submit to you, friend, that if the Earth's flat, and our other friend here who left was trying to say mass attracts mass, mass attracts mass doesn't negate the Earth being flat in any way, shape, or form, because like we already talked about, down is down wherever we go. So if gravity is simply down, then
Hold on,
ipso
I gotta do something real
facto,
quick. I gotta do something.
the
Hold
Earth
on.
is flat.
You got to do something. I want to speak to Kisaki. I don't know if that's really her picture, but if it is, hey girl.
Well,
The
he's
other
in the
half of the other
lobby.
picture.
He's in the lobby just saying all kinds of crazy shit. So go in there and talk to her.
I don't do the lobby. I just told y'all that. You're going to have to come up to the penthouse suite.
I don't know
Hey,
why it's so hard for people
which
to
is,
understand. Like, if
yeah.
I were a Glober, being who I was, and I came in here, I definitely wouldn't be trying to fit my paradigm of what I think everything is into what you think. Like, it's just not the way I would approach it. I would probably just sit in here and be quiet and tell you, I'm just here to listen.
I mean, I already eat. I look, on one hand, you guys might think it's like a super troll and this, that, and the third. On another hand, how they speak is exactly how my stepsons spoke about it. So there's a certain like you got to take it as genuine and then take your time, because we actually want them to think for themselves, because they to be real, they just think that we're retarded and what we think is retarded. We just have this belief system. That's what they think. We need to expose to them that it's not a belief system, that what they have is a belief system like we used to have.
Yeah. For example, our friend that just left, friends that remain, he started talking about gravity, and then started talking about galaxy, that we observe gravity in galaxy, and we know about gravity because of things at the distant parts of galaxies. It's like, who's ever been to a galaxy to validate anything that's going on there? I'll give you a hint. Nobody. So it's all conjecture, mathematical projection, right? So think about that. He believes that stuff. That's not validatable. It's not repeatable. It's not verifiable, right? It's not testable. It's all an interpretation, no different than a religion.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on Earth, meanwhile on Earth, water's flat and level, validatable.
Did somebody say Earth? I know a lot about it. Earth. I can check it out. I live on Earth. You can check it out.
Meanwhile, our other friend is trying to get in.
Earth. We live on Earth. Check it out. Easy.
Who's trying to get in?
We got Hypnos.
Misaki, Hypnos.
And Hank, Mr. Hank.
Do either of you want to?
We got Paresis. Paresis.
I mean,
People that wanted to listen, friend.
He says that we have.
People that wanted to be the ones interjecting should be paying attention to what's going on.
Yeah, hold
I'm
on.
back.
He opened his mic. Hold on.
No,
Let
I'm
him
not
know.
here to ask questions. I'm just here to think. I'm not to think, to hear what you think. So it's not like I've been here just absorbing of information.
Cool. So you know what? We could change the tact and actually like present some information. Like, what do you think, AI? Like, What about
I
going
don't know. I
on?
just want to see if Hank actually wanted to say something.
Oh, what's up, Hank?
Maybe he's away from his mic.
Hank, you there?
Larry.
Hank, Larry, Curly. Oh,
I yeah. And Corin is
the
back.
thing, he's kind of low. He's kind of low, right? Then he speaks, and then someone yields the floor to him, and then somebody else decides that that's their cue to speak, even though the floor was just yielded to the other person. It's rather annoying. Okay,
Yeah.
so if you always want to be interjecting with your voice, you need to pay attention to the tempo of the conversation, who's speaking, and what's going on. Otherwise, you haven't earned the right to speak yourself.
Exactly.
That's just the way it is.
Hey, AI, did you super glue your microphone somewhere else besides near you?
Why is it bad?
It's bad. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
it's kind of
great.
bad.
I can hear you.
Fine. All of the late night fucking radio host ass motherfuckers is always like, "Oh, your mic is
Your
bad."
mic is shit.
No,
What the
yours
hell's
sounds
wrong
great,
with you?
Elijah. For the 1 out of 99 times, now it sounds great.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. What about this? What about this?
Look who's
How's this
talking,
now?
Elijah.
Now your
You got
mic
no
sounds
room, Elijah,
beautiful,
for
AI.
mic talk shit. Man. No.
I put in the
All right.
second earpiece, which is more charged up. So I think once it goes below 10%, it starts to get really bad.
Yeah, I hate fucking Bluetooth. So yeah, all right. So we're gaining daylight. Get it? You know, you're losing. We're gaining because it's 3:24. So,
It's
um,
324, baby.
so what? Corin, did you have something to say? If not, can you? Is that your friend over there, Kasaki? I'm quite interested in what she has to say because at the very least, that's a very no. I'm interested in what she might have to say or any questions she might want to ask.
Till we get there's a bunch of new people in here, man. We got Xena.
Yeah,
I just let her breathe.
Paris wants to ask a question, Elijah.
Oh, she just
Paris,
opened
but
her
they,
mic. I didn't ask like three. Like obviously, I really wanted to ask a question. Can you give us some room?
Oh,
Well,
hurry up, Takasaki. You're up. Your mic's unmuted. Talk.
Say
Jesus.
hello.
Oh, okay.
There
So
you are.
I
Go
was
ahead.
I was wondering a question, right? You all seem to claim that gravity itself doesn't exist, and you go on this whole rant about whatever you're going about. But like, I have not seen a definite proof. Like, you have actually never. I've not seen a video, an example of you
I got
like
you.
a solid proof.
Are you looking in the live stream voice text right now?
No.
I don't think they
All
No,
are.
right.
they're
So
in the lobby.
if you look in
What?
the
What?
everybody else, chill the fuck out. Everybody else.
I'm telling you
Like,
where they're looking and typing. It's in the lobby. They need to be in the live stream voice text.
oh, okay. Do y'all know how to get to the live stream voice text? Is right above the live stream that you're talking in. That's where we're
Mm,
posting relevant stuff.
the thing
Okay.
that's there says on playlist suggestions, Red Pill Music and Cog this VC. That's it.
No, right above live stream. It's live stream voice text.
Every channel has its own voice text, or no, I mean text chat.
Yeah. I can take a picture of it right now and show you. It does not. It doesn't show me the chat.
She doesn't have any roles. That's
Because
why, dude.
it doesn't have any
Oh,
role.
damn. That's a little iffy. All right, if should I just go to the lobby then? Make things easier. Uh, whatever. Okay, why not? Okay. So here are two things that will support what I'm saying. So first of all, um saying that gravity is a force, that is the claim. What I'm saying is there's no validation for that claim, no scientific experiment, as a matter of fact, no valid hypothesis. I can share you a PDF of Newton's journal where, and I can share you Einstein's paper as well, and neither of them have a hypothesis in it. And a hypothesis is basically a supposition as to what natural phenomena is being caused by what. So you have a natural phenomena observed and you wonder what's causing that. That would be the independent variable in a scientific setup. So if gravity were real, we would be able to put it in a hypothesis to then be tested. So
Okay.
all I'm saying is no such thing exists. So when you say that there's like I have no cowbell or there's no backup for what I'm saying, I'm about to post it now.
Okay.
And I'm gonna read it and I'm gonna read it out loud. And I mean, we can go
So
further, but this is just right here on Google. It's pretty quick and simple. So look at this. Water and light are considered independent because they can be changed, while gravity cannot be changed and is therefore not an independent variable. Second one. Gravity is one of the most fundamental forces in nature. I would say that that's a baseless assertion, but anyway, it governs how objects move and interact with each other. Scientists have long sought to find ways to control gravity, but so far they have been unsuccessful. So, in other words, these two citations basically back up what I'm saying, that there's actually no valid way to prove the claim that mass attracts mass in the first place.
right. So could you send me the PDFs of their research, please? Because you said you had that on link, so I could read it.
I'll find it. I'll find it. It's the Principia. And what is
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. The Principia is not research about gravity. It's the formulation of the premise of mass attracts mass in the first instance by the man himself.
Right. That's
Oh,
what.
in other words, the authoritative source.
Yeah, exactly. So my point about the Principia from the man himself, Newton, the one who proposed the gravity. Did he even propose that it was a force? Because he damn sure did say, "Don't
Oh,
attribute that."
no. What he did is create a mathematical apparatus to explain if, and if, like a thought. And then at the end of it, he said, don't attribute mass attracts mass to me, because I, Mr. Newton, would say that anyone who believes this is lacking in their thinking faculties. That's from the guy who wrote the book, the guy who made the entire thing. So that being said, he carries a lot of weight in his opinions about it, Mr. Newton. Because remember, we while he's looking that up, we all share the same phenomenon, which is more dense objects in a medium go down towards the Earth, less dense objects in a medium go up away from the Earth. That's what we all experience. No one's denying that happens. What is denied is the alleged causes. Keep in mind, Newton's cause was not validated through systematic experimentation. Okay, the cause of gravity to date is not yet validated. Nobody knows what it is. Nobody can even create a hypothesis to even begin to test what it is. It simply is a phenomenon that we experience in our daily lives. So nobody's actually denying, quote unquote, gravity, that things go up and down.
Mm-hmm. Principles in classical. Damn. Newton's two. Would you know where to find it exactly? I don't know if I have the PDF.
Could one of you briefly speak about LIGO, where they supposedly prove the existence of gravitational waves? Because they did award the Nobel Prize for that, but as
Who
I
are you?
understand it, it was quite a joke.
Who are you?
Mike?
Yeah,
Still in?
sure. So LIGO, right?
Where is he at?
LIGO is a sensor machine that senses variations in certain things, right? Of which the things in which they're attempting to sense have a magnitude less than the electrical interference of the machine itself, meaning that they could not have possibly detected anything that they claimed they detected. Secondly, it's also rumored that they were on the cut of funding unless they come up with something, and then lo and behold, they spontaneously come up with something. Very interesting. So yes, LIGO's a mathematical wet dream at best.
Hmm. All right. So it looks like either I'm gonna have to get this. I don't know how to get it for free right now, and I don't have it down. Oh yeah. Never mind. Here it is. Hold up.
Looking for a specific quote.
No, I was just gonna send the whole thing
Yeah, I was gonna read it.
because she asked for it. Now you also got to look at Einstein's paper in what 1917 was it 1914 because he
Yeah.
don't have no hypothesis. See what you could read the whole thing, but what you need to look for first of all you need to know the the epistemology behind this, the philosophy behind it. So we're talking about the study of the physical and natural world. Now, in order to do that, we use the scientific method. Everything outside of the scientific method, but claimed to be science, that's actually pseudoscience. I know this word pseudoscience gets thrown around, but actually, what pseudoscience is anything that doesn't follow the scientific method when it comes to the physical and natural world. So, seeing is that gravity is supposed to be a phenomenon in the physical and natural world, then there should most definitely be a hypothesis that they then tested. And so that's the thing that I would say that you should focus on because if it really was science, then it'd be easy to actually find an experiment. And this is what I'm trying to expose to you guys because nobody's going to tell you this shit. They're going to try to game you and try to tell you, no, this is it. Like, I'm trying to give you the game to help you think for yourself. I'm not trying to tell you nothing, trying to make you believe anything. That's not what we're about. Like I said, this room is not about belief. It's about empirical data, science, about observation, testable, repeatable, validatable. That's what this place is about.
All right. Okay. Quick. After listening to all you said, you guys believe? Well, you don't believe in gravity like in its name and stuff, but you do believe in the concept, like some of the concepts of gravity that it provides.
Well, dropping something on the floor is not a concept.
I'm just saying, you believe, like you don't necessarily put a name to it, but you do believe that it does exist. You just don't want to put a name towards it because
No,
it's not necessarily proven.
no. We were very clear. First of all, the Earth is not a globe. Second of all, there's no there's no observation of mass attracting mass. However, mass attracting mass is the claim for gravity. That's the actual claim. So when we say things fall down on Earth, some professor will tell you what that actually is everything falling to the center of mass of the Earth. No, we don't believe that. You believe that. However, we all understand that things fall down.
Okay.
Yes. In other words, things falling down and rising up, depending on the differential density of the surrounding medium, is common human experience that can't be denied. All the stories about what's the cause of that is the things that can be denied. For example, like he said, inwards to a giant floating space ball. I will submit to you, my friend, and if you're honest with yourself, you will know this is the truth. You have never experienced inwards. You have only ever experienced down. Inwards is a story. Down is your experience.
The PDF is loading, by the way.
Okay.
I'll let you know when it's there. I'll
Now,
tag you.
now, my friend, I'm also going to submit to our other friends who had left and another guy. When someone tells you a story about what down is, you either believe it or you don't, but you don't experience it. You do experience down. So when I come around and say things fall down, we both agree that that is not a belief because we see it, we experience it. If I come along and say that thing falling down is actually falling inwards to a giant floating space ball, and you believe it, contrary to what you're experiencing, that is just a belief. So it's not the flat earthers that have the beliefs, it's the globe earthers that have the beliefs.
Well, I personally believe all humans things are beliefs, but you can go ahead. I agree that what I have is a belief, but I also agree what other humans have is a belief. So
You'll get there. I I I there's no need to split hairs there, because we would say, well, as far as this topic is concerned, we're void of beliefs. We have beliefs. Like I'm not saying that I don't have any beliefs, but everything is not a belief. Some things are truth. Uh, things that don't change, things that are objectively true. um i- is there isn't this subjective, you have your truth, I have my truth kind of deal. Like, for instance, certain things like a chair, like if you're laying down, you're just laying down, that's objectively true. If you have a chair and you're sitting in a chair, matter of fact, forget sitting in the chair, you look at a chair, you have a chair. It is a chair. You have a basketball. You're you're holding it. You're holding the shape of a sphere. These would be, hypothetically, things that are objectively true. Now, the earth is claimed to have a shape. Now, that shape is a sphere. Now, that is an objective statement, which means that there's an objective way to validate it. There wouldn't be this opinion kind of thing. It would be a either it is or it isn't kind of thing, because it's not science. That's number one. It's about geometry. What the Earth is, since they claim that it's a globe, that deals in geometry. It has, because it's a what is question. What is the Earth? Science usually science deals with how, why questions. Like, how is this phenomena happening? Why is this phenomena happening? Like we discussed with
right.
hypotheses. Two different two different categories. Now, I would love if we would get into the geometry, because that's basically where the debunking of the globe really sits. And I'm hoping that we can get there, because usually people, it's such a huge topic that we stay in this whole philosophical, could be this, could be that conversation, when really that's what TikTok does. Yeah, I'm pretty sure y'all didn't come here for the TikTok arguments. Y'all came here for the real shit, right?
yeah, I came here to understand opinion because again, I'm well, I didn't mention this before, but I am um in philosophy right now, and I am just trying to do research. So please go
That's
ahead.
what's that's what's up.
So, absolutely. So in philosophy, you learn about logic, rules of logic, contingent necessities, propositions, things like that. So, for example, there's a claim out there that the Earth is a globe, right?
Yes.
So a globe is essentially a spheroid, and a spheroid requires a 360-degree curved surface that wraps back in on itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the Earth is allegedly covered with 70% of the surface being water. Now, very simple axiom of everyday experience is that bodies of water are flat and level. So much so that this is essentially folklore and established in Axiomatic sayings like water seeks its own level, water finds its own level. You see this across cultures throughout human history. This is what humans experience, that water's level. So if water is flat and level and it makes up 70% of the known territory of the Earth, then that means that 70% of the territory isn't curving. And since a sphere must have continuous curvature over the entire surface, and 70% of the surface can be demonstrated not to be curving, there's no way it can be a sphere. So if that's the case, then conversations about gravity, conversations about what's going on in the sky, conversations about the seasons, conversations about anything else become irrelevant because the proposition has already been negated in the first instance by disproving contingent necessity that must be present in order for the thing to be a sphere. If the water is not curving, then the thing is not a sphere. It's that simple.
Okay. Uh, I'm gonna go muted so I can read this, but y'all can unmute someone else for now.
All right, thank
Absolutely,
you.
but I hope you take what I said on board, that if it's the case that water, the continuous surface water of the Earth, can be demonstrated not to be curving, then that falsifies the globe proposition immediately and in totality. So consider that while you read.
Okay.
Oh, I also posted an image. I added definition for level. Even, flat, not having one part higher than another, having no inequalities, parallel with the free surface of a liquid at rest. For some reason, people think, oh, flat earthers are talking about water at rest, blah, 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 blah. But that's just what, I mean, we're just going off of what the definitions say. And it's like people think, I don't know what they think. Like, because if they would just look, they would realize that this shit is all around them. Like I said, I became a flat
The way
earther
you
trying to
posted it in the lobby, Elijah?
yeah, I'm going ham in the lobby. I've never posted here before, so now I'm like gun happy. I'm like, let me post
Cool.
everything.
Okay.
So yeah, even, flat, not having one part higher than another, having no inequalities, parallel with the free surface of a liquid at rest as a level surface, horizontal, not ascending or descending, as a level floor, level road, blah 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 blah. Even with, of the same height or on the same line or plane with something else as level. Oh, that was kind of different. Level with his ability, so it's talking about something else. Anyway, so you know how people like to say, well, the raindrops are spherical, which they're really not. They're more like teardrops. Um, or drops of water. Well, first of all, remember the definition talks about uh the free surface of a liquid at rest. So what we're typically talking about are bodies of water. So I posted types of bodies of water. Notice how out of all of these bodies of water, none of them is a drop of water. Okay, because obviously, like, this is the kind of level of this is how low we have to go for people who would be like, well, what about a drop of water? Like, it's like, no, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a body of water which could be as small as a pond or even a puddle for that matter. Then I also included some images of the oceanic basin just to give people an idea of what that would look like, because you got the continental landmass on
Mm.
both sides. So you have obviously you got your landmass on one end, and then you got your landmass on another end, probably on another continent, right? And in between, what you have at the bottom of these seas are what we call abyssal plains. And that makes up the breadth of, or most of, the oceanic floor. And they're the most flattest pieces of land underwater there is. And on top of that, you got uh the plains on the earth, like the Bolivian salt flats. That's another thing I wanted to get into, specular reflections and things like that. But I don't want to like ramble on too quickly, and I don't know what people are into. I want to go as slow as possible because I got a couple hours before work. But yeah. So
Okay. I'll take what you guys have said and put it in mind as I'm reading this and also looking further into other research. But again, I was never here to argue. I was just here to understand your reasoning behind stuff, and that's simply it.
for sure, nobody wants to. What we say all the time is it's not even a debate. Is most definitely not. Like you can't call it a debate. But yeah, we don't want to argue with anybody. We're not like, well, yeah, it does happen in here, but we don't want to argue with people. People who want to have a casual conversation with us, we'll gladly give them all the information we have.
Yeah, that's all I wanted. I'm going to go read this and keep the things you said in mind and also look up on those. Uh if you could AI, could you I forgot. It was never mind. I'll figure it out myself. But thank you guys. I'm just gonna go on mute right now.
You have access to the whole server if we give you VC verified. You can check out every single thing they've talked about in the channels below.
Okay.
So yeah, it's like a from A to Z type deal with a wealth of stuff. You guys didn't even get into, the laser tests. You didn't get into a lot of, again, having to do with the geometry or lack thereof. Celestial navigation. There's a ton of things that directly prove um that the Earth is just definitely not a globe. It's most definitely a horizontal plane. We don't have to get into none of the religious stuff, none of the hypothetical stuff, none of the shit that TikTokers do. That's not what we're about, even though we could, but we just like, definitive things rather than it could be this, it could be that. Nah, this is where the globe dies. I love this place. Anyway, um, who else? Hypnos, how you enjoying the conversation so far?
It's been good so far. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's I think from what I understand, it's like for what you experience is what's true, right?
Yeah, pretty much. What you experience is what's true. That's what you know to be true knowledge. What you experience directly.
And that's like the basis, or is it higher? Is that something more simpler than that?
That's where it begins.
That's where it begins. Yeah, like if you don't, either you know something or you know of something. Those are the only two choices you have.
Mm.
If you really think about it, did we go to the moon? That's something people know of, which means how do you know? You don't know. You know of, but how do you know that what someone else claims to know is true or not? People take that stuff for granted. They take it for face value. They don't really ask questions like that. Well, that's not how we roll around here. We like to ask a lot of questions.
Mm.
Yeah,
I don't have any.
I'm sorry.
Who else is here? Who's Paris? Is Paris? I'm
Paris has a
pretty sure.
question.
What's up, Paris? What you got? Warning, I like to talk a lot, so maybe let's not talk.
Oh,
So
there you go. I
listen,
can talk now. Yay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's going on? What's going on?
Hi, guys. Hi. It's nice to hear you guys' conversation. It's actually very interesting. I've never gotten into the explanations and the ideas and certain perspectives in regards to flat Earth, but
Mm-hmm.
because of that, I don't really know much. But I do have a question, and it is, I guess you can say, a baby question. But me
Go for it.
personally, yeah. Okay, so it's a genuine question. If the Earth is flat, how do we not fall off when we pass the edges? just like when mankind discovered the Earth wasn't flat by sailing beyond the horizon.
So the horizon is not a physical location, it's an optical it's the optical limitation of your view where the sky and the land appear to converge and meet. So I know teachers have told us that, i- if the earth was flat, Columbus, well, people back then thought it was flat, and people thought that if they went into the horizon, that they would sail off the edge of the earth. But we don't know if that's really true now, do we? We just know that our teachers told us that. As far as people falling off the edge, again, we've never. Who knows where the edge is? Because I know where the edge of the ocean is. It's called a beach. Nobody's falling off the edge of a beach or a lake unless they're falling into the ocean or a pool or something like that, right? So now what the limitations are and where they are, we don't know. Again, earlier I explained that we can't actually, even if we were so curious, go beyond 60 degrees south of the equator. Why? Because for some reason, all of the governments that are beefing, telling us that we have to go to war, giving us this propaganda. I know y'all seen all the news clips where like all fucking like just a whole montage of clips where they're all saying the same thing. All of these people that are beefing with China, Russia, all of these other superpowers, they came together and they put a treaty together, and basically put in place laws that stipulate that we can't go beyond this degree beyond the south of the equator. So even if we wanted to explore where the edge could be, we're not capable, unless we want to get the armies, foot up our ass. So, or the Navy. My bad, y'all. Don't sue the Marines, whoever the fuck. I don't really
It's
know.
maritime. It's maritime. But we're talking about international water, so it's maritime.
Oh, thank you, Flatzer. I just exposed to you how I know nothing. Like,
So I wanted to make sure if I understood what you just told me.
mhm,
So that the horizon is more so of just a perception of what we perceive as the sky and ocean touching. And
mhm,
you also said that we don't know the edges of the earth.
mhm.
Okay. And what were you trying to say in regards to the government? Were you saying like they're trying to not allow
You
us to?
can't. We can't go beyond 60 degrees south of the equator.
Oh, is that what they're
It's
saying?
yeah, it's
That,
called the Antarctic Treaty. You can look it up.
Okay. What is it called? Hold on, let me write
The,
that down. Never heard of that before.
the Antarctic Treaty. Right before, or was it right before the NASA was even created? They had this treaty, or right at the same time in history.
well,
Thank
look at what happened was for those history buffs out there. What happened? Matter of fact, AI, you still there? All right. Well, what happened was somewhere in 1957, before NASA was formed, the government was doing tests on. First of all, what's his name? No, before Admiral Byrd, it was this guy Cook who did some navigation across the seas, and he navigated around Antarctica, which took him basically 3 years. And so I guess that led to the exploration of that region where Admiral Byrd said that there was more land beyond south, beyond what we would have thought there to be. And then they started doing tests, started shooting rockets into the sky, which they call Operation Fishbowl for some reason. Um, and then I guess after that, NASA was formed and this Antarctic Treaty was formed. And we weren't able to independently explore this area, or at least we right now today as it stands, we can't explore this place if we wanted to. If all of us were rich and we were celebrities and we were like, yo, we want to go beyond this point, it's not happening. So that's all we know. We'd love to know where the edge is at, man. Like, yeah, don't get it twisted.
Yeah.
If there was an edge, we'd like to know.
Oh, so in regards to that, you did state that, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said that there are no limitations as to, well, hold on, let me step back a little bit. So I have a question in regards to what you just told me regarding the edges of the earth. You claim that we don't know where the edges are at, or, well, do you believe there are edges? I just want to get this straight.
We
Well,
don't
here
know.
I'm gonna.
We don't know the extent of the extremities of the earth. No.
Okay.
Can I at
Okay,
least say
so
one thing?
and then it comes into question, the map that you see. As you know, there are like different maps mapping out as to how the flat Earth comes to be. If we don't know the edges, then I question the maps that are out there.
All of the maps are derived from the same data set. You know that? Every single one. Because guess what? We only have one Earth. Now, these maps that depict an entire view of the world, each and every one of them are to some degree inaccurate, especially the further south you get. Now, people who take a map or an image of the earth, meaning when I say image, like some sort of artistic rendition, and they say this is the earth, that's just a reification fallacy. So write that down, look that up too. So that's the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. Basically, you take some sort of abstract idea and you treat it as if it's real. None of us here use any maps to say this is the world and this is how it is. What we do know, however, is that all of the maps in the world that are made are derived from the same data set. And when I say the same data set, basically we use there are different ways to make maps. You can use land masses. You can also use the sky. That's why we have something called the celestial sphere, because they use basically the positions of the stars in the sky, like our ancients did, to map out how to navigate the ground. But it's all coming from one data set. So in essence, all of the maps are actually variations of the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, there's no such thing as this is a globe map, this is a flat earth map. That stuff is garbage. That stuff you find on TikTok. AI, if you can explain it better, if you want to put something in there, you can. Now y'all got, come on, Jamie Foxx, really?
Oh,
You're
one of
When you hit
her
them the most, they vanish.
one of her
yo,
specific questions was, what about circumnavigation? Well, if I go out of my house at the back door and I walk all the way around and get the mail at the front door, and then I walk back to the back door, is my house a globe? Well, the answer is obviously no. I just went in a circle and arrived at the same location. So if you look at a map oriented with a fixed point in the center, right, and the continent splayed out from the center, it's easy to understand how you can travel from one continent and end up back at the other, right, without having to have the Earth be a ball. So it's not necessarily true that circumnavigation means the Earth is a ball.
Oh, thank you. No, my question was because he said that we don't know where the edges. Ugh, I'm sorry, I'm tripping over my words. We don't know where the edges are at on the Earth. It's basically saying that we don't know exactly how the flat Earth is kind of is like its whole entirety, like its whole entirety form. We don't know the
well,
limitations to it or so on. So I was just saying in regards to that, well, if you're saying that you don't really know exactly how it's like the edges and so on, then how am I supposed to really take the the map of the flat Earth to be like a kind of way or an idea as to how it is, and we don't even know
You're
how
not.
straightforward. But as he did say, maps are maps are
Reification fallacies if you're going to take it to be a snapshot of the Earth. Yes. Reification fallacies if you're going to take it to be a snapshot of the Earth. As a matter of fact, you can probably find citations that like if you look at the fallacy of reification, one of the examples that they use are maps.
Mm-hmm.
So
I know I agree with you in regards to maps, and I believe that all the maps that you see are not exactly accurate.
I don't think she
No.
knows what a reification fallacy is.
no,
Well,
I told her
no, he's
I told her to look it up and like write it down, Google it, and I also explained earlier. So they're okay because I realize that there are others that are listening in, probably trying to Google research and stay abreast of the conversation. So I'm trying to give as much information as I can so that everybody listening can follow.
I don't
Seems
think
like
she did.
yeah. Thank you.
When
Could
you
you
said
tell me that?
Antarctic Treaty didn't stick because she's still talking about going to find the edges.
There's
No,
no
I
edge.
was in regards to what he said back then. I was just going back to
Look,
that.
to be clear about Antarctica, there's no map. It's not mapped. We don't believe it's mapped. We don't know what's in Antarctica.
Can I
The
address
map that you
something?
have, we believe is wrong.
I guess I could
Okay.
go off and speculate a little further, but not even speculate. This is the honest to God truth.
Sorry,
You can't.
Elijah. Sorry, I just wanted to.
No,
Can we hear?
understand.
Can we hear Flatsy
Oh my
Klein,
God.
please? She's been trying to say something for a few minutes, gentlemen.
Oh yeah. Go ahead,
Thanks.
Flash. My bad. And
No, you're fine. I was just going to address the edges question that she had. We here, because of antecedent relationships and things that are verifiable and testable and falsifiable, all that, due to an antecedent relationship, we do know that there can't be just an infinite plane there, but there also can't be edges because there's gas pressure that we breathe here in the air. So there has to be, by definition of gas pressure, a container for the gas to press up on the walls of to even have gas pressure. So we know that it's finite. So there can't be any edges to fall off here and there because it has to be a contained system. That's all I wanted to address.
I
I'm
disagree.
sorry. I don't think I fully understood what you were saying. I think the
Yeah.
only thing I got out of that was there's a barrier, but I could have misinterpreted what you said. My apologies if so.
Correct.
No, I'm just saying that
correct.
the Earth can't have some edge like you're thinking in your mind. You would think that you could fall off or whatever.
Yeah.
I was addressing the fact that it has to be finite because we have gas pressure that we breathe here, and the definition of gas pressure is that the gas will fill the available volume and press on walls of the container, and that's the antecedent relationship of gas pressure is a container. So.
Yeah.
Okay,
Now,
but can it go on indefinitely?
how she just explained that finite doesn't mean indefinite, does it? Those are antithetical to each other, isn't it, Godric?
What?
Right, but no, indefinite means you don't know.
No,
Infinite means
indefinite.
forever. Finite means
Indefinite.
it ends.
Indefinite. Hold on.
There's three
Let me.
definitions.
Indefinite is uncertainty.
Hold on. I could. Am
We
I
don't know
wrong?
what. We
And
don't
by
know how
the
far it
way,
goes.
Listen, you're both wrong and you're both right. That's my decree. So let it be
Oh,
written. So let
yeah,
it
yeah,
be
okay.
done.
Indefinite is a good word. We don't know how long, how far it is, but it is. But like he said, we're both right. It's definitely not infinite. It is finite. We just don't know where that is.
Right. So listen, just to bring you guys all up to speed, in common language, indefinite is used when it's unknown. Indefinitely is generally used. For example, I've laid off indefinitely. That usually has the connotation that you're never going back to work. So when people use the word indefinitely, they often think of Just keep on and keep on and keep on. So that's what I mean by you were both wrong and you were both right.
Yeah, he did say indefinitely, right? Because I typed in indefinite, and then that satisfied me. But indefinitely says for an unlimited or, but I don't like that unlimited part. But anyway, I will say this. Funny enough, you go on Google Earth, and you could look up pretty much anything. You could zoom into like the weirdest places and find like little weird shops and shit where you're like, oh, this is cool, indigenous peoples and whatnot. You know, the one place you can't do that with, Antarctica.
True.
So
And also, I want to write down that fallacy. I know you explained it. What was the name of it again? I have the treaty down, and then you
R
also gave the name of the fallacy.
Reification, reification.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the conversation. Thank you guys very much.
You're welcome.
And for the record, there's no edge that we know of. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah, we went over that.
She was asking about an edge. There's no known edge.
I know. I just spent like 20 minutes talking about that. Am I still in lobby? I was like, yo, what's up, XO? And then I'm like, oh wait, I'm still in Trollsville. Hold up.
Well, it was nice talking to all yins tonight.
Oh,
You wanna ask him any questions, Flatsy, or anything you
I'm
wanna
gonna
share?
no, I'm just gonna go to bed. But I wanted to say it was nice meeting all of them and nice talking to all of you who I've been talking to for this long.
thank you. It's nice talking to you too.
Yeah.
I have one more question. Uh, what's the name of that treaty again? I want to make sure that I spelled it right.
Well, Antarctic Treaty.
Oh, Antarctic. Yeah. Thank you.
hmm Yep. The Antarctic Treaty was signed in Washington on the 1st of December 1959 by the 12 countries whose scientists had been active in and around Antarctica. Yep.
And why would there be 12 countries or scientists in Antarctica?
Damn, 12 disciples. 12 is a really interesting. Anyway, I ain't gonna get into that, but you just bust my head because I was talking about the number 12 last week or this week. Damn. Mm.
Why would there be science going on in the most inhospitable place in the world that you can't do in your own backyard?
Yeah. I gotta find a way to like revamp my Selenilian eclipse argument. Need some diagrams or something. Hmm. Damn, it's too late to go to sleep now. I'll never get up.
Now you got to go all the way around, bring it and go to bed on time next time.
Man, the 36-hour day worked wonders in college.
That's crazy, bro. I get 2 hours of sleep and I'm good.
Hey, if you could do it, bro, more power to you.
Getting too old for that shit. Of course, I'm still gonna have insomnia, but I'm still getting too old for that.
You gotta teach your body to take cat naps, man. Learn from cats.
And I'm messed up. I sleep whenever I get a chance to.
Yeah. I feel like we've done God's work.
Who
Got a
was
couple
that?
noobs in the lobby. Oh, sorry, got it.
Who was that we were talking to? The nice lady. Because she's been on here before, no?
Oh, are you referring to me?
Yes, yes. What was your? I didn't see
Oh, okay.
your name light up.
Are you talking about when I was conversating with him, or just now? Before I
Just now. What do we call you?
Pardon? You
What
said
is
you
your
saw me
name?
light up, but I was. Oh, what is my name?
Yeah,
Nicola.
Nicola. Welcome.
Thank you. And as I said, it was nice talking to you guys, and it was very interesting in regards to the things that you're saying. I did learn. I learned a lot, and it has opened my mind. It has opened my mind because many things I heard in regards to flat Earth that it kind of didn't really add up to me. But being here and hearing what you guys have to say, it does make a lot of sense and did open up my mind.
Well, next time you have to ask about the geometry so that you know directly why the Earth is a globe. Because in order for you to know why it's not a globe, you have to know what the geometric considerations are and what the claims are and what the expectations are.
Yeah, see, I believe that the Earth is a sphere. I grew up on that, but I will confess that I've had this one question. I've had this one question for the longest that I have not found the answer to, and that question is: if the Earth is a sphere, then how does uh how does gravity work? Like, it's very questionable if you understand where I'm coming from. Like, I've always thought about, well, what about the people who are like on the sides of the earth, anywhere but on top of it? Like, how do they not just fall down? If you understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, that's what gravity does. It allows something that ridiculous to make sense to a child. That's why they teach it to us as children. They say, "Hey, you live on this ball." Even a kid knows, huh? That's dumb. How do we all live on that ball? There are people who live under there, and then they introduce to you this idea where gravity actually allows you to all stand on this earth no matter what orientation on the earth you sit. But like I said, there's no scientific evidence of this, nor is the earth a globe. So the only problem for gravity is if I mean the only necessity for gravity in that sense is the earth being a globe in the first place. And like I said, the next time you come back, we can talk about the actual geometry of the globe and the lack thereof, so we can kill that idea once and for all, because it most definitely is 100% not a globe. And we've all, I won't say we've all, a lot of us have directly uh, disproved that.
Gravity has another problem. It doesn't make any common sense because they say gravity mass attracts mass, and it pulls you to the center, right? But how does that make sense? Because let's say you weigh 200 pounds on the surface of a ball. So this ball is giving you your 200 pounds of weight, right? But if you submerge yourself into this ball, let's say you go down into the earth, right? Now what's happening is this ball that gives you this weight of 200 pounds, now you have earth above your head. And the more you go down, the more mass is above you, and then that's going to pull you upwards. So now your weight's going to get less and less and less the more you get to the center of this ball, because now the mass that supposedly gives you weight, pulling you down, is now pulling you back up because it's above you. And the moment you get to the center of this ball, now you're weightless, because now all the mass that gave you the 200 pounds of weight when you were on the surface, now is you're in the center of this ball. Now all that mass is around you, pulling you back outward. So the gravity idea is not sustainable. It would, once you get to the center, you would just be pulled back out. So that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but
Correct me if I'm wrong.
You explained it. I mean, I only heard the end of what you said, but it sounded pretty correct. So I don't know why you said it won't work. That was a pretty correct explanation.
What I'm saying is you
Thank you.
would have zero weight in the center of a sphere, because all the mass is on the outside, is around you, pulling you back outward.
No,
So how is it pulling you to the center?
If you have zero weight, then you're not being pulled anywhere.
What I'm saying is, if you get submerged into a sphere, your weight goes less and less and less, because that mass that's supposed to pull you down, like if you were on the top of a sphere, is now being reallocated, because you're moving position all around you, pulling you back out to the surface of this ball. So this gravity idea is not sustainable, because the moment you started going into the sphere, you would be pulled back out, because what? Because gravity.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter
Nothing would come
because
together.
nobody lives in the center, so it's irrelevant.
It wouldn't be sustainable. Nothing would clump in the center of anything.
Well, that depends.
You know,
That's how I thought about it. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, a lot of the problems with a lot of these presuppositions, right, about the nature of the Earth involve, is the Earth created in place, or is it created through processes in nature at large? And then how would it be functional with those processes and all this stuff? But anyway, I don't know if, did Nicola leave or
Oh
Paris?
no,
Yeah.
I'm still here. I know you guys feel talking. I'm
Yeah,
here.
I wanted to offer you a thing to think about, which is so when you were a child, you've seen it, but I just want to mention it to other people that kids develop a two Earth theory in their minds because they know from firsthand experience that they experience the world as flat, stationary, and level. It's not until they're told that it's something else that they can't experience, right? That they start to develop mental constructs to try to jive these two paradigms together. And this just explains some of that. So, in other words, that intuition that you have that if the earth was a ball, things would fall off, it's exactly the intuition you should have. Because everywhere you go, you experience flat and level, up and down. Nobody, not one human being, has ever experienced inwards towards the center of a ball. Not one. The only humans that could even allege to have experienced that would be the ones that went to the moon, allegedly. Everybody else can never claim that they've experienced going inwards towards the center of a ball. They can only claim that they've gone up and down, up and down. Everywhere they go, it's up and down. Our friend Kosho here would love to tell you a lovely story right? About how things are pulled to the inwards of a giant space ball. But again, nobody experiences that, and all we experience is down. So while his story might be fanciful and eloquent, it remains a story nonetheless.
What's up, Cocho?
What's up, Godric? That was very nice of you, by the way. What you said was I
You
I
like
didn't
that?
cut that out.
You like that show, Journey into the Center of the Earth?
With The Rock? No, not really.
That's not your kind of movie.
No, there was another movie called The Core, where they try to go to the core, and there's another movie called what was it? Total Recall, the new one, where they travel like to
Yeah.
China, and he got like you know what I'm talking about, when they go through that like thing, and they actually travel to the center, like gravity switches or whatever.
I saw a movie where they were going to the core and they were hitting like huge ass diamonds. It was like mountains of diamonds. They had to navigate around those in the earth, deep in the earth. Cool shit, right?
Yeah, that was the one with Brendan Fraser. I think that was Journey to the Center of the Earth.
I thought that
Yeah.
was The Rock. I was okay. That's probably wrong. That probably was Brendan Fraser. The Rock's probably in a different. Oh, he's from like something like Blue Mountain or something.
Oh, I
Yeah,
have a
God, I'm gonna make a
question.
picture. But
I have a question. One more question before I go. If that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So this question is regarding night and day. So when it comes to the Earth being a globe, you know how when the Earth one side of the Earth faces the sun and the other side doesn't. The one facing the sun is daytime, and the other side is not facing the sun, it's nighttime. How would you explain daytime and nighttime if the Earth is flat and there's no side not having sunshine and the other one do? If that makes sense.
Well, you just answered the question yourself. You said some parts of the earth get sunshine and some don't. So there's the answer.
Let me try. Okay, so you have if you look down the street and see these street lamps, if you can see like 2 or 3 blocks, you notice the lamps appear to get shorter as you get farther out, and they kind of
Mm-hmm.
angle downwards to the ground, and the light, the lamps angle downward. Which way does the angle of the top of those lamps? Which way is the angle towards?
Okay, I see.
Which
Oh
way
yeah,
is it
I see
leaning
what you're
towards the
trying to
ground?
say. It's like eventually the light just dies off.
Right.
Exactly.
Eventually, you won't see the street lamps are going to eventually vanish into the horizon, and that happens on a flat plane.
Right. That's okay. Now listen to what he just said. Now look into the live stream text of the GIF that I just posted.
Yeah,
So I want you to notice that this is an Earth represented in a flat way with a hemispheric dome over the top of it representing a medium and a single light source, right, that doesn't illuminate the entire surface of the Earth. Now, I'm not saying this is exactly what's going on. I'm just saying that this clearly demonstrates that a singular light source can be above a surface yet not illuminate the entire surface.
okay.
So a common argument is if the sun was above the Earth, it would light up the whole Earth, but that's not necessarily true.
Okay, I was gonna say it because it's like, well, if that's the case, if it's on top of the Earth, then how do we have our seasons? But thank you.
keep in mind that the path of the sun is still the path of the sun. It goes through the tropics. The Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Capricorn, the solstice, all of these things. The sun still takes a differential circuit over the surface. So that means that certain parts of the Earth get more light and more heat than others throughout the year, and that is sufficient to create a differential that would, help the seasons. So, in other words, in the globe model, the seasons are caused by the relative position of the sun to the earth. And if the earth was flat, the seasons could just as equally be caused by the relative position of the sun to the earth.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you guys have these lives very often? Or how often do you guys do these lives? If I may ask.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Oh, gee, okay.
Hence the name of the server, 24/7.
Oh, you're alright, huh?
Yeah.
Well,
And we stream it on YouTube. It also goes out to Twitch, DLive, and a couple other platforms.
okay,
Now,
thank
look,
you.
depending on when you come, there'll be more or less people. There might be people you want to talk to, might be people you don't want to talk to, might be different topics. So it's hit or miss. Just show up when you think you want to and see what you can get or what conversation you can get going.
Okay. I see someone said that the sun is much smaller than the earth.
Oh yeah, I say so definitely.
Let me ask you this question, my friend.
Yeah, sure.
When you look up into the sky, does the sun look bigger than the earth?
No.
Well, that's a hint, right?
Well, that's to say distance. Like you take distance
Okay.
out of the equation.
Yeah, sure, but the thing is this. When you look up into the sky, the sun is most definitely looking smaller than the earth.
Well, yeah, that's you can use the same logic as saying an airplane. When the airplane's in the sky, it looks smaller than what it actually is, and that's because of the distance.
Yes, but there's a difference between an airplane and the sun. Do you know what that difference is?
I'm saying they have the same concept.
Yes, but there's an extra piece of knowledge that we have about an airplane. And that is we have tangible access to the airplane on the ground and we know its dimensions. And we also
Oh.
know, because we piloted the airplane up, how far we left from the earth. So we have these factors of knowledge that we don't have for the sun.
Mm-hmm.
So when you look up and see an airplane, because you know the size of an airplane, because you've seen an airplane on the ground, right? You know that it's a large object that's far away. With the sun, you don't have that same information.
Okay, I see what you're trying to say.
We do have, however, for the sun is an angular size. Basically, when you look up, you can, take your fingers and spread them apart, right? And say, okay, that's the edge of the sun and that's the bottom of the sun as I see it in my vision. So we do have that accessible piece of information. But as you just said, with angular size relationships, the object could be any size along those angles. It could be a bajillion miles away. It could be a snooberdillion miles away. It could be any amount of miles that fits that angular size.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, by the way. It's getting late. I am gonna head out, but I really do appreciate the information you guys provided in the conversations. It was very informative. Definitely not what I tend to hear so often. But that's what makes it very interesting, and it does provide more knowledge, and it does it does provoke me into questioning questioning both, the idea of the Earth being flat and the Earth being a globe. So, thank you for that. And I definitely don't regret joining the server. I thought I was just gonna join and then dip, but I'm actually interested. I do choose to stay in the server a little bit longer. I don't know how long, but who knows? But thank you all again. You guys have a wonderful night and God bless. Thank you.
Okay, Nicola, you're always welcome.
Oh, what's this one? Oh, another Magdome? Sweet. Sweet. Oh, thank you. Mr. Resolve, thank you, because I needed that one. Mr. Resolve, you know why I needed that one? Because the other one that I had, I didn't have the part where it validates that it's actually a hemispheric dome, and some of the people argue that it's actually a globe. That the Magdome example of the light is actually on a globe. Oh, man. These dudes be grasping at straws, bro. Oh man. Sophia. That's an interesting name. Sophia. Oh.
Hey guys.
Oh.
Yeah,
Plus,
hi
not like
everyone.
concerns. Hello.
Yeah,
Hello, how
you
are
said
you?
my name. Good and you?
Thought it was a cool name. Also, you seem new to the server.
Yeah, I've been here for a while. I just haven't been in the server for a bit.
Okay. Alright. If you want to talk about anything, or any questions, or just listen to nobody asking questions, either one.
I got a question. Is Godric here?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, Kosho?
I made you that picture, bro. I made it for you because fond of you and the thing you said about the inner Earth and the gravity and everything. Do you see the picture I made?
You drew a picture for me?
Yeah, yeah. And do you see it though?
Yeah. Yeah, pulls you down, pulls you out. Yeah, so
Yeah, the first one is you being on the surface, and you'd have all the vectors pointed all over. There'd be more vectors than that. But the point is, you understand that the vectors that are equal and opposite, they cancel each other out. So if they're pointed in two different directions at the same angle, I guess you'd say, they more or less cancel each other out. So if you add them all together, you'd get one vector. That's how vector math works. You add all the vectors together, and you end up with one vector, and it's basically the vector that's going straight down, just by gravity's, acting straight down. And the only difference between that and being below the surface, in the second picture, is that there's more vectors, but all the vectors cancel out again, except for the one acting directly up and the one acting directly down. They'll cancel each other out. but they're not equal. So you'll just end up with a less downward, force, less weight. And as you get to the center, all the vectors cancel each other out, and so you're effectively weightless. But there's no contradiction there. That's what you described it correctly, I thought, but your conclusion, I thought, was wrong, because there's no contradiction. It's
Right. So what you're saying is that when we're at the center of the circle of the piece of paper that you drew, then we'll have equivalent forces.
oh yeah, right, exactly. All the vectors that are acting as attractive forces to you, they'd be canceling each other out. That's right.
You didn't get it, brother. But maybe you did.
Oh yeah, we both get it. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought you got it too. We both get it.
Right, yeah.
No, I said when I'm in the center of the picture that you drew.
Yeah, Kosher, this is good, but if you're in the center, right, and you have zero weight, correct?
Yeah, effectively, yes, because all the weight, all the vectors will be in all directions around you. They would all cancel each other out.
Okay, so first thing I want to say is this is going to debunk the claim that I think so. It may not. That when you fall to the center of the earth, you'll be crushed by gravity.
You don't get crushed by gravity. No,
That's what
you don't get crushed by
this is
gravity.
the claim.
Right. But you don't get crushed by gravity. Just like in the center, as you go under the water, you're not getting crushed by gravity. You get crushed by the pressure of the water. The weight of the water is acting downward on you, and it's gonna hurt. That's what you're getting
Yeah, but
crushed
hang
by.
on, but let's be fair. Let's be fair. The water being above you presses downward, right?
Yeah.
We don't want to assume that happens on a globe, right?
Sure.
So back to this. Thank you for the drawing, by the way. Nice drawing. Back to having zero weight, right, in the center of the globe or center of the sphere. You claim that the vector is nullified because
yes,
you're being pulled every direction equally, which means you have zero weight, right?
You have zero weight. That's right. Yes.
So here's the problem. In the center of this sphere, a rock or asteroid, a planet, whatever, there's no reason for it to stay together because there's nothing pulling it to the center. There's nothing in the center pulling it. From the center, that mass that's in the center has no forces that pull it together. And matter of fact, instead of pulling it together, it pulls it outward.
Wait, no, it doesn't pull it outward. But you didn't have this. You didn't hear this from Brian Leakey, did you? Because I had this very, very long, aggravating conversation with Brian.
No,
Leakey.
I'm just like having a brain fart.
Oh, yeah, it's fine. No, it's interesting.
I
It's
don't know.
interesting.
I don't know what I'm
It's
talking
interesting
about.
to me. No, but
I
it's
just
interesting to
thought
me.
about it in my mind, and I thought, how is gravity pulling you to the center if you're weightless in the center? That's what I was. That's all I
Absolutely.
think.
No, okay. That's why I'm curious about. Like I said, it's interesting that both of you have come to the same conclusion. It must be it must be like a regular train of thought type of thing. And to be honest with you, I can see how you would get there because it's counterintuitive that there's zero weight all acting on you, yet there's an enormous amount of pressure acting against you, and obviously against the like the core of the Earth is there supposedly, so there's a massive amount of pressure. But you have to remember that the gravity acting on you there is very small, zero almost. It's not the same thing as the gravity acting on everything above you in all directions, right? Because it's not just the gravity acting on the rocks around you, but the rocks around that and around that and around that, and they're all acting towards you. So there's an immense amount of pressure all acting towards you from all directions, regardless if there's no weight acting on you. That makes sense.
Okay, so let's say I'm 200 pounds and this Earth sphere is pulling me down, right? 200 pounds down because I'm on top of it. But you start going to the center of the sphere, and eventually that weight, it's the same amount of weight, by the way, is pulling me outwards, like a Stretch Armstrong. Follow me?
No.
So
You're not being pulled.
hang
You're not
on,
being pulled.
wouldn't the
Go.
200 pounds that's pulling me down, wouldn't that be also stretching me out like a starfish,
No. If
pulling
you
me
were
all
on,
directions?
if we were in an extremely dense material, maybe like they tell you, you get spaghettification or something in a black hole or
But
neutron
but
star.
Kosho, but Kosho,
No,
but Kosho,
but the vectors cancel each other out. When you add the vectors together, they're not working at the same
Kosho, they,
time
they,
on
they
you.
can't cancel each other out because you claim mass attracts mass. So it is put every bit of that mass. If you're in the center of this sphere, let's say a rock, an earth, whatever, every bit of that mass is pulling you outwards because gravity is always working. Correct. In other words, my hand is being pulled, north. My other hand is being pulled south, kind of like you're stretched out like in a torture device when you got four horses pulling you in four directions. The shit they did, to mess with people like war victims, whatever.
Yeah, but
Captors or victims of war, whatever. You take four horses.
no, yeah, I understand.
Hang on a second, and you have the four, and you hit that ass, and they go in four different directions, and you get your arms ripped and legs ripped off. So when that happens, if you're in the center of a sphere and then that gravity is pulling you outwards,
Yes, I understand what you're saying. That's why I said in a black hole or a neutron star, you might experience something like that. But in regular Earth, right now, the gravity acting on your feet and the gravity acting on your head are so close to the same value that you do not experience, you don't feel it any different. You don't feel like you're being pulled more from your feet than you do from your head. So your whole body gets basically the same sensation. And it's going to be the same from everything. So the gravity acting in any direction on you from any part of
but
your body,
when I'm on the outside of the sphere, I'm 200 pounds of weight being pulled down. When you're on the inside of the sphere, that's the exact same 200 pounds has got to be distributed all around you, pulling you back out by 200 pounds. Meaning, you'll feel a pull on your arms, your head, your legs. It would
it's
be a
not 200
pull.
pounds anymore. It's not 200 pounds anymore. Actually, the way that you calculate it, there's a simple shorthand. Is if you're below the surface, you then use the Earth. You basically pretend that the Earth is a sphere the size of the radius that you're now at. So it's like, let's say you go 1,000 miles below the surface. You now pretend the Earth is 3,000 miles in radius, and then it has that volume that big with that much mass, and then you calculate your gravitational attraction from that.
I don't
That's
see how you can say, Kosho, that if you're in the center of this sphere, which gave me 200 pounds of weight, that's not pulling me outwards by 200 pounds. I don't see how you can say that. I don't see how you can say that gravity nullifies. That doesn't make any sense to me.
because
You'd
that's not how
still be
vectors.
pulled. Still be pulled by that mass, unless mass doesn't attract, which I don't think it does, by the way. Then
Okay.
then you wouldn't feel any pull, and you'd be and you. I agree that you'd be weightless. Fine, I'll go with that because it's pulling you equally, but it's pulling you, so you would feel that pull.
Imagine that you're in you're playing air hockey, okay? And there's a puck on the table, and there's a wind there's a a wind that's pushing the air puck across the table, coming from one direction, and it's 10. Got force of 10. Hold on 1 second.
I'm glad you use that. So let's instead of pushing, let's do sucking wind, right? Like a vacuum cleaner, right? It's sucking you from all directions. That's how you'd feel in the center of this earth. You'd be sucked outward. And if that's the case, right, nothing would ever gather in the center of everything, of anything, because there'd be no gravity in the center of things, and it's not sustainable. All the rocks and all the huge supposed planets would just bust apart because there's nothing to hold them together. That's why I see it. It's like oxymoron. You can in theory you can have mass attract mass, but with the moment it got together, it pull itself back apart. Actually, if planets form, if a planet ever formed, right, I would claim that the center of the planets would be hollow because, like you said, there's no weight, there's nothing pulling nothing in the center. So this mass eventually it would form like a hollow egg. That's what would happen with all spheres. They'd be hollow in the center. Just thinking out loud. Call me crazy.
Sorry, Patrick. I don't remember where we were at, but
Well, I was just thinking out loud, like, I don't think any planet would ever form, quote unquote, planet. Because, like we talked about, there's no gravity in the center, right?
no, there's not that there's
So
no gravity.
all the
That's what I was. Okay, yeah, that's
hang on, all the center, all these Jupiter and Venus and Uranus, they'd be like a hollow egg because all that stuff in the center would be pushed out to the surface where the mass
no, it
was.
was not. That's silly to think that.
Well, you told me there's
no
no weight in the center, so there's nothing
Yeah,
pulling you in the center.
that doesn't mean something's pushing you outwards.
But
Okay.
hang on, if you're in the center of a mass, there's mass pulling you back to the surface because that's where the mass is. This is just logic.
No, it's not logic, Patrick. Just listen to me for a second. Just imagine.
Hang on. Look, you take four vacuums. You take 4 vacuum cleaners, right? Turn them on.
No.
Hang on a second. You put a marble. Hang on.
Forget about the vacuum
marble on
cleaners,
the plate.
Patrick.
Put a marble on the plate in the center, and then you take those vacuum cleaners. You start putting them close to that marble. All those vacuum cleaners are going to be competing for that one marble. This is your gravity. This is your claim on the gravity.
No, it's not my claim, Patrick.
Pull them close to that marble. Going to try to suck that marble in the 4 different directions.
Okay, stop using.
If you're in the center of a plane, and if that's true, there is no way a sphere would ever form more than a hollow eggshell.
Just use leaf blowers.
Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, use leaf blowers. Don't use vacuum.
But Kosho, do you realize a leaf blower does the opposite?
Gadget, just
Wait,
stop.
Kosho, a leaf blower is the opposite of what you claim. It pushes. You're saying gravity pulls.
Yeah, no, stop.
You're saying it pulls. Now you're saying a leaf blower pushes, Kosho. You gotta get it right.
Gadget, well, relax for a second. Just relax. But you're right. You have the right idea. But that's not use leaf. Let's not use vacuums because that's not correct. But a leaf blower, that is correct. Okay, and you're right to think that it's gonna attract it, but it doesn't make sense to do this. So let's not use a vacuum cleaner. Let's use a leaf blower. Okay, and use something on a frictionless table or ice or air hockey table. Doesn't matter. Something that's frictionless. Okay, if you have a leaf blower with X amount of force in one direction, and you have another leaf blower with, let's say that was 10x. So now you have a leaf blower with 5x in the opposite direction, pointing right at the same thing in the opposite side. Okay, what you're going to do is it's going to go towards the side it was headed, that the 10x was pushing it, but you're going to subtract the vector that's going the opposite direction. So you're going to end up.
That's not what would happen.
Yes, that's exactly what happens.
What would happen is you'd be hit by 5 pounds of force on one side and 10 pounds of force on the other side. You'd be hit by 15 pounds of force. You would have a positive 5. You would be pushed to one side, but you'd be hit by both sides of force.
Godric, you don't add those together.
It does not cancel out.
Godric, the way that math works is that you would add the vector. There'd be a positive value. If there's one in the opposite direction, it would be negative in comparison. So it would go, if you're talking about a coordinate system, same as in the coordinate system, you would describe it going positive x. And if there's the opposite direction would be negative x. And so you subtract one from the other. And what you end up with is one vector going in one direction. Because the puck is
Kosher,
not
you're
going to
kosher.
go. Hold on, God, this is the most important part. The puck is not going to move in two directions. There's only going to be one vector of force acting on it. It's going to go in exactly one direction. Even if there's a bunch, like a million different fucking jets acting on it, it's only going to move in one direction, and it's going to go in that direction with some force. And that force is going to be equal to whatever the vectors acting on it, canceling each other out. Whatever's left over is going to be the direction it goes at that magnitude.
Kosher, you're half right. Okay. It will go, an example, if you get 10 pounds on one side, 5 pounds on the other side, you're going to get a positive 5 pounds and you're going to go to one side. But what you're skipping over completely is the fact that you're getting hit by 10 pounds of pressure on one side and 5 pounds of pressure on the other side. So like when you stick your head out the window and you're going 60 miles an hour, all that air goes in your mouth and you look like a funny face because all that air is like blowing your mouth open. That's happening on both sides, Coach. It doesn't cancel out.
Yeah, but you're describing some weird scenario when we're talking about an effect that happens not in the way you're describing. Air is a dynamic you know wall of energy. It's not like
No, so 10 pounds of air on one side, you're going to feel that 10 pounds of air, Coach. You're going to feel it on your back, for example. If you hit yourself in the face with other 5 pounds, you'll feel 5 pounds in the front. It doesn't cancel out.
Or if you're doing bumper cars, and there's people all around you. There's two people hitting you from both
Wonderful.
sides.
You'll feel yourself getting hit by both sides, Coach.
Yeah, but if two people hit you at the same time, and everyone's craft is rigid, no one's craft is gonna crush. Then if two people hit you at the same time, whichever person has the more force, they're gonna subtract the other person's force off of theirs, and it's gonna go in their direction because theirs was bigger. But it's gonna subtract from theirs, and it's gonna go in that direction. It's gonna seem like a single force acting on you.
Yeah, you'll probably get whiplash. If your head was between two of those bumper cars, you would be crushed, Coach. Both sides of your head would be injured, not just one side.
I just told you it was simultaneous, and it was also a rigid craft.
If you put your head between two bumper cars and they hit you simultaneously, you get crushed, Coach.
These are rigid crafts. Nothing can get crushed because they're all rigid. Okay.
But Coach, let me help you out. You don't want to use leaf blowers or bumper cars. You want to pull. Gravity, according to the claim, pulls you outwards. Doesn't push you forward or backwards.
Okay.
It
Fine. How
literally
about this?
pulls you to the mass.
Okay.
The moment you go into the center of the sphere, it's pulling you back out to the surface, Coach. There's no way to think about it.
All right, Patrick. Instead, let's say you have a ball. Okay. A very heavy ball. Doesn't matter how heavy it is, but it's got fucking nails coming out of it. Okay, and a million nails in all directions. You have ropes tied to each of those nails. Okay, and there's varying amount of force pulling that ball in those directions. If you want to determine or predict where the ball's going to go, you would add all those vectors together, and whatever is the greatest direction. So once you cancel out all the directions it's going, it's only going to go in one direction. That ball's going to move one direction. It depends on where the vectors add together at. So
I agree that you'd be floating in the center of this quote unquote sphere because there's no vector because it's equal mass. Hang on, it's equal mass around you. However, you'd feel the pull from this quote unquote mass, gravity pulling you outward. You'd feel the pull. It wouldn't be nullified. Just like you'd feel the pull being on top of the sphere. I'm 200 pounds. I feel the pull getting pulled down. You also feel a pull pulling you outward from the center, pulling you outward towards the surface again. Now, to be fair, it wouldn't be 200 pounds because you're getting half of the sphere is pulling you up and half is pulling down. The other, so let's say you're getting pulled all directions. So maybe it's like maybe 25 pounds of weight of a pull because it's going all directions. I'm dividing the mass that the tonnage and mass that gives you weight. Let's say 200 pounds. Break that up evenly in all directions. And that's how much you're going to get pulled in all directions. Kind of like when you, like I said, when you tie yourself to 4 horses, hit them on their ass. They go all different directions. I say just use vacuums because vacuums suck, right? So you'd be pulled evenly outward, even if it's only, I'm not saying how much, but you'd be pulled evenly outward in all directions, being in the center of a sphere by the mass that's surrounding you, that's encasing you.
Godric, when you're on the surface, this is going to be the maximum amount of gravity that body's going to apply to you. So you be far away from the surface, you're below the surface, but if you're on the surface, it's a maximum amount of gravity. So when you're on the surface right now, standing on the surface, do you feel like your body's being ripped apart? Even though there's the top of your head and the bottom of your feet have 2 different distances, right? They're being pulled 2 different um, 2 different ways. Do you feel a difference? No, you don't.
No, because there's no gravity.
Regardless, Godric, if you were below the earth, it wouldn't matter that you're being pulled in different directions. You're not going to feel it on your body because it's not
That weight that you feel on your feet, or if you're sitting down, I'm sitting down right now, so I have to have a weight on my ass and some weight on my feet because they're flat on the ground, right?
No.
And some weight on my arms that I'm on. I'm bending.
not-
Hang on, I'm bending over this table, so there's some weight on my arms, right? So I have 200 pounds evenly distributed going downwards. Some on my feet, some on my ass, some on my table. That
That is weight,
exact
Godric.
weight is going to be distributed equally, being in the center of the sphere, pulling you back outward. Am I wrong?
0% of that, yes, you're 100% right. 0% of that is weight. That's called the normal force. If you notice it, is it acting downward on your ass or upward on your ass? Upward on your feet or downward on your feet? Or upward on your arms or downward on your arms? It's acting up.
Everything is downward.
No, those forces are acting upward, Godric. You don't feel it acting downward on your ass. It's acting upward
I
against your
said
ass.
downward because that
Against
gives
your
you the
feet.
weight. 200 pounds, if I put on the scale, is 200 pounds. That gives me my weight, Kosha. So
Yeah,
it's
but that's
downward.
not what you feel. You don't feel that though. You feel the normal force acting against you.
So my response to that is because there actually isn't gravity pulling you down. That's why you don't feel it the way you say you feel. But you do feel your feet pushing on the ground. 200 pounds.
I don't
So
feel that. Do you feel your feet pushing on the ground, or do you feel them pushing against your feet?
what the hell's the difference, Kosha? There's pressure on my feet.
One is acting on your foot, and one's acting on the ground.
If I was in water, I would sink into the water because of that
Okay, but what
pushing down.
you feel the pressure of the water acting on you. You don't feel yourself pushing down on the chair. You feel the chair pushing up against you. That's just what you feel.
That's just a relative thing, Kosha. It's like a word game.
It's not a word game. I mean,
You're putting weight on the scale. It doesn't matter if it's pushing up or you're pushing down. It's the same
Yeah,
thing.
this is the act that you're applying to the scale. But in the case of you being below the earth, the thing pushing against you is the earth. And it just so happens that it's not just the weight of your body acting against the earth, it's the pressure of the earth around you in all directions. It's going to be pushing against you. And it's going to crush you.
Kosha, the mass being under your feet, okay, gives you 200 pounds of weight on the surface. Submerging you into the center of the sphere, that this mass that you claim is pulling you down. So they pull you right back out to the surface of the sphere, Kosha. Is that not right?
It is right, but that gets canceled out. That's being canceled out by the opposite force.
There's no canceling. You have to add all forces. Just like bumper cars, just like you'd feel yourself sandwiched between 2 bumper cars. If one was stronger than the other, then you would have a vector. Same thing as if you had 4 vacuums and you moved it into this let's say marble in the center of a plate. The marble eventually gets sucked up by one of the vacuums, but you'd feel the suck on all the sides.
Marble's a good marble's a much better point. Okay, because a marble is rigid, meaning when you suck it up with a vacuum, it doesn't rip apart because you're sucking it. It doesn't get sucked at one end and then not at the other end, and so it pulls apart. So if you have 2 vacuums pulling on a what do you say? Marble. I'm sorry. If you have 2
You would
magnets
literally
pulling
be
on a
pulled.
or two, you have 2 vacuums pulling on a marble. it does not get pulled apart at all. It's rigid, and so what happens is the vectors will cancel each other out. You have to think of this body as a rigid body because anything where the Earth's acting on it, the Earth is not going to rip anything apart. The gravity is not strong enough to rip the human body apart.
I
You're
didn't
not
say
going
rip
to,
it apart. I said being pulled outward.
but you're not going to experience that. That's not. It's not. Okay.
I don't see how, Coach.
I'll give you this. I'll give you this. Like even if you have a zero weight, I actually agree. You'll be pulled in all directions outward, but it will be inexperiencable. It's not going to be something that your body's going to
Well,
experience.
hang on. Do we agree that in the center of a sphere you would just float like you're levitating? Yes or no?
Yes.
Because there's no weight. Because there's no
Yes.
mass. The
You'll be
mass
pulled.
is on
No,
the
there's still
outside
the
of
mass.
you.
No, the mass is your mass is your mass. It's just that your mass is being pulled in all directions, and so there'll be tidal effects because of that.
You
And those
explained
tidal
it.
effects,
It'd be pulled in all
tidal effects,
directions. You explained it.
tidal.
You'd be pulled in all directions.
Yeah, I
Not
know, but it's just not. It's
negate.
not
It
something.
wouldn't negate.
Yeah, because of that they negate.
It
You'll be
wouldn't
pulled in all
negate.
directions. It will not pull you apart. You won't experience that. You'll be weightless.
Well, I think you explained something about the gravity doesn't actually pull you down. It pushes it. The table's pushing me up, and the floor's pushing me up, so I wouldn't feel it if I'm in the center. So I
No.
kind of get that, but I'm just not buying
No,
it.
that's
So
not what I said though. Gravity is pulling down. So there's two forces at the same time. There's the weight that's acting downward against the ground, and there's a normal force acting up against you. The thing you experience is the normal force acting up against you. You're not going to feel the weight. You don't feel that. You feel the normal force acting up against you. That's why your feet hurt and your butt hurts and your back hurt, whatever. It's just because the force is acting up against you. But your weight, uh, it's the thing that
the
makes you
same
push
thing.
you
If
from
you
the
say
bed.
your feet are pushing down, it's the same thing.
But your feet pushing down doesn't make an impression on your feet. It makes an impression on the ground. The ground pushing up makes an impression on your
And
feet.
that's what would happen if there is like sand or clay. You'd make an impression on the ground. So what's the difference?
The difference. It's just two forces acting in opposite directions.
I kind of get the theory, but if you lose gravity, this whole conversation goes out the window. And I don't want you to assume gravity because I don't think it's actually
You don't
happening.
have to
But
assume anything. I can
that's
feel
why
myself acting against the ground. I can feel the ground
that's why I
acting against me.
objected to the water being heavier as you go down because I don't think there's gravity doing that. I think that's just density.
How would density do that? The water doesn't get less. Let's say you're in a lake. Let's say in a perfectly clean pool, no salt, no anything, it's just water. There's no difference in densities as you get lower in the pool. There's differences in pressure, but the density of the water remains the same, and you feel the difference in pressure, and it's not because of the density. So
If I put a water balloon on your head, it's going to push down on your head.
yes, that's true.
So you multiply that times 1,000 if you're in the bottom of a lake.
That's
I don't
right.
see a problem.
That's the weight of the water acting on on you in the water that causes the pressure.
Weight of the water.
The density is consistent in that case. There's no difference in densities. The density is the same. The density of the water at the bottom of the pool and the density of the water at the top.
No. The more stuff's on top of you, the more you're pressed downward.
Sure. The
If I put
density.
a blanket on top of you, you don't feel it. I put like 2 blankets on top of you, you'll feel that.
Yeah, that's pressure.
You get
That's weight.
dogpiled by a football team, that's like 10 people on you. That's a lot of weight on top of you.
That's a perfect example. You get dogpiled by a football team. They're all the same person. There's no difference between eight. There's a fucking octuplets, whatever. 8 people. They weigh the same. They're perfectly the same. They pile on top of you. There's no difference in density at the bottom or the top. They're the same people. The person at the bottom, the person at the top have the same density. There's no difference in the volume over the mass or the mass over the volume. Okay.
No. There's
There
more
is a difference
volume.
in weight.
No. Kosho. There's more volume happening.
Yeah.
That's why you're getting pressed. more.
Yes, there's more volume, then there's more mass. The mass and the volume are
So, well, hang
equivalent.
on. So, if you have a dense object, which I claim is going to fall through a lesser dense medium, in this case, you're on the ground. Football player one is going to fall on you. That he's more dense than the air. He goes down. The air's less dense. He goes down to the air on top of you. Now that's one football player on you. Number two football player on you also falls through the air on top of you. Now you have double the volume. That's double the weight on you. You don't need gravity for that.
So what's double the mass divided by double the volume? That equals mass divided by volume. The density is
You can
exactly
do
the same.
you can do the math for me,
The
Kosho, but that
density, the
doesn't prove
density
gravity.
is exactly the same. I know that doesn't prove gravity. It proves that the density doesn't change. When you go down in the water, when you
You're
have
using
on
the
top
term
of you,
wrong.
the density
You're
doesn't change.
using the term wrong. Density will determine where stuff's going to go. Okay, light stuff on top, heavy stuff on the bottom. This is a natural order of things. Football players go down to the air, and if you're on the bottom, you'll get hit. You're going to get dogpiled. The more football players, yes, the same density, but the more football players, the more volume, the more pressing down. Because why? Because the air is less dense than these football players. Football players go more dense, go through the air downward, and then the
Is
air
it
goes up
obvious that it's not
above
the
the football
density?
players.
It's simply the mass. The amount of mass acting downward on you is increasing. You have double the mass, 3 times the mass, 4 times the mass. 4 people are dogpiled on you. 5 times the mass acting on you. That's 5 times the force. And if it's acting on a single point or some surface area, that's 5 times the pressure. So it has nothing to do with density and everything to do with the the mass, the amount of mass.
I'm claiming density, and you're claiming just gravity.
I mean, it's the weight.
It's just two ways to explain it, but the difference is
No,
that
it's two different things.
the difference is that you're claiming that mass attracts mass, and I'm saying you don't need that.
I didn't say anything like that. I just said that the weight is what causes pressure, what causes this thing. The difference between weight and density is mass divided by volume, which doesn't really make sense that causes anything just because you increase the amount of mass.
It
And
does
the
if you want to establish that light stuff goes up and heavy stuff goes down.
Sure, but how do you explain how two things are going to be more pressure on top of you than one thing? That's
Because
two
it's double
things.
volume. Because it's double the volume going down. In this case, the football players, double, triple volume going down, and that's going to cause
Then
more weight.
if you just add volume, all you're doing is decreasing the density.
No,
Yes. If you're only adding volume, you're decreasing the density. If you're adding the volume and you're adding
same
mass,
way, same way with
you're
helium
not changing
balloons.
the density.
Take 2 helium balloons. You might be able to lift up like a toy soldier, right? Take 3 helium balloons. Eventually, you'll be able to lift up your iPhone. Go right up there in the air. Enough helium balloons. More volume. Goes up.
It's buoyancy.
Yeah, you can say buoyancy. You can say sciencey words.
I'm not saying science. Don't be an asshole, Godric. I know you know this shit, dude. You're actually smarter than a lot of flat earthers. A lot of flat earthers are smart people. Smart people. But I'm just saying, you surprise me sometimes, Godric.
Look. In school, they lied to us. They told us stuff falls down, therefore gravity. This is like 3rd grade. Okay, not before you got into science, right?
Sure.
2nd grade, whatever. What they should have said, some stuff falls down, heavy stuff
No, that's not true.
falls down to a
Listen,
medium. Heavy stuff falls down to a medium if it's denser. But guess what?
I mean,
The other part of that is light stuff will go up.
no.
If
Let me
I blow
describe.
my smoke for my cigar, it goes up.
No, it doesn't. Let me describe to you a
If
word called.
I let go of a
Hold on,
helium balloon, it goes up. So the truth is, heavy stuff falls down, light stuff falls up, goes up, and that's
No, it's
you
not.
have to tell both sides, not just one
Yeah,
side.
Patrick,
So if light stuff's
I
on
get
the
it.
top and heavy stuff's on the bottom, what that is, that's an equal balance. There's no downward bias because
Why do you want to say
light
that?
stuff will be on top, heavy stuff will be bottom. If in that case, you don't need gravity for nothing. It's
You're
just
just
an
repeating
explanation.
yourself, Godric. That's not very polite to do. All right, I got your point at the beginning, man. You think light stuff goes up and heavy stuff goes down. I get it. Okay, I'm going to show you that the word floating, like if something's floating, has a specific meaning. Like astronauts in the ISS aren't floating. Objects in orbit aren't floating. Okay? What floating is when you place something inflatable, like a boat, or not a boat, like a tube or something on top of water, or a basketball on top of a pool, or whatever, or a balloon in the atmosphere. These things that are floating are not being compelled upwards. They're all being compelled downward. The only difference is a basketball in the pool is being compelled downward, and the water is being compelled downward. It has a greater precedence over the basketball because it's more dense. But they're both being compelled downward. And you can easily see this by putting a basketball at the bottom of a bathtub. It's being compelled to the bottom of the bathtub, and you fill the bathtub up with water. The basketball floats on the water. It's still being compelled downward, just above the water. So in that case, none of that stuff's being compelled upwards. It's just that the basketball has less density than the water, but both objects are being compelled downward. So gravity does compel even the smoke. All these things, they're all being compelled downward. If it's just that the medium itself is being compelled downward at a greater density, I mean, at a greater
So you
force.
just got to do something different, Coach. I just want to correct you. When you have a basketball floating in water, that's something different because now that basketball being floating on the water has to do with the amount of water that's displaced. Similarly, you can put a bowl. Hang on, you can put a bowl, which is let's say ceramic, metal bowl, whatever, on water, and because it's displaced in the water, it can float if it's upwards. And if you turn it upside down and you have enough a correct pocket of air, that bowl can also float upside down. So it has to do with the amount of water that's displaced, not gravity.
No, that's exactly right. That's exactly the same thing. If you have a basketball at the bottom of that bathtub, right? The basketball is less dense than the water. So the basketball pushes that amount of water out of the way. That amount of water is now above the basketball. And that amount of water, compared to the basketball, it's the same volume. It has more mass in the water. So that's going to have a more precedence over the basketball, which is what pushes the basketball up because the water is being compelled downward. The basketball doesn't keep going up after it gets to the top of the water. It just it was only ever compelled upwards by the fact that the water was compelled downward. So they're both being compelled downward. Just that like I said, the water has more precedence.
How can you claim the yeah, they're both being pulled downwards because they're both denser than the air, which is my argument to begin with. Light stuff on top, heavy stuff on the bottom. Water, basketballs, bowling balls on the bottom, air, smoke on the top, helium on the top.
Forget about the air, because the air is just going to confuse things. But the air
Right.
is
Forget about
contained.
the other side because that way we can have gravity.
No, do all these tests in a vacuum. Do his tests in a mercury pool in a vacuum chamber.
Let me claim that vacuums don't happen in nature, says Plato.
This does happen in nature.
Nature abhors
As
a
a
vacuum.
matter of fact, no, all of this stuff is happening in nature. The only difference is that instead of the object, so like I said, the basketball gets to the top of the water and it floats on the water. They're both being compelled downward. On top of the water is the air. The air comes out of the water because the air is less dense than the water. You get a helium balloon, it rises up above the air because it's lighter than the air, but it is compelled down above the air. That's why there's a float point in helium.
You're
That's why
just
all
saying
helium
that
balloons.
you're saying that it
No,
compels down. You're just saying that, Coach.
look at Felix Baumgartner. Look at anybody who's ever risen up in a helium balloon. They get to a certain float point because at that point they're floating on top of the air, just like a basketball floats on top of a pool. The same thing.
It's not the helium that's being pulled down, Coach.
No,
It's the latex. It's the latex balloon that's being pulled down.
Oh, so the helium as well. The only difference is because the helium's lighter than the air, the same volume of helium, the same volume of air, the air is heavier, so the air is compelling the balloon upward as it pushes it out of the way until the balloon is now at a point where the helium is actually uh, just as dense as the air around it because there's barely no air up there. At that point, the helium will float, which is like 120,000 feet or whatever.
If the helium didn't have the plastic latex, it would just disperse. Gotcha.
Sure, yeah, air will disperse, but
And
that's
according to some globe logic, some helium escapes into space. How does that work? That makes
the
no
50
sense for
per second.
gravity's sake.
Why?
Well, doesn't gravity pull stuff down towards the center? So how's helium going into space, Kosha? This makes no sense. Why? It's like I just ask questions like internal
No,
questions, but this shit
Patrick,
doesn't work out, bro.
Patrick, if you
If
surpass
there's
the
any gravity, how in the fuck can helium escape into this vacuum?
I'm trying to answer that question, I got you, but you might ask it 2 more times, 3 more times.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. It pulls everything down unless unless it surpasses the escape velocity. So a rocket going faster than the
Oh
escape
my
velocity
god.
will move fast enough that even though it's being pulled back, it's going to escape Earth's gravity. And it just so happens that the only gases that escape Earth's uh, gravity are gases that have enough energy that speed it up faster than the escape velocity at the altitude. And that's
Kosho,
gases that get
I feel
bombarded with
like you're just parroting Wiki, but that makes no fucking sense, Kosho.
Why doesn't it make
You would have a better argument to say that Alpha Centauri has a black hole that's pulling this helium outwards, and that's why it's escaping in space. That would make sense. Or Uranus is pulling it, or Mars, or fucking
why doesn't the
some other
escape
body.
velocity make sense? If it has the escape velocity, why does it not make sense that it's going to escape? Why does that sound like something that was just made up when it actually has the escape velocity?
Well, when you say
It's
escape
capable of escaping.
velocity, I don't believe in velocity like the way you say it. First of all, how fast is this helium going, Kosho? How fast does it go?
On the surface, the escape velocity is like 25,000 miles per hour. But up at the up at the altitudes that the helium that we're talking about, it's much lower than that. So I don't know on top of my head, but it's going to be lower than 25,000 miles per hour. And if you have
Kosho, can
gases, if you
anything
have
go?
gases,
Kosho, wait, can anything go 25,000 miles an hour?
yes, plenty of things can go much faster than that.
What?
Yes. The fastest a human has ever gone were the Apollo astronauts as they entered back into Earth's atmosphere. And they were going like 26,000 miles per hour.
Oh my god, this is where this is where you're gonna lose me, Kosho, because I don't think that's even conceivably possible.
Then forget about those guys.
Back,
Just
back,
think
okay,
about the
back,
gases.
back to the helium balloon. We know
Think
helium
about the
balloons don't go
gas.
25,000 miles an hour. Wait.
Think about not the balloon. A gas particle at the top of the atmosphere.
Well, hang on.
It gets bombarded with It gets bombarded with energy from the sun. Cosmic rays, energy from the sun. Those cosmic rays, if they interact with one of those particles at the top of the atmosphere, it's going to give it enough energy, and there's no gases around it, so it's going to be able to fucking zoom off. If it happens to get enough velocity that speed it off to above, the escape velocity, it's not going to be pulled back down by gravity. It's going to be moving too fast to be pulled back down.
Okay, I get this theory, Kosho. If you're on the moon and you're playing golf, you hit that fucking golf ball hard enough, that golf ball can go right to Earth, right? Why? Because you can escape the gravity of the moon at some point, and then the Earth's gravity will take over, and start pulling to Earth. That makes sense, right? But for helium to escape this gravity field of Earth, that makes no fucking sense. Unless you're going to claim that the
Listen,
moon, unless you're going to claim that the moon's gravity.
if I was with you right
will
now,
knock
I'd
helium
slap you in the
out.
face. Listen to what you just said. You just said it makes sense with a golf ball, but for some reason it doesn't make sense with a gas particle. What's the difference?
Because I didn't explain the magic part. You have to drive that fucking golf ball pretty fucking hard. Matter of fact, I don't think it's even possible for a human to do it. Okay, because
That doesn't matter.
hang on. Because
If you make
this
that
gravity
fast,
field
slow
on
that
the moon,
down.
even though it's 1/6 the Earth's gravity, you still couldn't hit far enough to get it to where you would have to have an escape velocity, not with a fucking 12 iron, right? So you have to shoot that shit with some kind of like fucking artillery missile or some shit. And yes, it would eventually leave the moon. But a helium gas show is not going to get that escape velocity enough to get away from the moon's gravity, much less Earth's gravity. That's my point.
First of all, have you ever heard about the
And no to your 25,000
Patrick,
miles an hour. That's ridiculous.
have you ever heard the ionosphere, like the speeds that they talk about? They say the temperatures in the ionosphere. You ever heard this before? They talk about, there's like 2,000 degrees in the ionosphere or the thermosphere or something like
Bro,
that.
like all this like
You ever heard that?
science and stuff show, honestly, like it's all made up.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
None of
It
it's
doesn't matter.
provable.
It doesn't matter if it's made up. This is a flat Earth argument that they use. You guys
Okay,
use
so
this.
tell me, I'm going to listen to you. Tell me that argument.
Yeah, that the ionosphere, there's temperatures that exceed 4,000 degrees. So something along those lines. There's temperatures in the ionosphere that exceed 4,000 degrees. This is what people claim. They say that it's impossible for people to go up there because they'll burn up or something. Regardless of that, the point is those temperatures represent the energy that each of these particles have at that altitude, meaning that a average gas particle has so much energy that this is the temperature that you would this is the average temperature. That's just a description of the average energy of the particles. Okay, so there's so few gases up there, and there's so much energy coming from the sun that all the particles have an immense amount of energy the higher up you go. So it's not crazy. It's not crazy to think that as the cosmic rays hit these extremely fast particles that have no other gases to run into, that it's not difficult for them to exceed the escape velocity. It's just, it should make sense, man.
Okay, so now you introduce something different. Now you're saying that not because the helium is shooting up fast into the atmosphere, into space, that's escaping Earth's gravity, but now you're saying the sun's rays are making it happen. You
Yeah, I
changed the
said it the whole
argument.
time. I know. I said this the whole time, God. You didn't hear me, but I said it the whole time. I said that that's what gives.
To be honest with you, I don't know what the hell the sun's rays would do to helium. I don't know what that would do.
It gives things energy, dude. Anything it touches, it gives energy to it. So if
I
you
don't.
have,
I mean,
that's how it works, man.
It's a story. I don't know how we can confirm that because we can't go up there and see it happen.
What are you talking about? Get a solar panel and get a calculator and see if it works in the dark. And put it in the sun and see if you get fucking energy from it. Turns out you will. The sun does, and the heat energizes things. So if you
I imagine
it up, it's even more energy.
Helium gas wouldn't move very fast through the air, any much more than a helium balloon would move, maybe a little bit faster. So no, it wouldn't be enough to
try this.
escape.
Get
Hang
a
on,
beaker.
hang on. I'm imagining that I'm just talking out loud. That a helium balloon, if that popped, that helium would not be going very fast to the base, and when it got there, it wouldn't get very far because it would be stuck at some point, pulled towards the Earth. Because that's how we have what atmosphere. This is your model, by the way. And who knows what the hell the sun would do hitting this helium? I don't fucking.
Helium doesn't come back to the Earth.
Point at that point.
Yeah, helium doesn't come back to the Earth. All the helium that we get comes from the inside of the Earth. The helium is one of the rarest gases on the planet because it doesn't come back. Okay,
it just escapes into space. So the whole gravity,
yeah,
helium,
it doesn't come back down. Anyways, if you get a flask, if you get one of those beakers, you fill it with water. Okay, you put a balloon on the top part of the flask and you boil the water. The gas will fill the balloon. Okay, it fills the balloon because those gas particles that are heated up have energy. The energy is going to fill the balloon. It creates a pressure inside of the balloon, which fills it up. Okay, so this is what this heat does. Heat will apply energy. This is why heated gas is less dense than cold gas, because it has energy that wants it to expand. Okay, so if
that's
you give
why my cigar smoke goes up because it's hot.
Well, no, not necessarily. It's because it's less dense than the air.
Oh my, sit down. You ruined it, Coach.
Yeah, but you're right though. Heated, hot air is less dense than cold air, and it will rise up. So I'll give you that.
We know that balloons being heated go up. We know that, but not 25,000 miles an hour. Not escaping this. Not enough to escape this globe gravity.
Not a lot of it does. You're right. Not a lot of it does. Only 50 grams of helium per second, and I think 3 kilograms per.
So if any of it did, it should all go. If 1 gram went, it should all go. This makes sense,
No,
bro.
dude. No. Okay, imagine. Oh, never mind. This is getting tedious, dude. If you have barred all the gases with energy, not all the gases are going to go the same speed. Only the gases that are bombarded by this energy in the right direction and aren't and have nothing in the way. Only those gases are going to go have escape velocity, which is why we only lose 30 grams,
Okay.
3 grams of hydrogen a second, and
Okay.
50 grams of
So
helium.
only at 12 o'clock noon, when the sun's overhead, do those gases in the area shoot up into space because the sun is empowering those particles, shoot up into space, and they escape the Earth's velocity. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. The sun.
In theory, that can happen, but only when the sun is right there above, not on the other side of this globe. Not
The sun
at
lights
night.
half the
It won't
Earth.
happen at nighttime.
Yeah, it would
Only
not
at 12
happen at
o'clock noon
nighttime.
will it happen.
Godric, if it's not 12 o'clock noon, is it nighttime? If it's not nighttime, is it 12 o'clock noon? Is that a false dichotomy?
I'm giving you
I think it is a
I'm
false
trying to
dichotomy.
explain your
Half
model
of the
to
Earth,
you.
yeah, half of the Earth is lit up at once. Not just the places where it's 12 o'clock noon, but the entire half of the Earth.
No, Kosho, because it's hottest above your head. It's not hot like so above your head is what? Is 0 degrees? Is how many, what's degrees above your head?
90.
0? 90. Okay, so at 0 degrees would be the horizon.
That's right.
So the sun needs to be 12 o'clock noon, and above your head is you're at 90. At 90 degrees is where the heat is, not at 0, not at 10, not at 20 degrees. At 90 degrees, maybe 80, 85. When you start going to 60, 65, then it gets cold, Kosho. It starts getting cold.
Godric.
So you won't have that. You want energy to escape that helium.
The sun has been
It have
bombarding
to
the
happen.
entire half of the Earth with energy, not just the places where it's noon. That's so crazy. Fuck. Hold on, man. I've been sitting here talking to you.
That actually
shooting
doesn't
the
make
shit for so
sense
long.
because if that's the case, why is it hotter at 12 o'clock noon?
It's not hotter at 12 o'clock noon, Godric. It's hotter at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Who knows that?
No, that's for a different reason. That's because the air warmed up by that time. The sun's light is hottest at 12 o'clock noon.
You're receiving the most amount of energy per square meter the closer to noon it is. And actually, only the subsolar point is going to receive the most amount of energy per surface, meter squared.
Okay, so we agree.
Irrelevant. That's irrelevant because the sun is bombarding the entire half of the Earth that's lit up. Doesn't matter how much light the surface is getting. The entire half of the Earth is being bombarded by the sun's rays. So,
doesn't your model claim that there's a sunspot on the Earth?
I gotta listen for a second, man, because I gotta eat. I'm sweating my ass off.
Okay, we're going to continue. About that sunspot that they claim, that would be the hottest part of the Earth. I thought. I mean, because there's a sunspot there, right? Maybe there's not a sunspot. Maybe that's all fake.
How much money did you make today, man?
Shit, dude, you won't believe what I made Friday, bro. It's fucking cray. My Roku went up 21 fucking points, 1,800 shares, bro.
Right, Roku.
Yeah, fucking.
That's actually a good stock.
But I didn't sell it. I'm just holding it, so shit could come down. Okay, look, Roku, right? They allow you to do the streaming services like Hulu and Netflix, right? It's like a box you put in front of your TV.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
So people buy it. They allow them to do this. So they have a viable product, but the stock went down like to 38, right? And now it's starting to build up, right? And now it's hit 90 on Friday, and it's starting to move up like very nicely and gradually. So it could go to 100, 200, bro. So yeah, I can really move. So
wait, so you do day trading?
Not really day trading, but investing. Yeah, trading. Yeah, I don't do day trading, but I do.
Well, I mean, okay, yeah. I mean,
do
if you're
trading.
not doing trading, then it doesn't really matter if it went up because it might just go back down. You know.
Well, what I do, I write cover calls, right? So monthly, I get a monthly income, right? So if I have, let's say, one contract with 100 shares, I can write a cover call and get, let's say, 5 points per month. So that's $500 per month per lot per contract, and that's how I pay my bills. So it's income. So and then
You
that's
just
just
take
like
the you
monthly
just take the
trading.
I see.
I do monthly trading on the cover calls. That's what I do. But
Wait, what's a
what
cover
you don't
call exactly?
explain
Is that like a yeah? Go
what?
ahead. What is a cover call? Explain that.
So you know how an apartment owner owns apartments, and let's say you have 9 units, right? You can rent out 9 units.
Yeah.
Let's say you say you're amount for $1,000 each, so now you have $9,000 in.
9,000. Yeah.
Well, a stock market investor can have 900 shares of Roku or Apple, but let's just say with 100 shares, right? They're going to rent out their shares to the public. They're going to create an option. In this case, they're going to create a call option by renting their shares to the public, saying, "I have 100 shares of Apple. I'm going to sell the option on this to whoever wants to buy it." The market always buys whatever price is there, and that's going to create a premium and income. That's going to create a call option that someone will buy.
What?
And for every call option someone buys, that has to come from somebody who has the shares. There's no call options that somebody has the shares of the stock. So if some people like me have the shares, create the call option because I sell the call. And when I sell the call, I get that premium every month into my account. Small amount, let's say 5 points or 3 points, whatever I'm doing. Roku pays about 7 points right now per month.
Where does that money
But
come from? So this comes from you.
that's
It comes from you just putting that up.
so let me
For
finish. Let me
it makes
finish.
it available for the option.
But you get 100 shares of Roku, and right now it's $90, so that's $9,000, right? So you sell the call. Let's say it's 90. So I sell the 95 call for next if you're in July, you go August. When you're August, you go September. So you do 1 month out, right? So for that call I create, I get 5 points. Let's say 7 points, a little better. So $700. So $9,000 investments get me $700 a month, right? Every month, and I can still make more money if the stock goes up because the stock's at 90. I can sell at 95. So I wage to gain 5 points on the share. What we call share growth, which
So
stock
hold on
going up.
though. Hold on.
And
Do you
hang on,
lose?
hang
Is
on.
that
And another
okay?
5 points premium. Let me finish. 5 points
Yeah,
premium
right.
for creating the option. But then if the stock goes past 95, I don't make any more money. It's just that profit
Yeah,
goes to
right.
the option buyer. If it goes to 200, I don't make that money. That goes to the option buyer. So I'm giving up the upside of the
How do
stock
you?
for a small premium that's determined
Yeah,
ahead of
it's like
time.
an option. I get that part. I get that part. But do you keep the Maracinos and what you're talking about? Do you keep the stock? Because you say you get paid every month, but are you losing part of stock as you're making that money? Like, let's say
Uh,
you have 1,000 shares.
Generally, in general sense, no, because I have the shares. I sell the option on the shares. If the option goes
Oh yeah,
past my
if you
strike
sell the
price,
options, yeah, right.
the option goes past my strike price. Those shares do get called away, but I sell it at my strike price. So if I buy it Roku at 90, and I write the 95 in this case for August, which I've done for $7. That's $7 per share.
Yeah.
Pays me $700, and then I
Yeah.
gain to make $5 more if it goes to 95, right? And at that point, if it goes to 96, they sell to cash, and I get cashed out. I sell my shares to 96, right? And I don't gain to make any more money if the stock goes 100, 110, 120, which it may do. So I'd be careful. But I'm getting my 7 points premium consistently, and that's going to pay my bills. I do that 10 times a year, 12 times a
Yeah.
year. That's going to bring in, pay for my investment eventually. It's just what's called cash cow, which is it just
All right.
keeps
Unless the
paying.
stock goes down. The stock goes down, and you did that though.
That goes
You,
down. I lose on the share growth, right? So let's say if you're at 90, it goes, let's say, to 60. Wow, you lose 30 points, right? However, I lose 30 points value. It's like you have an apartment, the real estate value goes down, but I'm still renting those rooms out. So I'm still going to get 5, 6, or 7 points on my Roku on selling the cover calls. So it goes down
Wait, I
30
don't
points.
understand. Hold on. How do you get those? Because of people who made those call options. at a lower price or what? I don't get it.
When
Like,
you have the
how you
shares,
still making money? How you still making money
okay.
if the price
What
goes
is it?
down?
What is a call option? A call option, an option basically is how you control the stock with less money but more risk reward. So, for example, if I have 100 shares Roku and shares at 90, that's $9,000 I gotta buy for shares. But if someone wants to buy a call option for, let's say, 95 Roku, that's in this case $7. So they're gonna pay $700 for one contract of Roku option. They can control 100 shares with that one option. So you can either buy the option for $700, or you can buy 100 shares for $9,000. So that's
Hold on.
that's the
Explain that
choices you
again.
have.
Explain that again, real quick. I didn't get that
Okay,
last part.
so a call option, an option in this case, is how you control the stock with less money but more risk reward. So a call option in this case of Roku, the strike 95 call option is 7 points or $700. So somebody can buy a call option for Roku, spend $700, and they control 100 shares of Roku stock in a sense. Okay, but if I wanted to buy 100 shares of Roku, I have to pay $9,000 because the shares are $90 times 100.
Right.
So
But they
in
got
one
the
sense, you
the
have 100 shares
$7.
of Roku, and on the option side, you have one contract which controls 100 shares, but it's only $700. The difference is that option in this case is good for 1 month, and if Coach show the stock goes down or sideways, that $700
Yeah, you lose
investment
all of it. You just lose it.
is gone. Right. The only way that $700 investment is going to have value is if Roku goes to 95, 100, 102, 105, 110, and then that $700 option goes up 10, 12, 15, $20.
Wait, hold on. So is a put option the exact opposite?
Yes, because you're on a put option, you make money when the stock goes down. On a call option, you make money when the stock goes up.
Okay.
Makes sense?
Did you say that you do TikToks where you explain this stuff? Because I'm sure that there's a lot of details like I feel like I know it, but unless like it sounds like you do this.
I do have a YouTube where I explain it, but you might think it's very boring. I don't want to bore you. You might
No,
love it.
yeah. I don't honestly. I don't want to bore anybody else, but I'd like to chat with
I
you,
have like
chat with you about this some more, dude. Because
so so I mentor these clients, and I'm on a Zoom call with them, and I'm telling them how this thing works, just like I'm telling you. And they're 1 hour sessions, and I have like 30 or 40 of them on my YouTube channel.
they
I
pay
can
you or what?
I can give you the YouTube link. I can put it in.
Yeah, okay. Do they pay you or you do it for free?
I mean, they pay me. They pay me. I just charge a small, nominal fee. I just charge like 400, and I give them like 12 sessions with that, like 12 hours, and
Sounds like they
most
sound like
people do pretty
suckers.
well, huh?
They sound like suckers, dude.
It's just I get paid for my time, but it's not, the value's not there. The value is in teaching and helping. There's people that charge 3,000. I don't want to do that. I don't do that. I just have like a nominal fee.
Hey, what's that called again? When you do what's that fucking called? I was looking into it. It's when you work for a broker, but you do man, what's it called? Hold on. I
Bonds,
think I asked you about it. What's it called?
bonds.
No. You work and you basically they give you an account. They give you like an account and you manage it and you make like a percentage based on I forget what it's called.
Hedge
It's
fund, hedge fund.
no, I forget what it's called. Hold on.
I'm gonna send you.
So basically,
Don't,
there's hedge fund companies that basically they'll hire dudes who are good at trading, and basically they just manage those dudes, and then they give them huge accounts so they get a percentage off of it. It's kind of like a hedge fund, but it's not. I forget what it's called. Wow.
I'm gonna put. Are we allowed to advertise our YouTube page in here? I just put my YouTube page right here in the live stream. Just promise me you won't let it melt your brain. If it starts getting boring, just turn that shit off. But
No, dude, I'm telling you
but
that
I
it's
do
actually
kind of like talk about like all the different kind of trades. I generally am able to do 12 sessions. I generally can do my full training in 12 sessions of an hour. And that generally is enough. Sometimes I have to teach math because people don't know math. But if I'm not teaching math, then it generally happens within 12 sessions or less. I can teach people everything. How do I
I
retire?
don't know math.
How to retire in the stock market? That's it. That's what I do.
I don't know math, so
Work from home.
it's funny, Gadget, because I honestly I think you don't know math. I think you don't know math, man. I think you don't know math, but you know what you're talking about when you're talking about this. So
I just have.
honestly, you know what you're talking about. You know what you're talking about a lot of times. So it's crazy. It's crazy to think. It's crazy to put these two gadgets together. It's hard to put these two gadgets together.
I might sound familiar. I might look familiar. People say, "Hey, you remind me of so and so."
No, but I'm saying the gadget that I talked to about cosmology and about gravity, and the gadget that's telling me about stocks. These two gadgets, I have a problem putting these two gadgets together.
What kind of goofball would believe the Earth is flat? Talk about stock market advice.
I talk to Witcher all the time, dude, and Witcher's actually a smart dude. He's smarter than a lot of
Look,
those.
I like that. Look, started. I got my stock market account at 18. I screwed around a little bit. By the time I was, let me see, 2000. In 2000, I quit my job. I quit my full-time job to do stocks, and I never looked back.
Have you ever lost money?
I mean,
Have you lost money? Got hurt?
the
Like
market goes down.
your life was in jeopardy.
The market goes down, so you lose share growth. But as far as losing money on the whole, I can't. I can't because the amount of cover calls I wrote, before Elon Musk bought Twitter, I did my accounting and I wrote 88 cover calls on Twitter. So even if the stock went to zero, all the cover calls I wrote, I still have a profit. So as long as you keep writing cover calls, eventually I get to the point where you just can't lose any money. It's all profit. It's just all. So then I have to watch my spending because that way you can keep your account. You can maintain their account size and not go down. Because if the market crashes or whatever, right? So now my value is going down. I be careful because if it gets too low, then it affects my amount. It affects my ability to make income. So in theory, you can lose money, but I haven't lost money in a long time.
You ever gamble?
Too much, bro. It's one of my things, but I don't gamble much. I like to play poker. I like to play poker.
Play craps?
I like to play craps. I haven't been to Vegas in a long time, but I do like to play craps. But it's been years.
Craps is my game, dude. But it sounds like the way that you talk about stock trading, it reminds me of the way I play craps, where you hedge your bets. You have.
You know how to play odds in craps.
Yeah, of course. Craps is my game, dude.
Play the odds. You know how to do don't pass.
Yeah.
You know how to lay odds.
Yeah, yes, Gadrick. I know exactly all about it. I was playing online the other day, and they had shit multiples. But if you got to play some good multiples, dude, this is what I do. Let me tell you what I do. I put a bunch of money on the don't pass or the don't come. That's my insurance. As long as I don't hit a 7, that money's on a number, especially a 4 or 10. That's sitting there, and everything I put on the come, I'm just making money. I'm putting odds on all those numbers, and I can make a lot of money doing that. If someone comes and all those numbers are out, I win the insurance money that I put on the don't come. Right? That's how I play.
Did you say you put money on both the don't pass and the pass? The come and the don't come?
Right. Not I only put one bet on the don't come or the don't pass, and I put the rest of my bets. I put a bet on the come every bet. So let's say it's the first bet.
So what about the yo?
No, I don't bet that. The yo, what's the yo? What's the yo?
Huh?
What's the yo? I forget what the yo.
The O is the 11. If 11 hits, that's technically
Oh yeah.
um that's
7 or
technically
11. Yeah. It's a crap. It's it's not a cramps, but it's a if you're on the com, you get paid. Yeah.
well, okay, well I hedge I played the don't pass and I played the yo because I hedged it with the yo. So if 11 hits, then it
Oh
negates,
yeah.
it cancels my don't come bet, which I'm gonna lose. But the
Yeah,
7
I do.
beats me
Actually, you're right.
in that.
I do that too, but if you do the math, it's not even a good bet, dude, because that's not good odds. Like what you get paid on the yellow is not worth the insurance. But you're right. If you do hit it, instead of losing that money, you do get it back, a little bit of it back because the yellow, it's just not worth the bet. But I used to do that too. And you sound like you play pretty good craps too. But
Well, you should make a video, Kosho, and look, I showed you my video, right? So now you have to show me a video.
truth is, even if you play craps at the best of your ability, at the best fucking technical bullshit, you're not gonna beat the table, so it doesn't matter. You can't beat the table in craps. That's
Kosho,
fun.
but that's where you're wrong, Kosho. You can beat the odds, bro. You get lucky, man.
Oh, you get lucky.
Get
I'm
on a
not into
fucking
the
roll, bro. You can get 5, 10 grand. Why not?
dude. I played at the Trump Taj Mahal in Atlantic City. I brought $1,100 and I only needed 300, and I got to 15,000 Sunday morning, and I had all the money in my pocket, and my buddies like
Dude,
he wanted me to teach him to
50,000 in your
play.
pocket. So you left the table with 15 grand.
No. I had a strat. Every time I won $1,000 or $1,500, I took it to my room every time.
Yeah,
But
so you
this was
left the table. You left the table with money.
yes, but I came back with only a couple hundred. But this was
At
the
that
last
point, like, all the hookers are following you. Like, hey, like where's your room?
yeah, of course, yeah, I had a good weekend, yeah. But at the end of the weekend, I had all the money on me because I was leaving. So uh, I was playing and I was playing stupid because I tried to teach my friend how to play, and the guy at the table was pissing me off. I lost all that 15,000 in like 30 minutes.
I guess the lesson is leave when you're ahead.
Don't play
Call it
with
a
your
day,
emotions.
and then come back another day.
That's how I play. Dude. That's how I always play. But when when
I noticed
I was up all night. I was up all night, dude.
I noticed people playing poker when they would double or triple their money, they'll leave the table and they'll start fresh because they'll pocket that money. So that way it's not at risk. So just start over. So same thing with craps when you're up, whatever it's 5, 10, whatever amount you're up. Let's say you put a goal. Stop playing, call it a weekend, and you can like spend money on food or whatever, buy clothes or whatever. Stupid shit. At least you don't put it back on the table until your next vacation.
Dude, that's how I did it. When I played craps, I was in the Navy. When I played craps, I never brought new money. I always only brought my winnings, and I stopped playing when I lost that 15,000. And that 15,000 was the only money I won, so I wasn't that upset about it. But
You lost 50 grand in craps.
15, 1-5.
Oh, at least at 50.
No, but I won that 15. But I won that 15 from 300. So I got 15 grand over the weekend from $300 I started. I had bought a drum set and a suit and shoes and jewelry. I bought some shit during that weekend, so it wasn't all gone. But I did.
Kasha, I'm gonna tell you,
Sunday.
Kasha, you have a little bit. You're a young guy, okay? With a little bit more knowledge, a little bit more. I want to say experience. You'd be dangerous, right? You'd be one of these like sleepers that can like do anything. Be the next Elon Musk or something. I really
I
mean
don't
that.
gamble with money I don't have.
So you don't gamble your rent. So you don't owe money
I
to
don't
Fat
gamble.
Tony. You don't owe money to Fat Tony.
Yeah, I don't gamble with money that I'm already decided I don't mind losing.
You remember Rounders when they owe money to grandma, like can come and punch him in the stomach and shit. You don't do that. Fucking Matt Damon and Edward Norton. Fucking Old Money to Grandma. Fucking the Russian dude. Loan Sharks. That black dude, Loan Shark. Beat you up, you don't pay him. You're not into that.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Give me 30 seconds. I'm running a bath.
So do what you gotta do.
Okay, you still there? God, you can fuck with me. He left. He's left.
Is everybody asleep? Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our earth.
Enemy spotted. Protothad.
Alright. I should be good now, my friend. Hopefully you can hear me. I do apologise if I start roboting. If I do start roboting, mate, just tell me and I'll stop.
You were at the beginning, but you sound a little better now.
Stunning. Awesome stuff, mate. So, celestial navigation can only work on the globe, apparently.
Yeah, you were breaking up there a little bit then, but I think you were saying celestial navigation will only work on a globe. That's my position. Yes.
Okay. I mean, can you explain to me, for example, how this is done? Because from my understanding, obviously every star has a ground position on the surface of the Earth, and that angle is 90 degrees.
Yeah.
You have a ground position of a star. Yeah, so you understand that ground position of the star is 90 degrees, right?
Yes, that is the elevation angle of the star from the ground position will be 90 degrees because it'll be directly above you at the zenith. I don't know if you're talking, I'm not hearing anything.
Okay, sorry, buddy, just a little bit of technical issues there. You can hear me all right, yeah?
Yep.
Can't hear you, Tom. Just a mic check, please, mate.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, buddy, I hear you. So, the ground position of a star directly underneath any star in the night sky, right, has a ground position directly vertically underneath it of 90 degrees to you with your angle measuring device.
It is
the sextant, yeah?
It is not 90 degrees to the observer. It is 90 degrees to if you were at the ground position, or elevation angle to that star would be 90 degrees. The horizontal at that ground position is not the same horizontal as your at your observation point.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, and I know you will do. Whilst doing celestial navigation, and what I'll do is I'll remove all of the dip correction and altitude corrections that we would have to do if we're on a surface. I'll put the sextant on the floor to make things easier for us, all right? So we don't have to do those dip corrections and other corrections. I can measure a angle up to a star. Let's call that angle 45 degrees, okay? And now vertically down from that star is a straight line, and it meets the surface of the Earth, and then a horizontal line to you. That angle between the vertical and the horizontal is 90 degrees, correct?
No, it is not. There is not a horizontal line between the ground position.
Can you provide me with a citation with that, please, Em?
Absolutely.
Can you provide me with a citation for that, then, please? Awesome.
Sure.
Stuff, because see, this is where everything gets a bit confusing, because I can provide you with citation from many a celestial navigation book that talks about the ground position angle of a star at 90 degrees. So we're going to have a conflict of interest here, aren't we?
What they're saying is, at the ground position, yes, the star is at 90 degrees from that position, at the ground position. They are not saying that there's a 90 degree over to the observer. Now, you will find some simplified diagrams that look like they have a triangle, but that is not how it is actually done. And you can find numerous citations that show it with the actual curvature of the Earth the parallel light from the two different locations. And let me find you an example of one. I have one I use in the course I teach, but I suppose you will not take a diagram that I have created as authoritative. So let me find a different one that looks very similar that comes from some other source. So let me look. I have so many damn
Do
folders
you want to
here.
draw a picture of over there? That might help him.
I'd have to. I have to get the crayons out for him.
Let's see here.
Oh, look, I drew a horizontal line. Look, proof.
Okay, here's a good one right here. Let me. Should I cut and paste this into the live stream voice text? Do I have image privileges there, or how should I do this?
Yeah, should do, or you can post it to me if you don't, and I'll post it for you.
He can post links, but he can't. They won't embed, so he can only post the link.
Okay, well, I can
No, that's
I
fine.
could DM this to FE Jedi, unless someone wants to temporarily give me image privileges just to make everything go a little faster. I mean, I'm only going to be posting
We don't
nerdy cell nav stuff.
don't have a
so-
moderator in here with that ability
Okay.
at the moment.
Okay, well, let me go ahead and send something to one of you here. Hold on.
Somebody
Moderator.
do me a favour and ping a moderator.
Yeah, if there's a moderator listening, I'll also tag them.
Thank you, buddy.
Okay, I just sent an image to FE Jedi if he wants to copy that one. Let me see. Remember, do I have the actual source? That comes from a particular navigation book. Which one did I copy that one from? Let me look around a minute.
I'll just posted your image in the live stream for you.
Okay. This is an example of the kind of things you can find in a variety of navigation texts. And you'll find and like American Practical Navigator will have some various things that will show stuff like this. Another navigation book.
You literally, this is brilliant. Thank you for providing this, mate, because you're literally showing the magic trick for us. This is going to be great.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying is you're actually measuring the angle from the central radial point of the Earth and the Earth's equatorial plane, yeah?
We're measuring the angle from the observation point. What we're saying is that makes the same angle that you would get going from the center of the Earth through the zenith at the ground position and the zenith at your position. That is the same as the co-altitude from your observation point. You're obviously not tunneling down into the center of the Earth, but the fact that you can
obviously not. Obviously not.
The fact that you can get that angle then allows you to then calculate that arc length on over the surface.
Awesome stuff. So this is where the magic trick takes place.
Okay.
So we see the horizontal line on the top of the curved surface, and that directly mirrors the one that is on the equatorial plane of the Earth outwards from the radial point horizontally across. Correct?
It's technically it's not the equatorial plane unless you were at the North Pole. You notice it's labeled as the celestial horizon on there. We're showing the orientation as regardless of where on the Earth you are, we're orienting the observer up above. But I mean, so that celestial horizon could be tilted relative to the equatorial plane. But otherwise, what you said, yes.
Yeah. So we noticed that there's at least two horizontal lines, one placed on the top of the ball, like a seesaw, and the one that's cut straight through the middle of the Earth, like a flat horizontal line. You noticed that the two arcs marked Z and H, where it pretty much look like a protractor, and you've got lots of straight lines. Measure an angle from that flat horizontal baseline to make your fucking triangle. You see that magic trick there?
Well, except for there's not really a triangle there. You just have angles that are forming arcs.
Yeah. But you do, don't you? You two have two straight lines from, let's say, your measurement point, just to keep everybody on track, is from the center of the Earth. Or we can use the one at the top of the ball. Doesn't really matter. You've got two horizontal flat lines to measure that elevation angle up to, haven't you? Right? You've got two horizontal lines, big man.
You're not
And
measuring a line off a curve. So yeah, horizontal line. So you're gonna admit that you do need a horizontal baseline to measure your elevation angle up to that star, right?
Absolutely. Horizontal, I think the part where we differ is that the horizontal line is not the surface of the Earth in the globe model. So
No.
I want to try and keep this real friendly. I totally understand that we have differing views on this, and I'm actually not coming in here to try and pick a real big fight.
Mate, I've got a massive smile on my face.
I'm
Dude,
absolutely going to convince you
you're
guys or
fine.
something. I like to just
You're fine.
I just like to explore where it is we differ, and I've tried to do this before. I actually went on Oakley's show like a while back and was hoping, and it was silly because I didn't know what his show was like that much back then. So I mean, let's have this discussion. Let's talk about where we differ on this. I'd love to hear the flat Earth view on how they see it working, and of course they just piled on and just made it into a dumpster fire. It would be wonderful if we get to have a friendly conversation here instead. So
that'd be fine. I mean, you're literally just pointing out and have illustrated the magic trick for me, mate. So as far as I'm concerned, you can talk all you want because you've already said horizontal line. Horizontal flat baseline for you to measure your elevation angle up to the star. We can use the one on the top of the ball, but that gets superimposed down to the central radial point for that horizontal line, the celestial equator, correct? So that horizontal line is where you're going to get your elevation angle up from, because you can't get an angle from a curved surface now, can you? Unless you bastardize the idea, do some maths, and then give me this little drawing with two horizontal lines on it.
And I mean, if getting a tangent is bastardizing, yes, I will agree. We are bastardizing our way to a tangent in order to get this.
Well, actually,
and I will again say though, it's
two
not.
seconds. Tangent line, that's fine. But remember, I put the sextant on the floor, didn't I?
Yeah, well,
just to make things simple, because if we're an elevation above that surface of the Earth, we're going to draw a tangent line from our observer point down to the horizon. Our next calculation is going to take us down to the surface of the Earth, which is why I made everything easier and put the sextant on the floor, so we don't have to draw tangent lines.
Right. Well, you still have a tangent line. You now have a tangent line that is the horizontal. The horizontal
to where?
To the in there it's labeled geoidal horizon. Basically, what's happening. In fact, I could give you guys a link to a really slick tool that shows you what's happening there. Where if you have an eye height that's above the ground, you have an angle that's going down to the curved surface. Your horizon is off in the distance. The point on the horizon off is in the distance. As your eye height becomes lower, that angle is starting to tip up, and the point to the horizon is getting closer and closer to you. As you get to the point where your eye height is basically right in the water, you've basically that sight line is tilted to where now it's horizontal. It is horizontal, and the horizon is at your eyeball. They are now the same place. So that your sight line and the horizon and the horizontal are the same thing. They are the same tangent line.
Yeah. So when we're making our reference to the horizon, it's not actually the horizon that we're interested in, is it? It's actually the ground position of a star that's a known distance at a certain time of year, because the stars come back this, that, and the other. So the only reason,
it's not the ground position. Actually, no, it's not. We're not actually aiming at the ground position. No. Ground position comes completely from the nautical almanac. The only reason we're looking at the horizon is we want the zenith. We can measure directly from the zenith if we want, because we want the coax.
How far away can the star be? As in ground position along the surface of the Earth, or geographical position, if you would prefer.
Well, I mean, you're limited by. Eventually you can go like about a quarter of the way around. The star will be, if the star is close to the horizon, you're going to get at your maximum distance to the circle of equal altitude, and then you can't see it anymore. So you're just not going to get that one, and that would be your maximum distance, which is about a quarter of the circumference.
We say what, about 3,000 miles?
Let me just do the math here. I think in nautical miles. So.
Yeah. So this is, again, maybe an area of contention that maybe you and I should discuss. Because that geographical position or ground position of that star is on the surface of the Earth, and we know the distance to it from me or you with the sextants, and we can say that star is 2,000 miles beyond the horizon, for example. correct? Which is why we want to have a reference of the horizon, do our calculation, dip correction or altitude correction, which is why I put the sextant on the floor. And the geographical position is beyond the horizon, at a distance of, say, 2,000 miles.
Yeah, I was going to say the maximum would be like close to 5,400 nautical miles, and you're right. The ground position is typically going to be much farther away than the distance to the horizon. The horizon may only be a few dozen nautical miles away, and your ground position is actually could be thousands of nautical miles away.
Yeah,
and your angle that you're pointing your sextant is not pointing at the angle of where the ground position would be. It's actually would be much.
No. Yeah. So we're getting a reference from the ground position of that star, we'll say, to keep the math simple, 2,000 miles away. Straight horizontal baseline to me and you've just put the sextant on the floor, and that star in question is an angle above the horizon. Let's keep it 45 degrees to keep everything simple. We've just made a triangle. You understand that, right?
At the point when you've put your eye down exactly at the bottom, you have basically no line out to the horizon. The horizon is sloshing against your eyeball. So your dip correction has become zero only because you don't need to look down to see the horizon. The horizon is literally on your eyeball. And let me find this. Yeah, let me get this link to show you what I mean on that.
Just quickly, and I know this might be a slight aside. The horizon's not physical, is it? It's not the geometric curve of the Earth. It's a horizon. It's an apparent location, right?
Well, I mean, what you see physically with the horizon, the refraction is affecting that. So it is an apparent horizon in that it's not a geometric horizon. Because the geometric horizon, you'd have to look a slightly different location. But I mean, you're still looking at a physical thing in that there's water there. There's physical water. But it's just that the position, the angle to it is slightly different than it would be if we had no atmosphere. That's all we really mean when we're saying we're looking at an apparent horizon rather than geometric. Geometric is what you'd see if we never had refraction, but we have atmosphere, so of course we have refraction. So.
Awesome. So we're just using the horizon as a reference point, right? To draw your tangent down to. Let's remove dip correction. Let's call it an altitude correction because we can backwards that one as well.
Mm-hmm.
So an altitude correction, this is why I put the sextant on the floor, because that's what the math does. Is your correction will take your altitude down to zero. So we put the sextant on the floor.
The altitude correction, that's not actually what the altitude correction is doing. The dip correction, the altitude correction is dealing with the sight line to the celestial. So it's the upper line, not that lower one to the horizon. Your lower line is handled completely by the dip correction. That includes a component of refraction. There is refraction in that. The altitude correction is a refraction correction. The celestial, it is based on your sextant angle to the star. So depending on your altitude angle that you're reading, it changes based on how high that star is. Dropping to zero if the star is exactly at what's
horizontal is celestial.
No. The celestial body is going to be. I'm talking about the celestial body, the star.
I'm not talking about the celestial body. I'm talking about the celestial equator.
Okay, but you mentioned the altitude correction. The altitude correction is something very specific. The altitude correction, you are applying the angle that you have after applying the dip correction. So you've basically now changed your lower line of your angle being horizontal. So you've got that. So that lower line is adjusted. Now you still have to worry about the upper line that's going to the star. That is also affected by refraction, and the amount it is affected is based on how big that angle is. The closer it is to the horizon, the more it's affected. It gets less and less as it gets closer to the zenith. So when you're up to the zenith, you're basically, because you're cutting through the density gradient exactly perpendicular, there is no refraction. And therefore, the altitude correction is zero if you're looking straight up at the star. So that what we call the altitude correction, sometimes called the refraction correction, is only the upper line of the angle. The dip correction is the lower line of your angle. When you apply the two of them, you now have a elevation angle that has all the potential confounding things like refraction removed.
Right. It's just making straight lines going.
Yeah, I mean, you got that. The area in contention, my friend, is, again, as I've pointed out, you've got two horizontal lines. one at the top of the ball and one going through the middle of the ball, and your correction calculations are going to take you down to a horizontal line for you to measure your angle off of. You're going to build a triangle between you, that star, and the ground position of that star back to you with your sextant that we put on the floor. The sextant is obviously just an ankle measuring device. That's
Okay. I agree.
Can I just point out too?
what it is. It's just an ankle measuring device. It's glorified.
Can I just quickly point out? Sorry to interrupt, but in that diagram, I still don't see a 90 degree from the GP.
It actually is. If you look at where the GP is and where the line out to the light ray, how that's extending. If you were to like rotate that so the GP was up at the top, you could create a tangent line at the GP similar to that geodal horizon, and that would be 90 degrees. A tangent line at the point of the GP to that curved surface will be 90 degrees to the light ray. What they're saying, when they say that there's a 90 degree at the GP, they're not talking about it being 90 degrees to the observer. They're talking about your angle. If you were getting an elevation angle to the star from the position of the GP, it's directly overhead, therefore that elevation angle is 90. But I understand that from the flat Earth perspective, there's this belief that, well, of course, the surface is flat, therefore there must be a horizontal line running between the GP and the observer, and that would then form the base of a triangle. And that is helped along by the fact that you do find some diagrams that look like that. I am here to tell you that those diagrams are very simplified things just to get the idea across of having an elevation angle. This diagram I'm showing you here is the way it's applied in the process. And I've actually demonstrated that by showing how that distance between the GP and the observer is an arc.
We get a citation for that.
My actual demonstration? Yeah, I have a video. I don't know how many of you have seen.
Can we get a citation for that's how it's done in the process?
Well, this what I posted right here is an example of it. Actually, probably an even better example would be the guy who created the process, the guy who invented circles of equal altitude was Captain Sumner, like about 100 and some years ago. Let me see if I can find one of the pages from that book. Hold on a second.
Citation is, don't you?
I know I'm not going to go to all the doing it like I'm defending my thesis, but I can provide you a link or the what the actual the book is that you can get this information from. And I'll give you the page from the book that has the relevant section. So hold on a second. It's not the folder it's in. Appreciate you guys being patient. I think it's in this one. Oh, well, this is like a zoomed in screenshot from a video I made, but it is, I can tell you what page it is in the book. Oops, that's not what I want.
If I'm reading that picture correctly, by floating a rope in the water with a knot in it measures distances.
You're talking about the original way that we measured speed on boats. Yeah, you trailed a rope behind, and how many knots would pass, along in the water as you would count, and then that would give you your speed. We have more accurate ways of doing it now. We have little devices you can trail in the water, and it'll measure the speed of the water much more accurately. But actually, I was using one when I was sailing just a couple days ago.
Yeah, so any of that stuff requires flat Earth too.
Okay, so this is a section where the Captain Sumner, the guy who invented the kind of the circles of equal altitude method of navigating, is describing how you're getting the distance from the observer position to the basically the edge of the circle of equal altitude. He's describing it an arc of a great circle passing through this pole, which is equal to the complement of the sun's altitude. That's the co-altitude. So he is describing
Where are
it
you
as an
posting
arc.
it?
He's describing it as the. I gave it to FE Jedi again because I can't do images unless someone's gave me those privileges. So I can tell you exactly what page that is, and actually I can give you even a link to the book. Why don't I do that too? I can post that right in the chat. Let me find my actual. Find the.
Have a mod out there on YouTube listening in. Could we please give Protothad temporary image permissions?
I did post your last message in the live stream voice text as well.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and send a link to this book. Google Books does these disgustingly long URLs. Post this in. Let me know if you guys can open that book. So it's to a PDF of a copy of this book written by Captain Thomas Sumner, who's the one that kind of invented the concept of circles equal altitude. He does go in there and talk pretty extensively about how it's based on arcs over spheres, and all that sort of thing. I have a video I made specifically commenting to Brian's logic. Where I actually go through a bunch of these pages. This is in fact, this graphic I posted earlier, where I talk about where it has the highlighted part about the measured on the arc of a great circle is from that video, and there's some other pages I highlight in that where it's basically kind of him describing what's in that previous diagram that I posted of the way you're getting that distance from the observer to the GP is an arc of a great circle, going from that observation point. Actually from the GP. It's actually from the GP to your observation point because your observation point is on the circumference of the circle. And what I've done is I have another video. I don't know if any of you ever seen my response to 10th Man video I did. It's the one that got me banned from the Fed server. that whole kerfuffle. If any of you were around for that. Where I actually halfway into that video, I walk through a position fix where rather than doing all the complicated spherical trigonometry of site reduction, I literally skip the math and just directly apply the co-altitude angle to get an arc length. And I use that and I measure that arc length on the surface of a globe. I draw the circles of equal altitude on a surface of a globe. And I show how they intersect at the latitude longitude coordinates. So it's taking the lines as they exist in the real world, that like we have circles we've created that are a specific distance from the ground position. I'm recreating those circles just shrunk down, and showing that on a globe, they will then intersect at the correct coordinates. I've done some other stuff where I've attempted to recreate that on a flat map, and it does not work on a flat map.
Flat map.
Yeah.
Flat map. Who provided you with this flat map? Which one out of the thousands of flat maps did you use?
This specific.
You understand? I said thousands.
Yeah, there's all sorts of different projections.
Sorry, Chatty. Sorry, don't have to build a straw man because you've used a specific map and said, doesn't work on this map. Which map was it? Just out of curiosity.
Okay. I've done it on two. I've done it on the azimuthal equidistance, so basically the Gleason. And I've done it on a Mercator. And it will not work on either of those.
You've done it on Nicole-Peterson. You've done it on Nicole-Peterson.
I don't think I have. I think maybe someone else has done that one.
Someone else.
Let me. Bacon might have done the Gaul piece. I'd have to go look. He's done some other maps. He's done it on. So, but I mean,
So
that's,
you want
if you think about it, I
you
mean,
want
go ahead.
mate, you're very chatty. I thought this was going to be a conversation, not you just spouting your word salad for 10 minutes without anybody being able to interrupt you and call you to task on what you said. I'm just jumping over. I've done this on the flat map. I just don't want you to build a straw man and burn it down, mate. No one's provided you with a map. You've just picked one at random, haven't you?
Yeah, but if you want to provide me a map, I'll try it on any map you like.
Yeah. How did you get your latitude lines? When were they developed, and how were they developed?
The latitude lines are derived from the motions of the celestial bodies. The fact that they travel in set.
Which one?
All of them. So
which one?
Which celestial body?
Pole star.
No. The North Star. I mean, that's one that you can determine your latitude roughly. It's not exactly at the celestial pole. But what I'm saying is,
Had it been the original one was used?
It's the fact that when you
would it have been the original one that was used? Would it have been the original one used?
Which original one? What are you talking about?
North Star. Would it have been the original one used?
A long time ago, there was a different one, evidently. I mean, I'm not going to say that I'm an authority on was it really that way or whatever, but it's like supposedly, if you look at so much older text, you can see that it's shifted, and there was at some point a different one that was closer to being in the middle.
I'm not talking about whether there was a different one. I'm just talking about, was that the original one used to determine
over 250,000 years ago, before the sextant was developed? Yeah, it's the same.
The point I was trying to make is that the fact that latitude lines track in the direction that they do is based on the fact that that is the direction that ground positions of stars move. That latitude lines are not arbitrary. We didn't pick the way they're laid out as some sort of arbitrary thing. They are meant to represent direction that ground positions move over time.
And you would have needed a reference point. Because they move, you couldn't use them to determine it.
I mean, well, we pick. Then you've got, of course, longitude is perpendicular to that, and we've picked sort of an arbitrary prime meridian. We then use as an offset, and then the distance between longitudes is entirely based on how quickly does a celestial move at a particular latitude. So what we find is they move the fastest at the equator.
You would have needed a fixed reference point, right?
You pick a particular geographic location. You said, okay, this is where our prime meridian is. I have a particular star that comes directly overhead at a particular time. But then over time, it's going to be moving a particular direction. It's rising in the east, moving west. And over a certain amount of time, someone directly west of me, after a certain amount of time, will see that same celestial directly overhead. How far away they are and how much time interval there is between those two times is dictating how fast that ground position is changing over a period of time. And that gives you how far apart longitude lines need to be at that latitude.
At ground position again.
So my point here is that latitude and longitude is not arbitrary. The prime meridian is arbitrary. You can decide to put a prime meridian wherever you want. We've all agreed on a particular one, but once you're
using angles,
prime meridian, I mean we do use angles to track where the stars are, but you can do all this based on just looking for where these particular stars are when they're directly overhead, when they're at your zenith, and how they move is dictating how the layout of the latitude and longitude lines. They have to follow the motion of the ground positions, otherwise they would be useless for navigation. The latitude longitude lines have to match the direction of motion and the speed of the ground positions, otherwise they cannot be used for navigation.
Ground positions, so more than one
I'm sorry.
ground position.
I just had a
We're not
question.
talking
Sorry to
about ground.
interject there, guys. Uh, so,
You're roboting, mate.
Yeah, someone's roboting.
plotting for me a bit. I'm not sure it's only me.
You're roboting pretty bad.
So I guess my question was about the thing Jedi asked about the North Star and the positioning. Like, how were you able to draw latitude lines if you didn't use a reference point like the North Star? So basically, you took the maps and then you took the latitude and longitude points that they told you, and then you went to a different distance and then you use that as your next one and see if it looked accurate on the map. Like, how did you figure out those distances or the latitude and longitudes?
Well, I mean, the my point I was making earlier was not so much about exactly how you were numbering specific which latitude you're at, but the fact that the latitudes are oriented the way they are. It's definitely you to decide where what latitude number you're at, what latitude you're at. You do want to use the North Celestial Pole, which yes, Polaris is very close to. It's actually not quite there. So when they were determining those, they weren't technically using Polaris. They maybe did in the very early days when things weren't as accurate. But when you want to get really accurate, you're actually determining that celestial pole point that's like a fraction of a degree off from where Polaris is. So that's how you're doing that.
So when I'm directly underneath, sorry guys. So when I'm directly underneath, for example, the pole star, it's 90 degrees. I move half the distance from the pole star to the equator. It's 45 degrees. And I'm at the equator at 0 degrees, correct?
Correct. I mean, it's pretty much.
Awesome. Sorry, you noticed I said angles there as well. So 45-degree angle up towards Polaris. 0 degrees up towards Polaris and 90 degrees underneath Polaris, and every single increment in between 90 degrees and 0 degrees, right?
Right.
That's an angle we're talking about. So this is how your latitude lines were actually made. Yep. So again, angles.
I've never said it's not
45
angles.
degrees up.
Flat baseline.
This is the thing. If you're going to be measuring angles off of a curve, you can't measure angles off a curved surface, now can you?
Absolutely, you certainly can. You can.
Hold on. 2 seconds. We're going to have to ask you a very simple question. You know what a triangle is, right? 3 straight lines meeting at 3 vertices where the interior angles can be measured and added together to reach 180 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
If I curve one of those lines, 2 of those angles I can no longer read, correct?
You
and
don't
it's
need
no longer a triangle, correct?
You don't need a triangle to get a single angle. From your vertex, which is your eye, you just need 2 points to aim at, and you can get an angle. And you will agree. Come on.
And those would be straight lines. Those would be straight lines, wouldn't? Yes, those would be straight lines, correct?
Sorry, two points make a line. I don't know what the fuck he just said.
A vertex, and then 2 points that you're aiming at. I should say 2.
And you're going to be using.
Let's say 2 sight lines. A vertex and 2 sight lines can create an angle. You do not need that third line. You don't need that opposite side to your eyeball. You're just getting an angle. You don't need anything more than that. Because okay, so FE Jedi, you've used a sextant, right? You've measured angles with it. I think you might be dropping out.
I understand what you're saying about you only need 2 lines to measure an angle. Yeah, no, that's fine. I completely agree. You just need 2 lines. That's fine. But those lines would be hold on. There's a question following, chatty. Don't make me lose my patience, mate. I'm being really cool with you. So those lines would be straight, correct? sure. You
I
didn't say
mean,
that very
there's
loudly.
some
Say it with your chest.
we do have
Sure. Yes,
refraction we have
absolutely.
refraction
Yes.
adjustments, but we eventually end up with straight lines.
Which refraction model are you talking about? And I don't want to then go off on another segue and start talking within the weeds, because we're going to be talking about celestial navigation from boats at sea from the mid 1700s using an angle measuring device.
Right.
Yeah, sure. Which is based on the premise of a triangle, a 90-degree triangle, right?
And that's where we
I'll take
disagree.
you well back. Okay, so then you're going to have to provide citations for this.
I thought I
Celestial
just had.
navigation was developed. Celestial navigation was developed in the late 1700s, right?
And I gave you the book. I sent a link of the guy who did it. He goes in there in extensive. In fact, let me get another page out of that where he says it's based on spherical geometry.
Spherical geometry.
He's let me, and I'll read the passage out loud, but let me get the page where he specifically says that, the guy who invented this navigation process. Let's see, I'm on the wrong thing again. Okay, here it is. In the right folder, at least. Yep, this is the one. And open with.
You don't get to beg the question with tangents, so don't go there.
He doesn't use the word tangent, but this is back into. Okay, so I have image privs now? Can I post this right in the text stream? I'll just try it. Up there. Don't think I do. I'll send it directly. And okay, this is a page from that. This is a page from that same book. And let me just go ahead and read it for the other people while you post it. Explanations of the principles upon which this method depends. To facilitate the understanding of the theory of this method, a reference to the following common definitions relative to spherical bodies may be necessary. And then it goes on to talk about if any plane or a flat surface pass through the sphere, the intersection of the surface of the sphere by the plane is the circumference of a circle. And he's laying the groundwork right there to talk about what we call the circle of equal altitude. Talks about great circles, small circles. Later on in the book, he talks about how that relates to parallels of latitude. But if this specific book, he goes in quite a bit of depth describing how the distances over the surface are arcs, and how this is happening on a spherical surface. And then I actually, in a video, I go through that section where I talk about the arc of the great circle passing through the pole in the complement of the sun's altitude. I actually step through and show how that looks like that previous diagram that I posted. And I have my own version of that I also provide. Let's see.
In practicality, you're cutting sections out of the Earth, are you?
We're just
make horizontal planes.
No, we're taking arcs over the surface.
Assuming arcs over the surface. How you're doing it in practicality, right?
Okay. I mean, to do a particular method of navigation, you do have a presumption of what the Earth is like. Your validation of that presumption is, do you actually get to where you expect? Did you travel the distance that you expected? I have tested this by actually shrinking down the geometry described in the process and drawing it on the surface of a globe. There's a fellow who does a video. I'm trying to remember his name now. You guys may have seen it. It's the one where on the teaser for it has the Pink Panther holding a curved L, angle measure. But he goes through showing how if you draw circles on a Mercator map and project it back to a globe, they get distorted. Opposite is true. If you draw circles on the surface of a sphere, project them back to something flat, they will always be distorted. It is impossible to take circles you've drawn on a sphere, project them to any flat surface, and have them still look like circles. So the fact that I can make them intersect at correct latitude longitudes on a spherical surface, on a globe, means there is not any way to actually make them intersect on a flat map. Now, I've made that claim. I don't know that there's any way I can prove that to you unless we do it on every single map projection that's out there. I've tested it on a few. But if you accept the geographic reality of it is impossible to take a spherical globe surface, project it flat without distorting the distances, the fact that circles of equal altitude intersect correctly on a globe means they will not intersect correctly when drawn flat.
Should I go? Oh, he's back.
Okay, hey, FA Jedi, just so you posted a diagram there. It's interesting. That comes actually from a video by a guy called I forget now the name of the YouTube channel, but I've been to it before. He does a variety of tutorials, and he actually in the description for that video talks about that it's not actually doesn't actually use triangles. It actually uses spherical geometry.
Just going to throw this out there just for shits and giggles. You understand that if the Earth was flat, which it is, but we'll say it is, you understand that that would be the flat horizontal baseline, and it would be really easy to make a triangle out of it, right?
I mean, if the world was flat, I would agree that you would use right triangles probably to do some sort of to find your distance to your ground positions to your navigation. I'm saying that you do not actually use a right triangle. You would agree that you never have the height to the star, right? I mean, this is an argument Globies and flat earthers go back and forth about. Globies saying, "Oh, if you have the triangle, you should be able to arrive to the height to the star," and then flat earthers say, "Well, celestial navigation, you don't have the height to the star." We actually agree on that. You don't have the height to the star, which, as far as I'm concerned, is
need it. You don't need it.
Okay, you don't need
it.
Okay, you don't need it. Can you get it? Can you get the height to the star?
Yes.
Okay, so you can use trigonometry if you have the angles of your triangle and you have one side. You can solve a triangle using trigonometry, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we should always be able to find the actual height of any star, because when we're getting the distance to the ground position, we know the angles. We know that there's a 90 degree over at the ground position. We know that there's an angle from our observation position. We also then we can complete the final if it is a right triangle, you can complete the angle up at where the star is. You've got all three angles. You've got one side. You've got the base because you know the distance. Therefore, you should be able to complete the other sides. You can use trig. You can get the height from the ground position to the star and the distance from your observation point to the star. You know exactly where that star is. It's your distance to it and its height over the Earth. The problem is when you try and do that math from different locations on the surface of the Earth, you end up simultaneously with different heights to the star for different observers at different places, because it doesn't obey the rules of trig. When you multiply that angle, the complement angle, by 60 nautical miles per degree, that is not a trig operation. That is not how you find the opposite side of an angle in trig. That is the arc length formula, exactly like that previous document showed. Just like that protractor picture you're showing. You can see that as you increase the angle, the distance along the curving part of that protractor increases by a steady amount with the angle. It increases by the same amount as the angle, essentially, at the same rate. Because multiplying a constant distance by an angle is giving you a curving arc length. If you want to get a flat distance, you have to use a trig identity, sine, cosine, or tangent. And then, as the angle increases, each subsequent degree is increasing by a larger amount, which is not what we see when we do celestial navigation. That's how we know we're getting an arc length, not a flat base of a triangle. Some flat Earth sextant enthusiasts I've talked to, their change to their description that I've heard recently is like, well, we are getting an arc. We're getting an arc in the sky, and then that somehow transforms into a flat distance on the ground. They never really explain how that transformation happens, but that's what they're saying. But in the process, we say that we're just directly getting that multiplying 60 nautical miles per degree by that co-altitude angle. That's just giving us the distance on the ground. We never talk about that being some magical distance in the sky. And that diagram that shows the angle from the center of the Earth is showing why we're getting the distance on the surface. Now, I get that we disagree on that. What I'm saying is I've done a practical implementation of that model by taking a protractor, measuring an arc length on a globe, matching the co-altitude angle, physically drawing the circles on the surface of the globe for each of the stars that I have a co-altitude angle for. They actually intersect at the correct latitude, longitude coordinates. Implementing that geometry as described in the text physically on a globe, and it renders the correct result. If the Earth is flat, there should be a way of doing something like that flat and getting the latitude, longitude coordinates. I have been asking for over a year. When?
You said you cut a section out of Earth. You admitted that that's your concession, that you can't use a curved surface to obtain your angles.
I don't use a flat plane when I'm getting that distance. I'm using an arc over the curving surface.
Are you cutting a section out of Earth then?
I mean, that's just saying the geometric concept of you can have the circumference of a circle be on the surface of a sphere.
Just use the curved surface. Then just use the curved surface.
I just use the curved surface. I don't use the plane.
No, you can't use a curved surface to obtain elevation angles.
Absolutely. Let me post you another picture. I mean, we already agreed.
Absolutely. You said absolutely, like you can do that. Angles require straight lines, not curved surfaces.
Right. But the surface, we don't use the surface of the Earth as a line in the angle. And therefore, it doesn't matter that the surface of the Earth is curved because the angle we're getting is not using the surface of the Earth.
Because you can't use a curved surface to obtain the angle.
That is the fundamental. I understand this is the fundamental disagreement that we have. From the globe perspective, and this is what plenty of the documents describe, angle that we're getting, not on the surface. The line for that angle is not on the surface. Meets the surface only at a point. And it's getting us...
begging the question? I said no tangents. I said no tangents. You would be begging the question, sir.
I'm just describing the way we're doing the process. We can validate this by doing the process. I did
use colorful words and try to mix it all up. You're still using a tangent, and he said no, you're not using it.
Well, then you're not going to do celestial navigation. So it's like, I guess I'm telling you how I do it. Now, I posted something like before I left the coffee house earlier today, where there was some actual sextant angles. In case, supposedly a couple of you guys have actually done this stuff. I wanted to see, if you wanted to work through those sextant angles and show how you use a right triangle to do it, I would love to see that. The process as I do it, I don't use a right triangle. I'm using
when you use the sextant, when you use the sextant and you're establishing a horizontal baseline, a use of the horizon to get your elevation angle, is it a tangent?
Is it a tangent? Yeah. When I'm aiming at a point on the horizon, my eye is above that. I mean, you can look at the diagrams that show how dip correction is done. I mean, technically, you do have a little bit of refraction. So there's a part of your initial sight line is slightly curved. When you correct out the refraction, you have a line that is a straight line that, and then to that, then you adjust
What
for
would
the
that
geometry
what would
to
that
make it
refraction be
horizontal.
based upon? What would that refraction be based upon?
It's empirically derived from the fact that we've been studying this stuff for centuries. You I think, made a good suggestion earlier of like, let's not
Would
get
it be
hung up on
based
refraction because
upon?
it's a relatively small. You're talking about arc minutes, and you could ignore it completely if you want to use a bubble sextant and just measure from horizontal directly. In which case, you're not aiming at the horizon anymore. You're aiming at a point above the horizon. If you have a bubble sextant, it's leveled to a point that is above the horizon. It's definitely not at the surface of the Earth because the horizon dips below horizontal. We know that because we have to apply the dip correction. The bubble sextant, we don't apply it. That horizontal line is at some distance, some angular distance above horizon. So if we can use a bubble sextant, we can just not even worry about the horizon. Don't worry about dip correction. We're almost getting the elevation angle directly. We still have to deal with refraction adjustment, the altitude correction for the line up to the celestial body, but we can apply that, and now we have a elevation angle, a classic elevation angle. It's horizontal at one point. It's got an angle up to a celestial body. But at no point is that the surface of the Earth, because that horizontal, we know it's not pointing at the Earth, because we know that the horizon dips below horizontal. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a dip correction.
That's a funny word, dip correction. Dip correction. What's the dip?
The dip is the fact that the angle from your eye to the horizon is pointing slightly downward. It's not pointing forward. It dips
So
from horizontal.
you know what the horizon is, right? It's where the sky meets the ground.
Right. Yes.
So your feet are touching the ground. So it's actually the distance between your eyes and your feet. There's no dip correction. It's just so you can put yourself at the ground in a straight line. No curves.
I've heard flat earthers describe it that way, and I will agree that as you get lower and lower, the dip correction gets less until if your eye was in the water, it would become zero because the horizon is now against your eyeball. The horizon is actually at your eyeball. There's no need to look down because the horizon is right there where you're at. That does not mean that the surface continues horizontally. If you look at the diagrams in celestial navigation manuals, it shows it curving. I can show you one from Harold Jacobi from like 100 and some years ago. They depict the curve of the Earth, horizontal, dip correction, the dip angle, and it shows that the dip is going down to a curved surface and the horizontal is above the surface. This is the way the mariners were saying it was done 140 years ago.
Is the definition of elevation angle that I just posted in the live stream voice text, is that correct?
Okay, let me scroll down. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight. Yes, but do you believe that the horizontal plane has to be the surface? Is that the surface of the Earth?
What you would be establishing with the sextant, right?
Yeah, he agreed that the horizon is where the sky meets the ground. Now, ask that question again.
Do you believe the horizontal plane is the surface of the Earth? If I'm standing up at the top of a building and I'm getting an elevation angle with a horizontal plane that's with my eye, is that horizontal plane the surface of the Earth? And remember, there's a dip correction, so the horizon is always going to be pointing lower than horizontal.
Could I or someone else can take this?
I mean, let me post another image, like an actual definition of
and physical.
Sorry, can you repeat that,
And
Jedi? You're robot.
Obviously,
Yeah, I'm posting another one to FE Jedi. One of the if you do a Google search on elevation angle or angle of elevation in Google, this is one of the probably right off the first page. I added the red text that says, "Note: the Earth's surface is not aligned in this angle because you have the angle of elevation is above horizontal, and below it you have the angle of depression. The horizontal is at your eye level." So, from my standpoint, when I am applying dip correction, I am not thinking of it as lowering myself to the surface. I don't get down in the water and use my sextant with swim fins. I am raising the lower part of that angle up to my horizontal. And you can find references that talk about it that way, in fact, depict it that way. You find a few that talk about that the tables are written as if you are down at the surface so that the dip correction is 0. Because you still need to apply you don't know what your dip correction is until you actually apply it by plugging your height of eye into the dip correction formula. And therefore, you want to start with the tables being 0 so you can apply that correction. That doesn't mean you ever actually are at that 0. It doesn't mean that we're actually using the surface. We're never actually using the surface as our horizontal. Our horizontal is just horizontal. It's going to be looking straight ahead.
There's a horizon where the sky meets the ground.
Yes, absolutely. I agree to that. And that point is below horizontal.
So your feet are standing on the ground when you do that. So your dip correction is the eye height to the ground. That's it. That's all it is.
The dip correction is not your eye height. Those are two different. The dip correction, the eye height is what you plug into the dip correction formula. The dip correction is what comes out of that correction formula. You've got what the input to the formula and the output.
Or you can dig a hole in the ground and make yourself even at the beach at sea level and do it that way. Then you don't have to do any numbers, do you?
Yeah, but then your horizon is right at your eye, and that's why you don't have to look down. It's also a real poor way to do it because refraction gets worse at the surface. That's where you have your biggest temperature changes, so you're really better off being higher. Something I was going to post before we kind of went off on a little bit of a tangent. Let me see if I can find it. I mean, but we at least agree that the sextant doesn't need any kind of physical surface to get an angle. We're just arguing about
it needs a horizon, right?
I'm saying to get any angle. You could measure the angle between two different lighthouses. You could tip it sideways. You're doing landmark-based navigation, and you just want to know the angle between two lighthouses because you're going to navigate that way. You don't need any surfaces to do that. A sextant is completely capable of getting
unless you use the horizon, it's pointless then using it for celestial navigation, right?
Yeah, for celestial navigation, you absolutely, if it's a Mariner sextant and not a bubble sextant, you absolutely are going to use the horizon.
What's the difference?
You're going to do your correction. Okay, so there is technically in just getting the angle, there is no difference. You're just aiming at a point.
Exactly.
There's no need for a surface.
I have to step away. I'm still listening. That's why I can't stay engaged.
Okay. I would say that our disagreement is simply on the definition of an elevation angle. And I think this is a very important point. This is something I'm kind of glad we got to this point because I feel like this is the thing where we all always get mired down in these discussions is we fundamentally disagree on what an elevation angle is. Whether or not you need the surface in order to get an elevation angle. You can use the surface to get an elevation angle with a Mariner sextant. It's a convenient thing because you're on a rocking boat. A bubble sextant doesn't work that great. You can't use a theodolite, that sort of thing. And so you're using this stable reference point, which is the horizon, and you're using some math to adjust for things like the dip and refraction and stuff like that to actually get the zenith. You don't actually care about the elevation angle. The elevation angle is just an indirect way of getting the co-altitude angle. And there are actually ways of doing celestial navigation in which you measure directly from the zenith. I've worked on digital systems that do that. for the military. I can't go into a huge amount of detail, but you can go online. You can actually Google these things, and you can find out about how these systems generally work. Where you've got sky-facing cameras, motion stabilized sky-facing cameras that are measuring how far the celestial body declines away from zenith rather than how far up it is from the horizontal. And then you can skip that whole subtract from 90 and all that kind of stuff and just jump right to the part where you're multiplying by 60 nautical miles per degree and you're doing all the rest of the celestial navigation exactly the same. You can do the same thing with a theodolite, by the way. So you don't need to need some fancy military equipment to do this. You could theodolites, you can't really use in a boat, but you could go out on land somewhere. You could set up. You can really, and theodolites are great because they're very, very accurate. They get down to arc seconds rather than fractions of an arc minute. You can pin down your GPS or your lat long very precisely, and particularly if you're picking stars that are fairly close to the zenith, because of course refraction is less as you get close to that. And you can actually do some very accurate celestial navigation, which is what was done when we did all of our initial land surveys. Is theodolites are literally, they were doing celestial navigation to pin down lat long coordinates using theodolites. And it's essentially the same process as we do on a boat. We just get the co-altitude angle differently.
I take a poll of the
Ruhif, is that you? It sounds like you.
Yeah, but my audio.
Yeah, you're a little bit quiet. I posted about an hour or so before I got jumped on. I posted them some sextant angles in case someone wanted to do a position fix, and we could talk about our results and how we got them. I don't think anyone did.
You guys, is that better?
Yeah, I can hear you better.
Okay, cool. Yeah, sorry, there are a lot of peanuts in the chat with a lot of opinions.
Yeah, and you're not going to run the show either, so how are we going to do this today?
Just asking a question. Is there any flat earther here who can demonstrate that they can do celestial navigation? That's my only question. That's it.
Celestial navigation or done a position fix. I did ask the same thing earlier, and I don't know that I've gotten a definitive answer. People were saying earlier that there are people who have done.
Are you asking if people have used sextants in here?
Just whether you can demonstrate getting a position fix. It don't have to be a sextant.
I mean, you can get the angles from whatever device you want to use to measure the angles. You can get them from someone else who's actually used the sextant to get the angles. The question is, can you take the sextant angles, the elevation angles, and turn them into latitude, longitude coordinates? There's numerous challenges that have been put out there. I posted one to the Heliocultist channel earlier with a set of 3 sextant readings that if anyone wants to show that they can do it, I've got in I've got a really good set that I did just here off the coast on the coast of Lake Michigan that I do in my video, my response to 10th Man video that I did last Christmas. Anyone wants to hop on and do those? I give the answer in the video, so you can check your work.
The question is, can you use a nautical sextant without the use of a horizontal plane?
Yes. I mean, you're not actually directly using a horizontal plane when you're getting that angle reading because your sight line is not. You are mathematically establishing a horizontal plane.
You just literally just said you don't need a horizontal plane to obtain an elevation angle. That's what
you said. Use a sextant. You said use a sextant. You didn't say get an elevation.
And what is the sextant used for? What is the sextant used for? Is it to gain elevation? Elevation angles. Thank you.
That is one use. Okay. I'm sorry if we kind of got it. Cross points there.
That's what it's used for. Just let it be.
Okay. But I'm saying that we disagree on what that elevation angle is. That horizontal for the elevation angle is not the surface of the Earth. And I can give you survey text that cite sources that say that horizontal is not.
You're
the
saying
surface of
you
the Earth.
don't need the surface of the Earth to navigate the surface of the Earth?
That you don't need the surface of the Earth to get an elevation angle.
So then, where do you get an elevation angle from?
You can get it from horizontal. If you're talking about with a marine
Horizontal
section,
what?
Okay, let me make sure I'm a little more clear here. The surface of the Earth is not a line in that elevation angle.
What is the line?
The line is just horizontal, which is not the
Of
surface.
what?
The angle, the elevation angle. You have a horizontal
Angle from what?
From the observer's eye.
The observer standing on
the deck of the boat.
And where's the boat?
The boat is in the water.
And where's the water?
The water is all around you.
Contained in the earth.
Yeah. But
right, so the observer getting the elevation angle is getting the elevation angle up from the earth.
They're getting an elevation angle from their eye. I know that the flat Earth interpretation of that is wanted to say that you're bringing your eye right down to the water level, and then somehow that magically means that the horizontal at that point must mean that the surface now is flat.
Because the horizontalness is of the earth.
And that's not what
particularly the water.
That's not what the sources say. I gave.
They're wrong. They can't defend that.
You're saying the celestial navigation sources describe horizontal as being tangent. Sorry, I said the dirty word. As being a line that only touches the surface of the Earth at one point. Those sources are wrong.
A line that touches the surface of the Earth.
Correct. That's
so an abstract entity is touching the Earth.
I mean, yeah, you were. That's what you were.
Yes, it is.
You were the one who was getting very adamant about the fact that our boat is in the water. That point where we're making contact with the surface.
You're the one citing sources about celestial navigation. I didn't cite a source. You seem more enthusiastic than me. So there is no sense in saying that the horizontal line is the water, the Earth. Right? There's no sense in saying that. That's unintelligible.
I guess I'm not quite 100% sure what your point is, but
it necessarily means that the horizontal line is the water, the Earth.
No, I disagree with that.
So if it's not the Earth, then what is it?
It's a point that's just extending straight forward.
It's a point. A point is a geometric concept, which is abstract, correct?
It's a sight line, if you want to call it that. A sight line that's going from whatever point you're starting at, which is typically your eye, straight forward, horizontal,
perpendicular to down.
An elevation angle from what? Up from what to what?
From my eye. You want to say that it's
from your eye?
You want to say it's from the surface. I disagree on that. We fundamentally disagree on that point.
What sense does this make? You have to avoid the obvious conclusion. You know full and well the pattern of reasoning that the flat earther is arguing for is clear and not obscure and sequitur. You have to obscure what the horizontal line is at the bottom of the triangle, and then even have to deny that there is a triangle in principle involved.
There isn't a triangle. I've never seen any flat earther demonstrate how they use that triangle.
So the celestial object, number one, the observer, number two, the tangent point underneath the celestial object, point number three. Those 3 points with 3 lines between them connecting them. That's a triangle.
The line, your sight line to the celestial, and the zenith line from the ground position up to the star are parallel to each other. That is
say it again. What did you say?
Parallel. Parallel.
What did you say?
They do not converge together.
Say what you said again.
Your sight line from your observation point to the celestial body, the zenith from the ground position of that celestial body, are parallel lines. They do not
they're
converge
not.
at the point of a triangle. You see
They're not parallel.
Then how can a bubble sextant read the same elevation angle at different eye heights?
There is no sense in what you're saying. The line stretching from the ground point up to the celestial object is vertical. The line stretching from your eyes to the celestial object is diagonal. They're not parallel. They converge at the celestial object.
Can you see the diagram in the chat, Gregory?
I'm not talking to you right now.
Can you see the diagram in the chat?
I'm not talking to you right now.
All right, fuck you too.
Okay, I will talk. You are presupposing that line between the observer and the ground position is a straight line. I'm saying it's not. It's a curved line. The reason those angles diverge at those two locations is because your orientation to the celestial body is different at those two locations.
No, back up and turn off the religious apologetics for this ridiculous cosmo doctrine. The line stretching from the GP up to the celestial object is vertical. Up
from the
to the celestial object. The line stretching from your eyes to the celestial object is diagonal. They are not parallel. They converge at the celestial object. Do you understand that so far?
They are parallel, and let's talk about bubble sextants for a second. If I use a sextant at close to sea level,
this is patently ridiculous.
And you have someone 40,000 feet directly above me also using a bubble sextant, will they read the exact same elevation angle, or do I need to
ridiculous and being ridiculous?
Do I need to apply some kind of correction? To answer that question, do I read the exact same elevation?
Stop talking. Being ridiculous.
Yeah,
deceiving people.
This is an important question. This answers your question if they're parallel or not. Because if they're the same elevation angle, they must be parallel.
You just whistled past what I just said.
Your premise is faulty.
I'm answering what you said.
Your premise is faulty. Sir, your premise is faulty. You can't go off to another point or when your premise is eroded. You can't do that. Gregory's pointing out that your premise is faulty and you want to skip that part and go to another point.
Your premise is based on the idea that the distance between the observer and the ground position must be flat. You're unwilling to entertain the idea.
No, what I just said to you, not what you insist that I said to you, what I did actually say to you. Do you understand the line stretching up from the GP to the celestial object is vertical, yes or no?
It is vertical.
Do you agree that the line stretching from the observer to the celestial object is diagonal, yes or no?
Yes, it is.
Do you agree that I just said two sentences in which two lines are going to a single point, the celestial object? Yes or no?
They are not. They are going to something with no parallax.
Christ alive! Wow.
Not converging.
Not so. Again, not what I said to you. Right.
Yeah,
Some other thing I didn't say to you.
That was a mental contortion that you just done when you should have just agreed with him. That mental contortion that you just interjected with, you didn't allow for the logical consistency of the point to unfold. Why did you do that? I want to know why you did that.
Because you were trying to jump to a conclusion about the celestial object.
He's leading
to a conclusion.
He's leading you. He's directly leading you from point to point on the conversation. I mean, everybody can hear this except for you. You're trying to divine his thoughts. You just stop doing that. Just go along with what he's saying, either agree or disagree, and then if you disagree, then you better back it up with why you disagree.
Okay.
So he's basically either agree with what he's saying or but we don't hear that. You just jump to your point and you forget to say why I disagree with that based on whatever logic. You don't have anything. So either agree or disagree with him based on the logic that he's presenting.
So, resuming at the last question I said to you, do you agree I previously said two sentences which are talking about two lines converging at a single point, the celestial object, yes or no?
No, they do not converge.
So I didn't just say that?
I'm saying you may have said that. I don't agree that they converge at that point.
Why?
Because the star is massive, therefore, given the distance of the Earth, Your sight lines can go to that star. Can go to that star without converging. The star is
It's
much
such an
more massive.
asinine non sequitur pattern of premises.
But
There we go.
let's say we can disagree. You can say that we don't have any proof of that. You don't believe whatever. But you have to agree that if that was the case, it would allow for parallel light waves.
No, even your appeal to parallax is ridiculous. It's an asinine non sequitur line of premises.
We can prove it. We can prove it.
In principle, doing the math. No, you cannot prove it.
Yes, it is.
You need logic in order to do math. Do you understand that? Do you understand that?
Let's go back to what I said. Yes, I
No,
understand.
no, no. Do you understand that? If we can't agree that we need logic to do math, there's no point in this.
Okay.
Do you need logic to do math?
Absolutely. Let's do some math.
Okay.
Would you let me go
with the
through a scenario
logic,
with you?
right? So with the logic, right? Not insist on what you're trying to say, on your asinine non sequitur pattern of premises. It's very simple. There's a line number 1 stretching from the GP to the celestial object. There's line number 2 stretching from the observer's perspective to the celestial object. That's 2 lines, 1 line, 2 lines, from 2 points, the GP and the observer's position, to the celestial object, point number 3. There's 2 lines converging at 1 point in principle and practice. Do you agree?
Nope.
Why?
Because we measure that they are parallel. We measure that they do not converge. And I was trying to explain that point to you, and I can.
How did you measure that?
With bubble sextants. You get exactly the same elevation angle at the surface as 40,000 feet in the air.
That's
if they converged, they would be different angles.
That's
they would
horse
be
shit.
different angles.
That's horse
That is
shit.
absolutely true.
You
It is
know that.
100%
I don't know why are you saying that? That's horseshit. How are you going from the GP to where the observer is and saying they're parallel? That's utter horseshit. If you're passing that off as logic, then whoever's listening to it and following you the same line of whatever cockamamie idea that you have is probably as confused as you are. Like, I don't know who sold you this lie and you hook, line, and sinker bought it. Like, you're what are you trying to talk about? Because it doesn't make any sense. Logically, it doesn't make any sense. I'm listening to you.
The light is okay. If the light is not parallel, if it's diverging between the observer's position and the ground position, then it would also have to be diverging when you're 40,000 feet up above. It couldn't be parallel to those 2 points while being diverging at some other point on the surface, could it? I mean, it's all light from the same source, right? It's diverging.
Fucking retarded. An elevation angle of the celestial object, right? But the angle that is your line of sight isn't even pointing at the celestial object, which you're trying to measure the elevation angle of. But somehow you successfully got the elevation angle of that object, which you're not looking at, because that makes sense.
You're looking at it in both cases.
Listen, dude, a protractor can debunk your horse shit right now. A simple protractor can debunk your horse shit, which is like, I don't know why you would. If somebody can use that simple tool, then they can just easily debunk you right now with what you're saying.
You should be able to take elevation angles from sextant angles. I provided some earlier today, and show this process on a flat surface, and show how that results in latitude longitude coordinates. You should be able to show. Flat.
What tool did you use? Did you call it a bubble sextant?
Bubble sextant. A bubble
What is this guy? Who is this, Greg? Who is this guy? Where do you
I
come
don't
from?
know.
Like,
Pray for him.
I mean, okay, my name's Protothad. I'm a guy who's been doing celestial navigation for 35 years.
Oh my God, you're that guy.
I am Protothad. I'm that guy. So if you want to see an example of this stuff as a worked solution, you can watch that video, my response to 10th man video. I walk through the geometry of it there and show how the geometry on the curving surface of a globe, directly applied with no fancy math, directly applying the co-altitude angle as a curving arc length, yields the latitude longitude coordinates.
You're talking about celestial navigation that sailors do, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what you're saying though is you're presupposing the Earth being a globe, right? Isn't that what you're saying? Because there's no way that you can tell by doing this that the Earth is a globe. I want your confession on this right now.
I am saying that is the only geometry that yields correct latitude.
No. That's not what I'm asking though. Is it evidence that the Earth is a globe? I need your confession in this chat right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So you're telling me with using this, we know that the Earth is a globe.
Yes. Doing celestial navigation.
You're presenting this information, and it is like a just so case, right? It's got to be, right? Because there's no other solution. It can only be this. It can only be a globe.
I would love,
according to you.
Yes. Well, okay. There's one kind of crazy thing. If you want to imagine, there's some sort of really wild reverse refraction where we're actually on the inside of a sphere, and everything's being refracted and bent such a way that it only appears like it's not all bunched up in the center. The math, the curving math of doing the actual circles of equal altitude work on the inside surface of a sphere the same as they do on the outside. So if you want to become a concave earther and say, oh, look, sight reduction and celestial navigation, the surface plotting that we do, the actual navigation, the distances all match up on the inside of a sphere.
Okay, enough.
On the outside.
Enough. Look at what I tagged you in the live stream voice text.
They do not work flat. They absolutely do not.
Look at what I tagged you in the live stream voice text.
Okay, let me go.
On Wikipedia, as it simply says right here in the screenshot, ships had long used sextants for navigation, but sextants had problems in aircraft navigation. A ship at sea is on a relatively flat surface and can use the horizon, which is horizontal, flat, to measure the altitude of celestial objects.
Okay, let's just scroll down. Let us go past where.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is. I found it. Yeah.
So sailors are on a flat surface doing celestial.
So if you want to grab that and say that proves that Wikipedia proves that the Earth must be flat, then that means
attack the source. Why is the source not okay?
No. I'm fine with Wikipedia because Wikipedia has countless.
Okay, so the source is fine. So I proved my point.
So countless other articles that says the Earth is a globe. So if you're saying this one says that the Earth is flat, then you must say that the other ones that say the Earth is a globe. Well, why not accept those? So now
because it's incoherent. It's logically incoherent.
You're playing a game of confirmation bias. This is just confirmation.
In principle, whether they do, I doubt that they really do. But in principle, if they do, I reject them because they're incoherent. Untenable.
So that confirmation bias. You're rejecting the ones that.
So not confirmation bias. It's a specific objective premise that says it is logically inconsistent, implying absurdities.
But I am saying that I have gone out and done the work solutions to show that the geometry is spherical. That's
you've done what?
The actual work solutions, the actual getting latitude longitude coordinates on the surface, navigating distances between the position fixes over the surface, getting those distances.
So you worked it out. You worked it out, Proto-Thad. You worked it out mathematically, and therefore it's a globe, right? Because you worked it out mathematically, correct? Isn't this what you're saying?
I'm saying that I measured distances, actual distances on the surface.
No, you worked it out.
You work on a flat surface.
You worked it out mathematically, though, right? You didn't apply this directly to the Earth.
If you get in your car and you drive,
I feel like you're avoiding my question.
Have you measured that distance?
You've avoided my question. That's the second time you've avoided my question. You're using mathematical concepts and you're not directly measuring the curvature of the Earth. So either
I disagree. And I say I'm actually.
You're directly measuring the curvature of the Earth.
I'm measuring an arc length. The process that I'm using is I'm applying an arc length. It's rendering the correct answer, which means it must actually be an arc length. Otherwise,
you're doing math. You're doing math. You're not directly measuring the actual Earth itself. You're doing math.
You never use math when doing a measurement.
What I'm telling you is that you're taking math to be reality, and it's not. It's a language that interprets something that you're actually using it for. It's a tool, sir.
I'm applying the measurements I get with a sextant directly without applying math. I'm taking the co-altitude angle and applying
utilizing
it
the Earth.
You're not.
Which is directly utilizing the Earth as a flat plane.
Not as a flat plane, as a curving one, because I do it on a globe.
No, you didn't do it on a globe.
I did it on a globe. I did it on
No,
a
you
globe.
didn't do it on a globe.
Have you watched the video?
You don't
It's on a
exist
globe.
on a globe.
And why does it work on a globe?
It doesn't work on a globe.
I have a video that shows it does.
No, you don't. You didn't do celestial navigation, right? The diagonal line from your perspective is not pointing to the celestial object. If you're not looking at the celestial object, the thing which you're supposed to be measuring the elevation angle of relative to the surface of the Earth, which is flat horizontal, then you do the task.
I'm hearing a lot of presupposition in all that.
No, it's not a presupposition.
It sounds
Not a single presupposition what I just said.
starting with the belief that it must be flat and therefore throwing applying it to a different model. And
you want to hear about
No, I'm not just presuming it's flat. We only see a flat surface.
Protothad, you want to hear
That's what we only experience.
I look at
hang
it
on,
and it looks kind of flat to me.
Protothad, 1 second. You want to hear about a belief? You want to hear about a belief? What were mariners using before the idea that the Earth was a globe? What were they using to travel the oceans of the world? What were they using to travel the oceans of the world?
They were using dead reckoning, which is not.
Were they using what you're using? Were they using what you're using right now to presuppose that the Earth is a globe as a belief, sir?
No, but the fact that the process I have works.
Then no. So what I'm getting to right now is the belief is actually yours, not ours. It is yours, not ours. Do you understand that?
Okay, yeah.
So
I've actually tested my belief. I've actually tested my belief.
No, you did not test your belief. You worked it out on a piece of paper or on a calculator.
I got on a sailboat and I sailed from San Francisco.
You won't even test the logical coherency and consistency of your doctrine. You haven't tested anything.
You're doing the same thing that the mariners of old have done. They've traveled the waters of the world doing the same thing. But you're just now saying
I applied a different process.
Yeah,
and that process
and then you come up
information that gives you.
It doesn't matter because they were still traveling. They were still traveling in the same direction, going to the same places that they were actually traveling in, without presupposing that the Earth is a globe, and still arriving in their destination. They were still doing that in the days of old. So you're telling me that just because you're working it out that it works on a globe, in your idea, is that it's now a globe? No, you're wrong. You're the one hung up on a belief. The idea that the Earth was not traveled on the waters of the world weren't traveled as what you're, I guess, 30 years traveling the waters of the world. But people long ago, thousands of years ago, were traveling the waters without thinking that the Earth was a ball. So they were still arriving from their point of origin to their destination without having this presupposed silly notion that they live on a ball. And now you are saying that because you have this idea that you live on a ball, then you've just solidified your belief as its true knowledge, where you're incorrect. Because if that was the case, then they couldn't arrive to the place that they took off from the place they wanted to be at, if that was the case, because they would be all, going in the wrong direction, because the Earth is actually a globe, not a flat plane.
Do you know the history of the British naval disaster of the Scilly Isles? You ever heard of that? That was before
so where is that
kind of special navigation? Thousands of sailors died because they weren't where they thought they were.
So you're using a very hyperextended event just so that you can make a point, but you're not looking at the overall understanding. You're not looking at the overall understanding here, Protothad. You're overlooking thousands of years of travel over the oceans to your 30 years of thinking that the Earth is a globe. Yes, you are. That's what you're doing. So you're the one. You're the one.
How the Polynesians were way ahead of their time.
But you're the one.
You're way ahead of their time with celestial navigation. But
you're the one who thinks you live on a globe.
Position fixes.
You're the one who thinks that you live on a globe, and the globe is actually the new kid on the block, because a lot of people didn't know that there were thought of that the Earth was a globe until like almost recent times, and you know this. You know this. So people weren't bamboozled by this information. I'm drawing light to the fact that you're actually making light of that. You have this understanding that the Earth is a globe, but you failed to mention that before the times where you're talking about, thousands of years ago, people were traveling the waters of the world as a flat and stationary plane. And you keep negating that by talking and opening up your incoherent pie hole to say that you're traveling over a globe. You don't. You need to mention that. Protothad.
Can I say something? I absolutely do not negate that, because in the celestial navigation class that I teach, I start with talking about the Polynesians and the type of celestial navigation they did before we could do precise position fixes, before we could actually determine longitude and those sort of things. And I give mad props to the Polynesians. They sailed thousands of miles, and they did it with some very innovative techniques of watching the seabirds, of looking at the ocean currents and understanding how the surface of the water looked different on the down current side of islands. They had lots of really great things they could do. But they also still were not able to get it as precise. More of them were lost at sea.
They did it successfully anyway by your own premises.
They
Regardless of how precise or imprecise you arbitrarily want to make it.
But I think the fact that you're saying that I totally discount that and that's really unfair. No, I actually, the people who
I didn't hear it.
Before we could do, I didn't say that in this thing, but I want to.
On your opening statement, when you were talking, you did not even have a mention of this, and I was only hearing that you were saying, "Well, you guys have the belief that the Earth is flat," and you didn't mention, "Hey, guess what, guys? Before even the Earth was thought of as a globe, people were traveling on the Earth as a flat stationary plane."
Yeah, flat earthers successfully did celestial navigation in their sailing endeavors.
So what we have here is somebody muddying the waters or poisoning the well, as it were, with your idea that you think that you're going to trump this room by saying that, oh, we got it right now. But what were they doing before? You didn't mention that. Where did we start with?
And then has the nerve to fix his mouth to derogate me as having a confirmation bias.
Okay, can I talk now?
I just want to see this globe. I just want to see this globe that celestial navigation is working on. Can we just get to that?
I mean, do you want to see the video where I actually walk through?
No.
I
want to see
these circles of equilibrium?
No.
I would like to talk a bit about about the people who navigated before.
I want to see the globe it works on. The globe it's working on. I want to see that.
Like just an image of the globe that I've personally used to do it?
No, the globe, the one outside that's supposedly being navigated on.
The image of the globe you personally used, so a toy, a fabricated toy.
But the arrangement
You said
of the latitude
there's
and longitude lines.
there's horizon dip, right? Because the surface is curved, right?
The audacity of these globe believers, man, I cannot stand it. How they want to. I just can't stand it. It's the audacity for you to come in here in a room full of people who understand history, and for you to say that, well, we know that you guys have a belief because the Earth is a globe, as a matter of fact, and it's your belief that the Earth is flat when you don't even go through history. Well, you should, right? At least.
Can I talk a bit about history? Because, hey, mad props to the people who managed to get from place to place without being lost at sea, without being able to get a precise position fix. The fact that we can now get a precise position fix.
But you didn't mention, what was the method? Protothat, you can't skip. Listen, if you're giving mad props to these guys, then tell us the method by which they use to navigate the waters of the world. If you know it. And if you don't know it, listen, if you don't know it, don't miss. Protothat, if you don't know it, don't misrepresent them. No, you're talking about you're talking about a culture. You're talking about the Polynesians. You're talking about only one specific culture, where you're negating the fact that many other cultures have traveled the waters of the world.
I could talk about the Vikings and their use of a sun compass. They basically were hitting on the idea of latitude.
Okay, you realize you're shooting yourself in the foot. This is where we get annoyed with people the likes of you.
Exactly.
Like you're literally conceding that there are flat earthers who successfully did celestial navigation, navigating the waters of the world. That's a refutation to you.
No, it's not. Because if you
how is it not?
How the Polaris celestial navigation system works and the information it yields evidence of a globe.
No, it doesn't yield evidence of a globe.
Have you ever done it? Have you ever done a position fix?
No, I've never done celestial navigation. I'll be the first one to admit this. And still, with what I do know already, I can clearly conceive of the logical sequitur premises that you have 3 points all intersecting one another, and you have a horizontal line like I just read at the bottom of that triangle like I just read on the Wikipedia article.
If that worked the way you said, then bubble sextants would not work the way we see them.
No,
work in
the
reality.
bubble sextants are working. And
if they're working,
there's the horizontal line, which is the flat surface of the Earth, and especially the surface of the waters. You just refuse to come to that conclusion.
Well, about that
Because our
flat
measurements
surface
say
of the Earth, Protothad, I remember you saying that the surface must be curved because there's a dip angle to the horizon. Is that true?
I will say that is what the formula we apply. We're applying it in part because of curvature, and I've actually graphed the formula, and it shows that it creates tangents to a curving surface. If you wanted to believe that actually it's yielding those results because there's some sort of funky refraction that's actually bending the light in such a way, you could make that argument, but that doesn't negate the fact that the measurements of the surface that we do yield curvature, and that's
You're
what my
saying that
argument comes down to.
there's a dip. Look, you're saying there's a dip angle because the surface is curving, right?
That is a large part of it. Refraction plays a role as well, but majority of it is based on the curvature.
Okay, you're already trying to get your excuse in there. So the horizon must be geometric then, right?
We do not see a geometric horizon.
Oh.
The horizon we see is a result of both geometry and visual effects like refraction.
No, you can't have it both ways. That's horseshit. You can't have it both ways. Protothad, stop being disingenuous, bro. You cannot say it's geometric and optical. You cannot do that. Don't do that in the chat. You're gonna have to choose one or the other because
that sentence is vague on its face anyway.
You can't do that.
That's ridiculous. You're saying
ridiculous. No, sir. It's ridiculous what you're saying. You want us to believe a human being is telling us that something can be static and fluid at the same time.
No, I'm saying that you're seeing a physical thing that is slightly shifted by an optical effect. It's like you see through your glasses.
Shifted. You're seeing a physical thing that's slightly shifted. So then, how
the visual appearance of it is slightly, but there's still a physical location where that
Let's see it.
Let's
see it.
That isn't even the definition in your paradigm. That isn't even the definition.
When you put your glasses on and it changes things optically, does the thing you look at cease to be a physical geometric thing?
What are you talking about?
We need to pause and pay attention to his words. Yes, we live on a concrete real object, that's the Earth. And the concretely real object that is the Earth, the surface thereof, the general topographic geometric surface of the Earth is flat, level, a plane, not curving, concave or convexly. We know this because we don't empirically detect in the first instance any curvature to then measure it.
I understand that you feel it looks flat.
So that's not a feeling. It's not a feeling. It's visually detecting.
Protothad thinks that too, because that's what he's telling us when he invokes refraction. He's saying, well, yeah, no, it is a geometric tangent point, one that we don't see. And then he goes to refraction. So he's actually telling you that it looks flat too.
The refraction.
Well, then how would you draw a tangent to it?
The refraction actually plays a very minimal role.
No.
The fact that the Earth is very large is
No. Stop. You're invoking too many variables. By the way, you just blasted your foot. You didn't even shoot your foot. You cut yourself off at the knees. Like you're really hindering any thought process for you to you're projecting this idea that we can't know anything anymore. Because how are you going to tell? If what you're saying is true, how is anybody going to know anything? How are you going to measure to this distance? If it's something that looks like it's maybe there, maybe not, you don't really know.
Well,
how are measurements going to be done on this supposed globe?
He says that he did it. He says he did it with a horizon dip angle to a geometric horizon that he also said he doesn't see. How's that work?
Yeah, one that's moving around because it's moving around.
The dip correction includes a refraction adjustment.
It's a geometric tangent point. That's why there's a dip angle, but it's a geometric tangent point that you do not see. Therefore, there's a dip angle. Come on, man.
No. It's the correction that we do when we do the dip correction. It includes a component that is because of the geometry and a component that's refraction. They're
would be circular reasoning.
It definitely is circular reasoning.
I'm just telling you what the source.
We know there's a refracted horizon because there's a geometric one that we don't see. We know that there's a geometric horizon that we don't see because we see a refracted one.
Yeah, but there's a dip angle because of the geometric one, not the refracted one that we actually see. Get the dip angle from what?
You contradict yourself, Protothad. Congratulations.
If you guys want to doubt, what you're seeing out there off on the horizon or whatever, that's fine.
Stop projecting your error onto us.
Yeah, that's what you're doing. That's exactly what you told us. You're the one saying that
those angles.
Part of that. You just finished telling us. You just finished saying that it's geometric and it's also optical at the same time. You're the one doubting what you're seeing, not us. We know the thing that we see in the distance is there. You, however, are saying it may be or may not be.
I think it's there. I think we're having a breakdown in language. I mean, let's lower the heat a bit here, guys.
No, you're not going to make your position true by repeating yourself ad infinitum. Stop trying to be a witch.
We all heard what you said. That's why we're telling you that it doesn't make any sense and that you're projecting onto us your thoughts of it not being real. Because we're telling you.
Okay,
so you're saying
we both agree the ocean is a physical thing. That when you're looking out at the distant horizon, that there's.
So you're going to try to repeat it again. Because repeating what we just refuted is going to make it true, right?
I just want to make sure if we can get on a common point of agreement here.
We say your argument.
And do we agree that refraction exists, or do we doubt that there is refraction?
Do we ever even give you the impression that we doubt that refraction exists? Why is that a question?
So we both agree that the world is a physical place, but the refraction affects how we see it. I don't see where we disagree. I don't see where we disagree.
Light behaves according to the medium that it's emitting in.
So what are you saying? And if you know how refraction works, then tell us. Because if you think that you know what's going on in the distance with refraction, and that refraction plays a role as to how you see something in the far distance, then you're gonna have to explain what refraction is. And I need you to cite that shit. Put it in.
Like the light will bend toward the denser medium. So when we have a density gradient in the atmosphere, it bends down.
The density gradient. What the fuck are you talking about?
I won't argue that with you. If you guys want to believe that that refraction is working differently.
Stop talking about your projection shit. Listen, you're talking about a less dense medium, greater dense medium. You're not talking about what it actually is. It's Snell's law. Did you know that? Go read the definition of Snell's law.
Yes, I know about
read the definition. Okay, then read the definition of Snell's law to everybody, so we can all hear you say the words of what it actually is, instead of the horse shit that you're telling us right now.
Let me say this very clearly. Since he is trying to appeal to the density gradient. The gradient is vertical. Okay? The gradient is vertical. It gets less dense the higher you go.
Mm-hmm.
So when we're looking horizontally, the gradient is not decreasing as we go away from us horizontally. So your appeal to a density gradient is insufficient.
And that's not even refraction anyway. So go ahead and read Snell's law for us. And can somebody post it, please, in the live stream voice text? So in case he misrepresents it, we'd be able to correct him on it. I want you to read it. Read it to the whole class, if you don't mind. Because you're incorrect, and you're going to find out here in just a moment.
Okay, so I assume you're going to find something where you're going to interpret as they have to be different mediums, like different.
Oh, so you know.
Density.
So you know.
You think that air of different density doesn't qualify as.
No. You already know. So you listen, Protothat. It seems like you already had this in the hopper. You already know where we're going with this.
I've heard other people make the same argument. Yes, I've heard other, but you can see proof that that's not the case. You can see demonstrations of refraction in the same medium with just a density gradient and see that the light reflects.
That's horseshit. That is utter horseshit.
There are videos that are online of lasers being bent through a density gradient in a medium of one fluid. So you know that it doesn't require, say, like two completely different types of medium.
You're a fucking liar right now. That's what you are. You're lying right now because you can go find the evidence of it yourself. That is not refraction, by the way. And in whatever, and in whatever scenario that was being used, it's probably a hyper case. A hyper case, which means that it was a condition that was not a normal one that we would normally be out in. It could be due to like heavy smoke or fire or some shit, and where you're seeing like the light being doing something else. That's not the conditions like going out to the beach someday. That's not it. So when you're actually talking about refraction, it's Snell's law. You need two fucking medias. You do. That's just what you need for refraction to occur.
We're gonna have to disagree on that point.
Well, no, it's not about a fucking disagreement. This is just a right or wrong thing here. You're just wrong, and we are right because this is how it actually operates. It operates this way.
I have applied it in my job, and a density gradient in the atmosphere absolutely Snell's law applies to that. I know you're not going to believe me, but I guess we're just going to have to move on that point.
Okay, Protothad, no, listen, just listen. Snell's law is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or other waves passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media.
You're fucked. You're fucked, dude, and you know it. He read you that's the fucking definition. You're fucked. You can't get out of this. There's no way out. You're done. You're fucking toast, bro.
Okay,
nothing.
So you believe refraction doesn't happen in the atmosphere? So you think refraction
you're
doesn't
denying. No, fuck. I want to talk about that. I want to talk about how you're just wrong about what it is. Because he read you the fucking definition and you're not agreeing with it. You need to agree with it. And if you disagree with it, then tell us how you disagree with it.
Because same materials of different density qualify as mediums of a different density.
Then fucking rewrite it then. Go back into all of history and academia and rewrite that shit. Why hasn't that been rewrote? Because that's not the fucking definition for refraction. Snell's law is that he read it to you right now. So you're fucking toast. You're done. So your horse shit is not going to pass in this server as gospel truth, as you like to say it is. Because you want this fantasy global fictional narrative to exist.
I'm sending you a link from UCI.edu that talks about how Snell's law applies to the atmosphere.
Some other fucking zealots. So you're gonna refer to some other zealots such as yourself. Some other zealots such as yourself speaking out of context. I don't want that. I want somebody to disprove.
Context is atmospheric refraction and how Snell's law applies.
No. You're not getting away from this. You're not getting away from this. You're gonna. This is the hill that you die on right here. This is the fucking hill you die on right here. So you need to tell us how Snell's law is incorrect. Tell us how Snell's law is incorrect.
I'm giving you the link to it right now. So let's see. Am I in the live stream voice chat? Yes, I am. Okay.
This is worthy of also being mentioned. We already know why you're going to argue in defense of this doctrine the way you are with the devotion that you do, because you are stuck in the sunken cost fallacy. You and your 33 plus year career, you and all your teaching, this is an essential aspect of your worldview and your daily life. So of course you're not going to give this up. Because you have to concede to a lot of unpleasant truths if our position successfully refutes yours.
Except for you guys have never applied this stuff. That's the problem.
Not whistle past the point. Not whistle past my point. Not whistle past my point. No, not whistle past my point, right? No, not that. We know why. It is not because you are just this emotional robot that makes no value judgments whatsoever, and you just only care about truth. Everyone wants to think that about themselves. That is not human nature. It is simply dishonest. We know why. So what do we expect?
What I'm getting from all this though is you guys are arguing definitions and never actually testing your claims in the real world.
What you're talking about is not refraction.
I just sent you a citation
refraction.
With other ones.
He just read you the definition of what refraction actually is versus your horse shit that you want to spout off as what it is.
Your confirmation bias means you will not look at any of the other citations that tell you that you're wrong. Because I just gave you one, the very first hit that I found on Google.
A fucking weasel, dude.
That immediately said that you're wrong. That Snell's law applies to a gradient in the atmosphere.
Because you're a
fucking weasel. What is this? Right now. Hang on. What is this? What is this link? Who is this from? Like, what is this? These websites that just have black text on a white background.
Some other fucking. It's probably, Greg, I'm telling you, it's probably some other internet bobblehead, like a McToon or some shit. Well, like this Protothad character, who waxes himself intelligent, is a fucking pseudo-intellect, who thinks they know what they're talking about and spouting off utter horse shit just to make a narrative sound plausible. And like right now, he can't refute Snell's law He's like, oh, I know what you guys are going to talk about. You need two media. Yeah, he knew exactly where we're fucking going. So he wants to negate that by giving us some other fucking wizard out there who said some other shit that doesn't have any coherency to reality. Now he's stuck. He's stuck. And he's not going to be rescued out of the hand of truth. He's not.
Yeah, Gregory. So what you have here is C. McLinden, a student at wherever.edu. He drew this up on his little spot on a website, and that's all.
Thank you, Redwin.
And you have the nerve to repudiate us for appealing to these concepts, but you just did the same thing.
I mean, you threw out your definition source. We can find plenty of them. I can find plenty of them that tell you that Snell's law
doesn't have any coherency to it. Doesn't have any coherency to reality.
But Snell's law actually. Your side argues from definitions. I went out and applied this in the real world and showed how the geometry.
No, you did not. No, you did not apply it to real world.
This is where you're
Snell's law that he's applying. Snell's law that he's applying, and it's not a predictive model. It's added in after the observation to match expectations, and it's based on a presupposed radius of the Earth.
And when you go out and do the act in the world, it's one medium, the air.
That's it.
It's air with differing densities.
No.
And the differing densities is vertical, not horizontal.
Right, which is why it refracts downward.
No,
that's not why.
You're not the same thing. You're not.
That is absolutely what the sources on this tell you. If you didn't just stop at that one definition that you felt confirmed your bias.
If you would just stop at that one definition that confirmed your bias.
You would find the explanations that go into
You would find the explanations if you would stopping at the definition that confirmed your bias.
He's mad because he knows he's wrong and he doesn't know how to spin it. You don't know how to spin it to rescue. You're not going to rescue yourself from this. This is the hill that you fucking die on right here. Because you can't rescue yourself from here. You need two fucking media. And as Gregory pointed out, you only have air.
You're saying there's no atmospheric refraction. Are you just saying there is atmospheric refraction?
No, we said what we said. There's the air, and the density gradient is vertical.
Okay, so it's vertical, and what's the significance of that to you?
Right, and so the refraction which you see, right, the distortion of the light that you see is not because there's Earth curve. And it's not because there's two media there.
We're seeing refraction for some other reason than there being a density gradient. Is that what you're arguing?
For some other reason, there's not two media there, and the density gradient is vertical.
Answer this question. Is there two media when you're looking off into the distance? Yes or no? Is there two media? Yes or no?
There's more than two, as far as I'm concerned, because the density keeps changing.
What the fuck?
There's a bunch of non-air media in the air.
There is media of different. There's media of more than one density.
No. You're dead here.
Two different media, not density of one media.
That's your applying your confirmation.
No, your
reading of that.
Wow, that spell doesn't work, pal.
Bro, he read you the fucking definition. What the fuck are you talking about? Why do you keep projecting that it's our definition? Did we make up Snell's law? Did we? Answer the question. Did we make up Snell's law?
You didn't make up Snell's
you
law.
laugh
You're
because
interpreting it. You're interpreting that text incorrectly. That's what I'm saying.
What's the error? What's the error?
The error is believing that the mediums of different densities need to be different types of material.
Oh, well, let's read it again. Hang on. Let's just read it again, because perhaps we did misinterpret. Let's see. Let's just read it again. Let's see here. Let me read the one that Heretic posted. Let me read this one, and then I'll read the previous one that I read before this. Snell's law in optics. Wait, what the hell?
Sorry, it wasn't meant to be a response, so I reposted. Go ahead.
Snell's law in optics, a relationship between the path taken by a ray of light and crossing the boundary or surface of separation between two contacting substances and the refractive index of each. right? You have the air and you have non-air, supposedly from you, but we only have air, one substance, one medium.
You're fucking toast, bro. You know it.
Okay.
You fucking weasel, dude. You know you're toast.
Or how about this one from Physical Classroom, again posted by Heretic? It reads, quote, refraction is the bending of the light path, the path of a light wave as it passes from one material to another material.
Okay.
You're done. Okay, what? You're done. You're fucking toast.
And lastly, before you talk, but hang on, hold on to your butts. Last one, the one that I read in the first place, that Radwin posted. Snell's law is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or waves or other waves passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media, such as water, glass, or air.
How did he interpret that differently? How are we misinterpreting that? He's reading it verbatim to your dumbass, and you're rejecting it. Are you still rejecting it?
Yes, I'm rejecting that your use of
no, you're nothing. I'm talking about the fucking definition. How are you rejecting that? Not
What is our error in the interpretation of the passages I just read? What is the error?
My use of Snell's law in actual engineering, optical engineering, you can have the same material, different densities.
No, stop. No, I don't care about your horse shit. Refute what we just said, what Gregory just read to you. Refute that shit.
What is the error in our interpretation of the passages we read?
That the different mediums have to be different actual materials and not just different densities.
Okay, that's not an different density. The density is a property of a particular single given substance. That's why it's called density. It's a property of a particular substance.
Okay, so when the air is
right,
different density,
so that's not an instance of two different substances.
Yep, that's it. You're toast. You're fucking toast, you weasel.
If you have air of different densities, then you're saying that
no. You can't keep repeating.
That's one substance,
you can't
not
keep repeating.
two
or
more.
Are you saying there's no refraction?
No, I said what I said.
Refraction is not due to Snell's law. Snell's law plays no role in refraction.
No. You're adding that horse shit.
It's antithetical to what I just read to you.
You're adding that horse shit right now, and he didn't say that. You're adding that horse shit.
You're saying Protothed.
You're the one denying that two or more media is required for Snell's law to be manifest. That's you, not me, you. Again, not me, you.
I am saying that the two different mediums just need to be different densities.
And then you're wrong.
That is
not the definition.
That is equivocation at its finest. That is utter equivocation. A density gradient is not an instance of two different substances, but you have the nerve to tell me and us that you did this career with all this knowledge for 30 plus years and you teach it to other folks.
And it's called the Proto-Thad law, I believe now, because that's all you can have, just made up shit, dude.
I'll say it again. A density gradient is not an instance of two different substances. The density in the nature of the case metaphysically, because when you do physics, you necessarily must have math and ontology.
Yeah. So why
okay, so what you're saying is ontologically inconsistent and absurd. An instance of density is a property of one substance. There's a density gradient in the air, not the air and the non-air.
Can I get a word in here?
You're not getting
a word in there. Get a word.
No, you're gonna be. This is the hill that you're not gonna reach. You're gonna die on this hill, man. Everybody's gonna know it, Proto-Thad. You are gonna either be outed as a fucking weasel, or you're gonna die on this hill where you're gonna try to make your excuses up.
Why is it when we compute the attenuation of radio waves in an atmosphere, essentially the refraction of them, that we apply Snell's law? Why are we using
Why do you apply something that is not appropriately applicable because you made an error according to your fallibility and depravity of man? How about that for an answer?
I like it.
Give us a citation. Give us a citation for that as well.
Okay, let me do a little bit of Google searching here.
You don't have it, you fucking weasel. You just made
right
shit
at
up.
my
No.
fingertips here.
You just
He
made
says he
something up on the
uses it.
Now, fuck you. You just
They
made that
have.
shit up on the spot. You just
He
made
says
that
he
shit up on the
uses
spot.
it. Yeah, he uses it every day for the last 30 years, but he doesn't know where to find it.
Exactly. He just made that shit up, dude. You're a fucking weasel right now. Let me look it up. What about the 30 plus years you fucking navigated the oceans, you dumbass?
And we're getting pretty far off track from celestial navigation on arguing this because
We're getting off track from celestial navigation, even though there's air everywhere, including on the water and the air.
I mean, this applies in the dip correction. Once you get that angle, how you compute your latitude longitude coordinates on the surface is a spherical geometry that cannot work on a flat surface. And if you walk through the process,
What do you do?
No shit. No shit. When you try to do calculations according to a fantasy that is antithetical to reality, yeah, it doesn't work with reality. So what?
It's
Right.
not
What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Protothane, what do you do when your standard refraction doesn't account for the observation?
When the standard one doesn't? I mean, if you have the actual, like say the current temperature and barometric pressure, you can apply corrections that will give you a different index of refraction that will get you a more accurate result. Sometimes you just have to accept that you're getting a little higher level of error because you don't know what the exact weather conditions are. That's the danger of using a mariner's section looking at the horizon where there's higher levels of refraction.
So there's a possibility you could be unsuccessful in your attempt to do the calculation. So what?
And you'll get some level of error. It's a relatively small. You're usually
What do you do? What do you then do when standard refraction does not account for the observation? What do you then do?
When it does not account for you're saying like you see something like a black swan or something. You're saying
the observation you're making, and you're using standard refraction, and it doesn't account for the observation because it's not matching your expectation. What do you then do?
I mean, if I'm doing celestial navigation, I'm just making my observations and doing the best fix I can, and I may get a higher level error if there was more refraction than I thought. I guess I don't get what you're asking.
You people just cannot say the words, I don't know. Because that's obviously what you're indicating to us.
I mean,
you just won't allow yourself to say that.
If you want to argue that what we see at the horizon can be very variable because weather conditions cause optical effects, refraction, I agree with that. I have always said that. That's why something like the black swan is a crap argument for flat Earth, because we have refraction. We have very variable effects. We have optical things that happen.
Say the logic sequence. Say the logic sequence. Boom, 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 premise to premise to concluding premise.
Is not based on what we see at the horizon. It's based at how we navigate the surface.
It still doesn't make any sense. I want to hear the logic sequence.
What logic sequence are you looking for now?
You're sitting here trying to refute the black swan, the appeal to the black swan. What is the logic sequence?
Okay, the logic sequence is when you argue the black swan, you start out with a straw man. You say that the distance to the horizon can be no more than some distance. That is not the globe model.
Why is that incorrect?
That is not a straw man. It is in the globe math.
It is not.
I want to hear. Why is it incorrect?
It is incorrect because that formula that you're using, that 1.22 times the square root whatever, that is assuming no refraction. You apply a refraction correction, you actually get a slightly
then your paradigm, your formula is wrong.
But that is not the formula that we use. That is a formula.
What do you use?
We use standard refraction, which is a different constant. I don't have it right at my fingertips, but I could find it for you.
Find it. We're not going to move anywhere until you find it.
We also apply
7/6R.
Yeah. We also apply a correction when we know different weather conditions. So that number, that distance to the horizon, can shift quite a bit if there's a large amount of refraction. And so
the distance to what?
Horizon. The distance to the horizon. That's what we're talking about when we talk about.
So the Earth is changing size all the time?
Of course not.
So then the horizon is not moving.
The horizon moves because refraction changes.
But the Earth doesn't move. You just told me.
We're not saying the Earth moves. We're saying that the path of light is being refracted.
What is the horizon?
Horizon is that point where
the edge of the sphere, yes? So the horizon is the edge of the sphere. The horizon can only change if the sphere changes, correct?
Nope. Because
no.
Bends the path of light. Horizon bends the path of
ground, Proto-Thad.
The refraction bends the path of light. You bend the path of light.
The path of light to what?
To that point.
What are we seeing? The horizon is the edge of the Earth, right? So we're looking at the Earth. The Earth didn't move. The light is not being distorted that much that the Earth is increasing in size, my guy.
Is not moving. How do you not get this? The Earth is not
We get it. You don't realize you just won't allow yourself to see that I'm reducing your premises to absurdity. The horizon in your paradigm is the Earth, the edge of the Earth.
Right.
The horizon can only move if the Earth moves. But the Earth isn't moving, so the horizon isn't moving.
You're seeing a different point on the surface because the light is being bent, and therefore where that sight line
Complete idiocy.
hits the
You don't increase the size of, you don't have this refraction you're talking about through the air itself. No, you do not.
So
the air is not a silly mirror in a fun house.
Okay, so this is where we're to. We're saying refraction in the atmosphere doesn't happen. Okay.
No, it doesn't happen what you're saying.
Okay.
Okay? There's distortions in the appearance of the object. It is not increasing size, right? It is not increasing size by several miles. The air is not a silly mirror in a funhouse. The air cannot get that thick unless by a miracle of the God himself.
Okay. I mean, I understand that you seem to have very strong beliefs about that. Okay.
Okay, so acknowledging that I believe what I said is no refutation to it, so the refutation stands. By your own premises, you don't see what you saw, what you suppose you saw.
You wanted a link about radio attenuation. I'm going to post something there since we got a little far off track, but I will come back to this. Hold on one second. I just don't want to say that. I don't want you to think I completely forgot that we were talking about that. Where is the?
We were discussing your supposed refutation of the Black Swan, and we just got to the point that you think that we're using a straw man against your paradigm. Then we established what your paradigm truly is, supposedly, and then by that paradigm that you said that you suppose, you still don't see what you suppose you see.
Okay, so the Earth is a particular size. It does not change size. If there was no refraction, you could see the horizon as a straight line to a particular point on that curving surface.
What the hell are you talking about? I thought the horizon is the edge of the ball.
He needs to define refraction.
Okay, let's and I'm getting to that. Let's go through walk through this a bit. We have a sphere of a particular size, an unchanging size. Fraction is 0. I have a sight line, a straight line to that edge, which is the horizon. Now
you don't.
We apply.
No, you don't.
This is a hypothetical. I want you to understand why refraction changes the distance to the horizin. Okay, so we have
not using straight lines. You won't. Not using straight lines. You will not.
Define refraction.
Let him finish.
Let me walk through the hypothetical here. We have a straight line, no refraction. This is a hypothetical. It gets to a particular point on the sphere. Now, let's apply something that causes that straight line to bend downward. We are no longer looking, at this point, if we don't change
the straight line is your line of sight, correct?
Just a minute. So if we don't change the direction our eye is looking, and we've bent that light right downward, we're no longer...
Hang on. Just, I want him to finish this because I can address this. Please, go ahead.
So our eye is looking in that same direction. What we were looking at was the edge of the sphere. We have this effect of refraction, it's bending it downward. So now suddenly what we're seeing is not that edge, but something lower. That means it's more forward. We're now looking at an area of water ahead of that edge of the sphere because we bent down and we're hitting the surface before we've reached that edge. So
okay, please finish the sentence.
So now to look up and see the edge, we need to raise how high we're looking so that curvature is now impacting that point, which means if we were looking in the same point we were before, we're looking beyond that.
Okay, enough. End. All right. You just said another ontologically absurd, ridiculous series of premises. This is what happens when you people don't study philosophy. This is what happens when you don't study ontology, which is a necessary prerequisite to physics. Look up the Wikipedia article. It's a necessary prerequisite to physics. There is no negotiable. It's non-negotiable. So if you're ontologically absurd, you have failed to successfully do any physical endeavor. What you just told me is that the line of sight is being, the line from your eyes to the horizon, right, is being distorted so that the distance changes. No, the distance, right, distance is the amount of space between two given particular concrete concrete objects. The distance between your eyes or your head or your body, whichever particular a component of your body you want to specify, and the horizon, which is supposedly the edge of the sphere. The distance can only change if the size of the sphere changes or you get further away from the sphere.
No, we're saying
No, I'm not done. No, I'm not done. No. That's how the distance changes. Anyone with two brain cells to rub together knows full and well that's how distance between concrete objects change, because there's more space between them. Not because the perception of the goddamn object in the distance is being distorted. Secondly, the line of sight is not a concrete object. It's not a concrete object.
No, I never said
neither is the lengther of changing. It's a detection. It's an empirical detection. Right? You're detecting light, which is emitting from the object. So no, it isn't the case that it is not the case that distortion of your eyesight is increasing distance. No, it is not. So your ontologically absurd breakdown is just that.
The point at which your line of sight is making contact with where the water.
What the hell do you mean contact? Do you believe our eye of sight is a concrete object like a pole?
No, okay, contact is a poor word. I'm trying to like actually. This would be easier with.
So we are just seeing the object, right? We're just seeing it.
We're seeing a point. We're seeing a point on the surface. The point at the surface that curving line of sight meets, where it's like that is the point.
Curving line of sight.
What the
fuck? Curving line of sight.
Okay. Curving path of sight. If you don't like line because the lines are straight. Curving path of sight. Because do we at least agree refraction?
What the hell are you talking about? Curving line of sight, curving path of sight. Sight doesn't have a shape. The hell are you talking about?
What is it you think refraction is?
What is it you think the line of sight? What do you think sight is? Ask that question.
Okay, it's the light passing from some other location to your eyes, from some object to your eyes. Without refraction, that would be a perfectly straight path. With refraction, it's a curving path. Because it curves, if you're looking over the surface of the sphere, if it curves downward, the point at which that path reaches what we consider to be the horizon, that changes without the size of that.
Are you seeing light itself curve?
Path of the light curves, yes.
You're looking at light itself?
Path of the light curves, yes. You can see videos of that demonstrated on YouTube.
What you're talking about is when we see an object look crooked in some form or manner.
I mean,
right? The object seems to be crooked.
There are forms of distortion that do that, yes. There are things that also looming where it's raised higher than it otherwise would be, sinking where it looks lower. That is exactly the kind of refraction we're talking about.
Okay, so how is this sequitur with your conclusion? What is the logic sequence?
When you have downward refraction, it is looming things in the distance upward. That means that the
begging the question that this is happening on the sphere, right?
This is the explanation for why the distance to the horizon changes.
Right, an a priori appeal to refraction, presupposing that you're on a ball when this happens.
Okay.
Fallacy.
So you have decided to believe that
distance invokes geometry.
What I empirically detect. I've decided to believe what I empirically detect. So I have not chosen to believe that the Earth is a ball, which I have not seen. I've chosen to believe that the surface of the Earth is a flat plane, which I have seen. That's what I'm doing.
Okay.
Distance invokes geometry. You are therefore saying that the horizon we see is the geometric horizon.
No.
When you've previously said that we don't see the geometric horizon. So which one is it?
No, I've never said it is the geometric horizon. The geometric horizon would only...
You've invoked it by saying distance to. You've invoked it by saying distance to.
There is a point on the surface we're seeing that there is a distance to. That distance
that would be geometric. That would be geometric.
The distance isn't changing.
Absolutely not. Because the path of the light that's coming to our eye is curving.
The distance is not changing.
The distance to the point that we call the horizon is changing.
No, it's not. The only way the distance to the horizon, aka supposed Earth curve, could change is if the Earth is growing or we are moving away from the Earth.
Nope. A constant size.
What kind of fucking sense does that make?
Because if the light is curving, that has the same effect as if the light.
It's just you detecting the object.
The geometry of this is very clear if you stop and actually look at it and think about it.
No, you seeing the object is not an instance of the object going away from you or coming close to you or moving.
The object is not moving.
Optical distortions is not an instance of distance change.
This is not the object getting closer or farther away. This is you seeing a different location on the surface. The light refracts downward, you see a farther away.
So begging the question that this is happening on a globe.
I'm saying this is the explanation for why we see what we see.
Right, an a priori appeal, ad hoc a priori appeal to Snell's law, which you misapply here.
I get that you believe that. Now you're saying that the black swan.
So here you go, finna go to the circle again.
Refraction.
Because the game doesn't work on me. We're gonna go to the circle again. All right, so go ahead, go to the circle again.
Okay.
Let's go to this circular debate with you yet again. Go ahead.
You're basically saying that the distance to the horizon can never change because refraction does not extend.
Doesn't change the distance between the objects. Yes.
It's not changing the distance of the object. You're seeing objects that are farther away.
So it's not. Let me hold on. The distance between the objects are not changing. The distance of the object is getting farther away.
No. You're seeing different location farther away with different objects.
A different location farther away. So the Earth is growing.
No, it's not.
Right, the part of the Earth that's behind the Earth curve, it must be growing. Or it must be flattening out
in its
somehow.
actual location. Yeah, that's right. Are we seeing it in its actual location?
If you're seeing, do you mean are we seeing it at the angle it's actually at? No, we never are because refraction is changing that angle. Are we?
Okay, so this refraction that you're appealing to, there's only one medium, not two, and the density gradient is vertical, not horizontal. Your appeal fails.
You're wrong. I'm just sorry to say you're wrong because this is how we apply it.
No, you're wrong. Given my specific objective premises and my refutation. Not an unjustified negation retort like you just saying, you're wrong.
Did I ever get around to posting that definition? Oh, I think I didn't hit enter. Okay, there we go. Anyway. Sorry, just reading something in a different thing here. Okay, so we're not going to agree on this. You have a very different understanding of Snell's law than engineers who actually work in optics do. You are going to believe that I'm completely wrong about that. We're probably just going to go around in circles on that. So,
Protothad, fuck you.
I'm sorry.
I wouldn't say all that, but
I was hoping we could stay a little less heated than this and move on.
With well, you're not an engineer, so you couldn't say shit. Well, then you should shut your incoherent pie hole then. How about that? Stop flapping your gums then, because you're not one of them. There you go.
And your cavil must necessarily...
See when the shoe's on the other foot, you don't like that shit? You don't like it, do you? Fucking weasel.
And your cavil directed to us necessarily applies to physics classroom and Britannica, which of course were authored by specialists in the field. Okay.
Okay.
So you act as though specialists in the field know better, but it was specialists in the field that are saying what we just said about Snell's law.
Right.
So you must have this in-house disagreement about this doctrine.
Snell's law, you absolutely.
I suppose.
A classic example of applying Snell's law. You have, like, say, a lens that's made of glass. You have the air. You have very discrete boundaries.
And what
Still
has
can apply
what
Snell's law to
what
gradients.
Snell's law has
That is
to
a more
do?
advanced.
What
That is a more
what
advanced application of Snell's law, but it is absolutely a valid
and
application.
More
of Snell's
advanced
law.
application of Snell's law, even though there's
You
only
absolutely
one medium in your hypothetical.
Yeah.
Not
Because
two.
you treat same materials but with different densities.
He's trying to
or
put lipstick
different
on a pig,
mediums.
right?
Explicitly what
Far as
Britannica
Snell's
and
law-
physics classroom said.
This fucking wizardry that he's trying to pull off right now, and so that somebody can probably say, "Man, he might have a point." That's why it's like,
And-
I'm treating him like fuck off, like you don't know if you weren't able to
that's the
refute
compromise
Snell's
bias,
law.
and if you read a
You're
little
not
bit
able to
farther,
refute
you'll find the
Snell's law.
sources
Why are you
that
talking?
talk about.
You're not refuting protostat. You're not refuting Snell's law. All we hear is you gish galloping off to another point, which is
I'm not refuting Snell's law. I'm not
some
saying
other
that.
bobblehead that I know of is refuting the fact that Snell's law is actually that, because we've got a more advanced knowledge of it. And it's like you don't say shit. You're not saying anything. You're not refuting Snell's law on its face that is two contact immediate. So this is the hill that you die on right now, right here. Your 35 years of fucking navigating the earth is just gone in one fell swoop because you can't understand Snell's law.
He died on two hills at once. Not only does he not have the conditions required to invoke refraction, he also doesn't have a geometric horizon to refract.
And when you teach
So your appeal to try and refute the Black Swan failed, even with the adjustment to the supposed paradigm that you really do use, supposedly.
So basically, you're coming to the Black Swan must be right because atmospheric refraction.
No, we're coming to what we're coming to is a sunken cost fallacy for you. This is what you have right now. It's a sunk cost fallacy. There's nothing else for you to do but just to admit defeat, which you won't because you're 35 years into it. So you might as well just fucking go all in. You just got to go all in. Full cog this, man. Refute everything. You might as well. You might as well.
Afraid we'd get off kind of mired in some of these side quests here.
Mired. The mire that we're in right now is your horse shit that you want to spout off as refraction, which it is not. And it's, going flying in the face of what actual definition of Snell's law is. That's the fucking mire we're in right now that you can't get out of. You know that? Or you not paying attention?
So with that being said, let me just say this. Y'all bless you and may y'all have mercy on you and get you out of your sunken cost fallacy and come to a whole knowledge of the truth, not just about the cosmos, but about the true way of salvation from this perilous world, which includes all the deception which you are currently stuck in. And with that, I'll take my leave.
I was gonna say I appreciate the positive sentiment. I want to say that even though I know we fundamentally disagree, I appreciate you guys talking about this, and I'm sorry we got kind of heated.
Sorry, but it's not a disagreement. It's a rejection of truth, which you have. It's a rejection of the truth, which you have. You're rejecting the truth. This isn't a disagreement. This is a right and wrong scenario, which we are right and you are fucking wrong. Like to the 10th degree. You are so wrong. You're not only wrong, you're so wrong.
If that's the case,
it's the
why
rejection of truth. So thank you for rejecting the truth. But what else?
Why am I able to get correct latitude, longitude coordinates, correctly applying measurements?
You can superimpose. You can superimpose any fucking thing you want on top of this flat and stationary plane and call it Yankee Doodle Dandy, and then say that you just came up with a new idea, because that's all you got is this fictional idea that you live on a spinning globe Earth because your math works out. Who gives a shit? Did you go and verify that shit? No, you're just talking about, well, it works out on a piece of paper or my computer screen or in a math formula. Like, so what? It's just not what the reality is. Therefore, you're rejecting the truth straight out, well, as we pointed out. And you're
Just
also
real quick.
Snell's law.
Just
Go
real
ahead.
quick. Just real quick. Protothat from me to you. Come back, and it was my pleasure.
Yeah, from me to you, Protothad, you respawned retard. Go back to Romper Room, you fucking clown. God, he was vanquished about a year ago, Miggy, over on Nathan's channel. He's now respawned.
Oh, I was glad to have him in here because he needed another shellacking from the 24/7 crowd, at least from this group. But I don't know. It's so bad, QE. I mean, it's just so bad. Oh my God! I was like, who is this? I haven't heard of him. I didn't even know he was like. What rock did this guy come out from under? Because what the fuck? Who's Protothat anyway?
He's the one who's educated Herman Munster, McBugger Eater, on celestial navigation.
This is the guy?
Yeah, and Bob's whore, the science guy, Bob. Yeah, he put a little feather in their ear. He thinks he's all that in a bag of chips. This fucking guy couldn't navigate out of his own bathroom.
You're so right. You're so right.
You're a fucking clown, Protothad. What are you doing respawning back here?
I was going to say, QE, have you guys managed to demonstrate
Shut the fuck up. Go sell that shit to, like, third graders and they'll laugh you out of the classroom. You're a dumb fuck. That's already been proven. I'm not doing it again. Bye.
A weasel of epic proportions, man. I haven't heard him. When he came in here, I was like, what the fuck am I listening to? And he sounded like one of those fucking weasels that you just want to like shellac. So I was like, I just want to let him speak just a little because I haven't heard of him. So when he came in here, he was talking high and mighty about celestial navigation and how he worked it out that the Earth is curving. What the fuck is going on with these guys?
He doesn't know what an elevation angle is or a triangle. That's what the problem is.
And it became clear as day as soon as he started talking his horse shit it was talking about.
Yep.
He says he doesn't need the Earth to be a plane in order to gain an elevation angle.
Well, he doesn't know what an elevation angle is then. Yeah. What's an elevation angle? Somebody define it.
You should hear him talk about Snell's law. Oh, it was so good.
John, you came out with the Black Swan 2001. Is that true?
2000.
Yeah.
2001.
2000 to it doesn't matter. Let's say it's outside like 2-3 years, and we know the argument. We know that it's horizon. And because of that horizon, we know it's not only horizon, that water, it's physical and making the horizon together with the sky horizon. That means the water is physical. I don't understand why people, Globers, coming and keep speaking about light, because that didn't change the physicality of the water. What is the distance? 6 miles and 9 miles, and behind, let's say, 10 meters behind the second oil rig, there is a water. That means whatever light is doing, we cannot see that water if we are on a sphere. Does that Globers can understand that?
Bro, Sasha, fucking Snell's law fucking singed his short hair like clean off. He was dead in that's the right when he started talking about that, he was dead. It was just over
look
right.
at this. Even there, you will say 2 millions, but doesn't matter. What is going on Black Swan? You have the ocean. You see the ocean. You don't have that phenomenon that you know. Oh, you need to speak about Snell's law for 1 hour. No, man. You see the ocean. You don't have phenomena. You have phenomena on Black Swan refraction. You have some phenomena on the top of the crane. You don't have phenomena on the water.
And then his citation was some fucking random guy. It was just he pulled out of his ass and then he put it in the live stream, voice text. I don't know. You might see it. It's somewhere there.
Bro, how much refraction do I need to get my super glued fingers unstuck?
Did you get him stuck? What the hell?
Well, yeah, I mean, I heard refraction fixes everything, so I was thinking if I put some on my fingers, the glue will come out.
You'll need some gravity to go with it.
Hey, QE, I like that show today. I was listening to it circling around trying to pick up my husband from the airport.
Ah, yes. Yep. Got a
Might as well go.
treacherous,
Might as well.
treasonous traitor exposed.
Yeah, we might as well give him refraction, right? Because that's what we're in the habit of doing now, is it? Just giving them things.
I guess that's
You
another
beg the
topic.
question
We're
on?
still on refraction. I thought we were on the treasonous traitor. I thought we moved on, but apparently not.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are on that. I'm just saying, if we're going to give them, a presupposed radius of a presupposed ball, we might as well give them refraction too, eh?
Dude, imagine having a refracted radius. Mm.
All right, since we're all on refraction, what did the numpty define refraction at? Just kick him. Just put him in. Just kick him out of here. Do something. Somebody do something with him. He's not speaking while I'm in here. That's for sure. So, Maggie, what did he say refraction was? Since we want to stick with refraction.
I got my iPhone, but it's somewhere in the chat. Can somebody pull it up? He had cited someone, and it's definitely not Snell's law. Can somebody pull it up real quick on live stream voice text? You have to scroll up a bit, I guess, if we got lost in.
Yeah, there's too much, man.
There's a lot of shit in there. But he was talking about some other numpty that he was mentioning. That he says we have a more advanced version of Snell's law.
Version.
Which I was like, what the fuck? There's levels to Snell's law? What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, it was comical to me.
Yeah.
And he pulled this other guy, whatever he was saying, out of his ass. Because I know he didn't know.
Right, so in a medium where there's infinite variability of gradient density, you'd have an infinite amount of points. So it's impossible to preserve the normal line. So essentially, you can just make up any path you want. And as long as you can get it to balance mathematically, you can then, in their view, just claim that that's the path the light took. You basically just draw squiggly lines on a piece of paper and then say, yeah, that's the path the light took.
I asked him for a citation of refraction with the propagation of radio waves, and he posted that. What I just posted in the live stream voice text, that's what he posted.
Yeah, so just for the record, that's what Walter Biswin did to try to defeat the Black Swan. He just drew a bunch of lines on a piece of paper and then, essentially applied them in a ray tracing program and forgot that the light rays flipped over each other, so the image would be upside down. Hey, there's no predictive model of refraction for the globe. It's all post hoc.
There's no. It's already defined. Snell already defined it, so they got nothing with their fairy tale atmo. Their atmosphere, it's a paradox to begin with, but they got nothing. Zero.
What really drives me insane is that it's already defined. They act like they can redefine it just during the debate, as if it is even a debate, and then act like we can't understand what it is when we clearly do.
He had the audacity to say, well, the way you guys are misinterpreting it. How the fuck are we misinterpreting it? We just read it verbatim to your dumbass. Where the fuck is it misinterpreted at? Fuck, dude, that was annoying. He kept going on about saying that. You guys are just misinterpreting. I'm like, where the fuck are we misinterpreting it? Point it out. Refute that shit. And he did it. He was like, well, we got some other guy over here that's, we got a more advanced version of Snell's Law. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah, we got some obscure black and white text from a no-name on the internet that I just Googled.
Yep. I've seen some comments from Roofy. Was Roofy in? He must have been in. Was he in the VC?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he was in here, though. He was cheerleading Protostat. You know, they get their champions, they all rah-rah behind when they're in here.
I seen him post a comment to Heretic, and he said, so you deny the definition of Earth, and then I posted what Roofy said of definitions. They're fucking meaningless. That's what I'm saying. They're abject retards, right? They contradict each other. They contradict themselves almost within the same breath. It's like it's like dealing with my sister's kids.
Right, they got one finger unstuck with minimal loss of surface area.
I had this kind of like this feeling. I was like, I bet you anything QE he knows this guy, because he doesn't sound like your regular crayon.
Oh, dude,
he doesn't sound like a regular.
We named a whole logical fallacy by him.
Yeah, there was a logical fallacy named after him.
No kidding.
Yeah, I think AI was the one who named it after him, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct.
I can't remember what it was, though. It's been too long.
Well, we called it the proto error, but I can't remember exactly what it applied to.
Yeah, you'd have to go back to that video, and I don't think Nathan titled his videos at that point in time. So,
but the general premise is that you have a set of situations where there's a known error that's going to express itself down the line. So you have a plan for how to handle it when the error presents itself, right? Which admits you have an error. And it had something to do with celestial navigation or something, but I can't remember exactly.
No, he fucking died on Snell's Law. That's where you're not leaving this fucking hill. You're dying right here. Fuck that. I was pissed. I was like, we're talking about this every fucking day. And so he went off about some advanced version of Snell's Law. Shit, what the fuck are you talking about? Where? Who said that? And he pulled that other guy. I'm on my phone right now, but I'd find where he cited this idiot.
It doesn't even make sense, though. More advanced law? What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Well,
it's stupid. It's just an Elmer Fudd sophist attempt to fucking to prove something they have they're village idiots. All of them. They're fucking fake intellectuals. Every single last one of them. Prototash, he's an actual retard. I mean, he's retarded. The more advanced law. More advanced law. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, you're laughing. I was laughing my ass off on my way home because I was driving. Like this fucking clown. What the fuck?
What did I miss, brethren?
You missed Protostat coming in here trying to pretend that him and Dogs Are Gods are friends.
Gregory was in here giving him like at least a little bit, but I lit his fucking ass up on Snell's Law. Like he was trying to get away, talk about some other advanced version of Snell's Law. Like fuck you, refute Snell's Law right the fuck now. Like I wanted him to, and he just didn't want to. He was like, no, well we got fuck you, refute Snell's fucking law, dude. Like what the fuck? To contacting me, like he did want to do it. I was like, this is the fucking hill you down, you weasel. Like you ain't. Fuck that. Nope. Not today. Yeah, you bit off more than you can chew, huh, Proto? You thought it was going to be an easy win. Fucking weasel.
And Miggy, if he tries that, if somebody tries that again, just ask them this question: how do you preserve the normal?
Oh shit! Do,
For
do I
real.
dare go down that road with this guy? I sailed the ocean waters for 30
What's
years. I know what I'm talking about. Shut the
yeah,
fuck
but
up.
what's the normal, right? In Snell's law, it's the 90 degrees that they measure the angle of refraction, right,
Oh yeah,
off of.
he doesn't
So
know
if you have
angles.
a discrete, yeah, but think about it. If you have a discrete boundary between two media, right, then you have a plane of which that angle can be measured. But if it's just a mishmash of infinitely variable density, essentially, where's your normal biome?
AI. He said that the from the ground position from the GP of a star to the observer, the angle that the observer is seeing the celestial body, both of those lines, the connecting line from the observer to the celestial body and from the ground position to the celestial body, are parallel lines. Are
So,
parallel fucking lines, dude.
so
That's what.
what he's fucking actually saying is the hypotenuse and the adjacent are parallel
Yeah,
lines.
that's. I couldn't believe I was like, and he sailed the ocean waters for 30 years.
Yeah, he's a fucking clueless clown. Yeah,
Wow.
he didn't. He's down in his mother's basement.
I mean, that's the only thing I can think of, man. He's got videos and shit, but like, I don't know, man. I don't know, dudes. Like,
Hey, he draws circles on globes.
What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What happened in here? I've never seen this few people ever. This is an outrage. Apparently, there are currently 9 people watching. I am Versatile Venue. Where is everybody? This is the smallest amount of people I've ever seen in here ever.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our earth.
Enemy spotted.
Fuzzball. Should all be tuned in.
Great. All right, so we're speaking to Fuzzball here. And Fuzzball, I'm not too clear on what point you're actually trying to make here. So do you want to restate it to the room and then CB can finish off, or someone else if they want?
It's not clear why in celestial navigation north is preferred as the, I guess, center of the room and south is not.
I'm gonna try and dig up this example from this anime show, but I would prefer, like, if you want to make that example, if you want to say, yeah, we can use south as the center, I want an example of that.
I have an example of north in the center. I mean, that would be on equal
every
as yours.
I mean, the fact that you can't think of one example where the south would be the center, that means every other example either use north as the center, and then to go away from that north, you'd be going south, and going around that northern point gives you your east and your west. That's just, I'll post an example in the chat there. It's just how it works.
And the reverse works just as well.
It would in theory, just not in reality. That's kind of the point I'm trying to make. The only time I can even think of someone presenting that as the case is from an anime I just watched recently. That was quite good. But I'm still asking you to give me the only example I can think of is from a show. I'm asking you, and you've given me crickets. I think
also
not an analogy.
Also, Fuzzball. The compass points north.
We're not talking about compasses, though. We're talking about celestial navigation.
No, we're not. We're just talking about direction.
You're talking about direction, right? Why would north be considered the center? Well, when we travel east or west, the compass points north, and we have to correct for north. So we go in a circle around north when we're traveling east to west.
I mean,
Pretty simple.
You can make a circle around the south. I don't.
No, because the compass points north.
You can't.
Well, the compass aligns itself with the magnetic field. That's how a compass works.
Wait a second.
And points north.
A direction.
It points towards magnetic north, right?
Right.
Right.
I mean,
so there you go.
It points towards both poles. It has to align itself. That's the only way that metals can.
Right. Well, this still sounds like a very. I mean, I don't understand what point you're trying to make. Are you trying to make an argument in favor of the globe?
I'm not trying to make an argument. I'm trying to understand how celestial navigation works on a flat surface.
Okay. Well, celestial navigation is different from you not understanding north and south. Celestial navigation requires elevation angles, which requires a horizontal, which you don't have on a sphere.
You can draw a tangential line anywhere on a sphere you want.
Not on the no, you can't. You don't have a horizontal on the surface of a sphere, which is where you are.
Yeah, you can draw one. It's not.
You're gonna need a tangent point, aka geometric horizon, for that one. Got one of those?
Yeah, let's keep it more direct to this, rather
can
than
you
that.
not draw a tangential line on a sphere? I mean, I'm a little confused.
Well, I know you are a little confused. We're trying to teach you how south would work, but I mean, if you feel like you've gotten
I want to
that,
know how north is different than south, like functionally.
they're just not the same. Didn't Wolfgang just told you? We use
traveling north and traveling south is the same, right?
No, they're not the same.
They're not the same. So they follow different rules. Following north versus following south.
Could you be a little more specific? I gave you some examples like a real world example. So what do you mean they're different? So if we go back to the room, how are they the same? When one's a location and one's any direction away from that location. So they're not the same.
I mean, I can take your room example, right? And just switch the poles, right? Have south in the center, have north on the edges, and it would work just as well. Right.
Okay, but again, they're not the same though. If you wanted to quote go north, in your example where it's opposite, which is fine, I guess, even though it doesn't really work in reality. And you haven't
Right,
given
even if we let you beg the
that
question,
reality.
even if we let him say that, right? So we let you say that, Fuzzball. Okay, now how do we get to Earth being a spinning globe?
We're not there yet.
Yeah, I know. So how do we get there? That's where you want to go. Take us with you.
Okay. I mean, you have to at least, I mean, admit that going north and going south works the same, right?
No.
No, I wouldn't necessarily, but I'm saying, let's say I give you that. How do you get us to a spinning ball?
The fact that you can use either celestial pole to find your cardinal directions and go where you need to go.
Right, where's the curve? Where's the rotation of the spinning ball? Because we're just on the...
To do with this.
We're still just on an observably flat surface, and you're telling us it's actually a curved surface. How are you getting us there?
I have not told you anything about curved surfaces.
No, but you are by arguing that Earth's a ball.
And by claiming a tangent line, you're also invoking a curve.
Navigation works.
Yeah, you were saying you can get a tangent line from a sphere. We're saying, okay, let's try and figure out if we're on a sphere to then see if we could have a tangent line on a sphere. But you've not got us on the sphere yet. That's what we need to see. Anyway, I have to jump. Keep it along these lines, yeah? Actually, Earth is supposed to be a spinning ball, they're telling us. They're telling all the kids in school. Let's prove that. Okay, have a good one. I'll listen in.
So I don't understand why north is special and south is not. Like why north gets to have a point and a pole, but south is like
It's not about
everywhere.
special. It's just what. Even you gave the example of if you swapped it, one would be a location and one would be at any direction away from that. So you already understand that. You're just being difficult and swapping.
He also
them for no reason.
he's also projecting, bro. You also kind of talking about north, like this the celestial north and geographical north on the ground are the same thing. You're saying you're going north based on what? On navigation, right? Horizontal lines. You make an
Well,
sextant
we're using the North Celestial Pole.
celestial pole. So you're saying that you look into the sky to the celestial pole and do what?
That's what celestial navigation is. You go towards the celestial pole, and that's the direction that north is. And it works the same in the south. You go towards celestial south, and you keep going that way. That's how you can navigate in the south without Polaris. You don't need Polaris to go south. Understand?
No, you don't need to Polaris to go south. You triangulate the position based on the position of the luminaries and using the coordinates, right? The charts, the Cartesian coordinates. You can triangulate your position and know where you are based on the positions of the luminaries, right? But you need a horizontal line for that. You can't get a horizontal line on the globe.
You can draw a tangential line, and it'll work just as well. I don't see the problem.
Found that example I was looking for. It's only like 14 seconds. Let's take a quick listen.
The fog's so thick I can't see through it. We got to the village by heading south. If what Hoko says is the truth, I should go south to reach Hodai, the center of the island.
That's the only example I can think of where they're talking about the south as a central point. But you seem like you understand that in either case, if you have this plane, if you will, one of them will be a location and the other would be anywhere away from that location. So you already understand that. So just stop being difficult at this point.
I understand that part. It's just
okay. Well, good. Let's move on. So let's move
your
past.
analogy doesn't translate into real life, is what I'm saying.
It does, though. It does, because we don't have a quote South Pole. That's the point that I was trying.
The South Pole,
Yes, correct,
but we have a North Pole.
correct.
How do you know that one is the pole and one is not?
You already understand that, so you're just being difficult at this
I
point.
I don't understand that. You said North is a pole, so which pole?
There's only one, and you already understand that. You gave the example of, well, why not just put the South in the center? Then even in your example, you understand that one of them would be a location, a quote point, and the other would be anything away from that, not a location, not a certain point. So if the South was the center, in your example, we can't go to a point or a location called North. You understand? Only one of them would be a quote pole.
Correct. Which is why neither of those work. Neither of them
No, they
translate to real
do.
life.
They do. Just not your example.
Why?
Look at a
just
magnet.
not my
Let's
example?
look at it. Let's look at a magnet.
It's
I don't know a lot about magnets, but I'm pretty sure you can have a magnet where.
With one pole, a magnet.
Well, let me just double check.
Called a magnetic monopole. They've never been seen.
It's not possible to produce a permanent magnet with only a single pole. Every magnet has two poles. Okay, fair enough. I can be wrong about that, but at least it does apply to reality. I gave you the example of a room, right? So you would consider the center point North. So that's a real world example. Your example
like I said,
isn't
my
really
real
somewhat
world
some the
example
world.
is South in the center of the room.
No,
and
but
North
what's
in
the real world example though?
What?
So I gave you
Alright,
an example of an
what is-
island from an anime. So what's
what
your
is the real
example?
world example of North in the center?
I gave you a room with a pole in the center.
And that example is not any more valid than South in the center, like I said. You can just flip it and it's the same thing.
So, but in that, it doesn't really. You haven't really given an example though. But
It's the same example as
even
yours.
still, you understand that. Well, my example, we don't. There's not an example in real world I can think of where we call center South. That's why I'm trying to challenge you to think of something that's. I've given you multiple examples. One's from a
just
show,
gave you an
one's in
example
reality. No,
for
you
South
didn't. You just flipped what I said and called it an example.
Because that's the same thing that you said.
That's.
Like
But I'm
it's
asking you
the
though. That's
same concept.
something in real world that you would use to consider South as a central point. I'm asking, like, where in reality would you do that? If you were building a house, or constructing a business, or making a football field, or something like that. Like, what is an example where you use? All right, guys, we're gonna mark X marks the spot here. This is South, and then proceed from there. I can't think of one. I gave you an example from an anime show.
I can't think of an example where North
But
is
you're trying to,
center for construction.
brother. The fact that you can't think of an example where South is the center means that every other example is North as the center. Bro.
North.
That's every example. Every other example, because you can't come up with one where South is the center. I gave you one example from an anime show, but that means that the only reason that stood out is interesting because that's not something that you typically would think of. If you're on an island and you want to go to the center of the island,
I mean,
you'd be going towards the center, and you consider the southern point. Sorry?
Why would you typically think that North would be in the center?
Because the opposite is kind of ridiculous, isn't it?
Why is the opposite ridiculous? Like you're not.
Because you can't even give me a real world example where that would be the case.
The same example that you gave.
No,
me.
you haven't. No, you haven't.
Okay, so
It's not a real world example where we say, all right, you're just saying that it's a hypothetical.
Well, so is your
and where you
example.
just
It's a
flipped.
hypothetical.
Okay, listen. It's pretty clear at this point. I don't want to annoy the panel, but you're not able to come up with an example where this is in reality.
It's the same example that you gave me.
Brother, I don't know why you're being difficult at this point. We already kind of covered this. You understand that in at least this case, there can only be one, quote, pole. So that's the original point here. There's only one pole,
Let's
not
go
two.
with your example for a little bit, and let's try to see like where you're not getting this, because
It's
at
not.
a certain
Trust me,
point,
it's not
at a
me.
certain
It's
point,
not me.
you
Hold
can
on.
no longer
I'm gonna play the clip one more time, just so where everyone's clear. It's only 14
at a certain
seconds. Here
point
it
you
is.
can no longer see the center, right?
The
You can no
fog's
longer
so
have a
thick I
reference
can't see
point.
through it. We got to the village by heading south. If what Holko says is the truth, I should go south to reach Hodai, the center of the island.
So I thought that was really interesting. The reason why I recorded it was I was like, it made me raise an eyebrow. When have you ever treated the center of something as south? I can see how you would maybe think about that if you were on an island, but I think most people would consider the center of the island as your northern point, and then the beaches around, say, the center of the island would you consider south. And if you wanted to go east and west, you'd be making circles around that island. Okay?
Can I ask what this discussion is about?
Well, the original point is that there is only one, quote, pole. There's no, say, south pole. There's a location called the south. So that's kind of how this all started, is that trying to help him understand that he's saying, oh, well, north, why is it special? It's not special. It's just only one of them is a, quote, point or a location.
Well, why is that though? Like, why is
I've given
like,
you
how
so
did
many
you determine
examples
that?
at this point. I've given you so many
You did not
examples.
give- You gave me the one example, and I gave you the same example, but south and the center.
So at least you're able to understand that one of them, only one of them can be a quote pole.
Of course, but like if you're
So
going north south,
don't
they
be
have to
difficult
follow-
at this point.
They have to follow different rules, though. Understand, like, if you're
Duh.
going
That's
north
all I'm saying. If your back
I'm
is to the
asking what-
center and you go
why-
away from that, say in a quote straight line, now
why
you're going away
north
from it.
is- Why going north has different rules than going south?
They're not different rules. Why are you saying that?
You said that they were different rules.
Like, what do you mean though? If we go back to the room example, what's different then exactly? In terms of what you physically actually do, what is different?
In a room, I mean, you're going towards.
Because same with east and west. East and west are the
reference
same as
point,
well. You're making
and you have
circles.
to- We have to designate a reference point. I mean, is there a ceiling fan in the middle of the room or something? Is there something?
Well, we already gave that example, so let's not. I don't want to have to repeat the example multiple times. Clearly, the panel's frustrated.
You never were clear about your example.
I typed it in the chat. Couldn't be more clear. We have a room with a fireman's pole. How many times do we have to say it?
Okay, so the fireman's pole. So,
So that's the center of the room. Okay, are we good so far?
So that's assuming that you can see the
It's not
pole.
about the
matter
visibility.
how
So
far
you're just being difficult at this point.
I'm just trying to understand your example.
You're like, wait, what? We can't see the center. Like, come on, dude. This is ridiculous.
Well, on the Earth, you can't see Polaris after you go below the equator. So,
No, but we're not.
and that's
We're
any
not
type of
just
Earth you
looking.
want.
We're trying to help you understand directions on a plane. You're
Well, you can't
struggling.
go south if you don't know where north is, right?
We already have this quote center being the north.
But if you can't see the center, how do you know?
You don't need to see the center.
So you don't need to see the center.
I'm
Then
just
how
trying to
do
help
you-
you understand that south is not a location.
But I can just say north is not a location. And
Then
south is the
we're
location.
so then what location would the south be then? The North Pole?
It'd be the south pole.
So then where would north be in that case?
In
If it's not
case-
another pole, where would that be?
It would be on the walls. The north
How do
would
we
be
tie
on the
that back
walls.
to reality? In reality.
It doesn't tie to reality.
Yeah, well, so then why are you pushing so hard for this example when it doesn't? It's not analogous whatsoever.
Your example doesn't tie to reality.
Of course it
either.
is. No, of course it is. We have the quote North Pole. What are you talking about?
Both of them are just as likely as each other.
No, they're
Understand? Like,
not. No, they're clearly
there's a-
not.
There's a point in we have
No,
a south
there's-
celestial pole and a north celestial pole.
Talking
They
about
both exist in
terrestrially
reality.
on the ground. Okay,
Well, how
that's
are you going to
I've
see
been
the
making that
ground?
example this whole time. You're on the ground. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you're-
Focus, dude. Focus. We're talking about we've got a room with 4 walls and a central point.
Okay.
So, not to just go, well, why? I'm not sure why you're being so difficult. This is a really simple example. Of course, that is the example in reality.
That's
You
not
have your
reality,
center
that's
point.
your
Yes,
analogy.
okay. Let's go into reality then. What would you consider the quote center if it's not the way you see it? If it's a plane, let's call that center
Center of what?
the Earth.
Like the center of a sphere.
No. I'm saying if obviously we're making the case that it's not that. So if it's not that,
I mean, center and midway point between north and south. Like the equator, are you talking about?
Man, this is really challenging for you, huh? Let me post another screenshot. I posted it in the chat. Let me repost it. We're not even talking about celestial navigation, brother. We're talking about just terrestrially the ground. No, we're not. We haven't even invoked terrestrial
navigation.
We're talking about directions on a plane.
You get your directions from stars, right? In celestial navigation.
All right, so I've reposted my chat, my screenshot, my little drawing there, my Picasso in the chat. So this isn't evoking anything in the sky. Here to tie this to reality, go outside. We can all agree there's probably, I wouldn't say, I don't know if it's the quote center. I think we can agree that all the north. Can we agree on that so far?
Okay, agree on what?
Holy dude.
So you'll be using straight lines to acquire elevation angles for celestial navigating, right?
Wait, sorry, say that again.
You'll be using straight lines? Or you still on something? Sorry about that.
No, he's just doing the whole I don't speak English thing. No.
Oh, yeah. I know speak no English. Yeah, so straight lines, you're going to be using those to acquire elevation angles in celestial navigation, right?
Sure.
Correct. Okay, so where's the curve come into this?
We're talking about celestial navigation on the flat Earth.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
I don't get it. So Fuzz, why would that's what I asked you. Is like you already agree that there is a North Pole. So why are you saying things that you don't agree with?
I mean, why did you say
I'm saying you're being difficult. That's what I'm saying. You're just being
why is there no
That's what
South
you're
Pole?
doing.
You haven't
We're
given me-
trying to help explain that to you. We can go over it again. That's no problem.
It works just as well as the North Pole. Like, why is it
Just not reality.
a pole? What do you mean non-reality?
Because I'm asking you to give me an example where you use south as a center point. Just give me one example in reality. Give me one.
Okay, give me one example in reality.
But see, I've I want you to give me an example because you're making a case for this. You're pushing hard, saying no, no, we can use the South as the center. So give me an example in real world, something specific that you would use. Then stop making that argument. Then
It's
because
your
that's what you're
argument. I'm
pushing.
asking you to support your argument.
I already have.
The center
I already
in the
have.
South is not. I mean,
I already have. I made it more. I drew it. I gave you examples. I
you
played
can
the
draw it,
clips.
but that doesn't
What?
explain why North is the center and South is not.
You already understand that either way, only one of them can be a quote location. You got that so far?
Of course.
Okay, so then why are you kicking? Like, why are you struggling against that?
I'm not struggling against that. I understand what your example entails.
So
I'm
then
asking
that's
you
why I'm
why-
asking you. That's why I'm
I'm
asking
asking
you.
you
Okay,
why
now let's
choose
take
North.
your understanding
It's just
that there.
arbitrary, right?
Let's just take your understanding that. So you understand that there's. Hold on. Well, we can't say that. I don't. Now you're just being even more ridiculous. So, because I've give.
I mean,
So
you
now
can
we
name it
understand that
anything
there's
you
only.
want. Be north,
No,
south.
you can't call it. You can't call it
south.
west or east.
But why is north the center and south is not?
So because there is no example that I can think of where we say, all right, X marks the spot. This is the center. We're going to call this south. Unless you can give me one. I've given you, like, I don't know, we've been on this for like 35 minutes, 45 minutes.
Drawing here and is type south where you have north.
I know. See, listen. You're being difficult, brother. You're being really difficult because I already played a clip where they've done that exactly. So now I'm asking you, and that's from an anime show, right? So I'm asking you, why don't we take that, your example, the thing you're pushing for? You're saying, no, we can use south as a center. That's what you're saying.
Well,
That's
I'm not
what
saying
you're pushing. Well, then stop saying it then. Why don't you just stop saying it? No, it's not valid. It's not valid. Because if you're not making the case for that, you're saying, I'm not saying that, then stop saying it. Because I don't agree with that. There's no real world example of that. And I'm not making the case that the South is the center. Only you are saying that.
If north and
So if
south
that's not your
are
case,
not
then just
different,
stop. Just stop being difficult.
north and south are not different. There should be
No, they
no
are
problem.
different. They are different.
How are they
Well, listen. I've already went over this with you several times. I asked you, okay, if you're saying they're different, if we go back to my room example, what are you physically doing that is quote different? I want you to tie this into reality so I can help understand. You're saying no, they're different or they're the same. What do you mean? And this is where you go radio silent.
You're finally giving me a chance to respond.
So, but I've asked you this multiple times. You still haven't answered. You're not answering quite. You're
You
just
asked-
tap dancing. I'll ask it again very clearly. You're you're challenging that they either should be the same or different somehow. And I'm saying clearly they're different. If one of them is a location and one of them's not, by definition they're different. And then well, clearly, if one of them is a location, you can travel to that spot.
Okay, why is
Then that's clearly different than not being able to travel to a quote spot, right?
I mean, regardless of you can travel towards it, right? Regardless of whether it is spot, right?
But
And
when you say
can
it,
fly,
right? It being if we're saying it being the outside, then that's not a quote location. And again, I'm talking terrestrially, on the ground.
Why is the north a location?
I'm not pointing up in the sky.
Well,
But listen, why do you keep making that case? I want you to stop bringing that up. Because if you're not making a case for that, if that's not your point, if you're not saying it, then why do you continue to say it? You're drilling on like, well, no, the South can be the center. Why do you keep saying that? I don't agree with that. You clearly don't agree with that. So why are you making a case for that?
why are you making the case that the north is the center?
That's the only example. That's the only other realistic example. You can't think of any other example where that's not the case,
How is it realistic?
except from an anime.
How is it realistic for north to be the center? Like,
Because you can't even give me one example where that's not the case.
I just gave you the example where south.
No,
is the
no,
center.
you didn't. No, dude, no. That example comes from a freaking anime show. That's not reality. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You can't apply it to reality and say, okay, I built this house, and in the center we call it south, and then every direction away from that is north. You can't think of an example that's in reality.
You said in reality, where north is the center. And how do you
Yes.
go south without knowing where north is?
What do you mean without knowing where north is?
Well, how do you
This
know
is
where
just
north
being
is?
difficult again.
What is your reference point for knowing where north is? When you're traveling south,
In terms of what?
turn around, right? Turn around from south.
From
How do you know where north
from wait, hold on. You got to be a little bit more specific. Are we outside? Because you got to be more specific where your example is.
No rooms, no.
So now we're outside. Where outside on your Earth or what?
On the Earth.
Being what? Earthed?
What do you mean, meaning what?
Because we can all agree on what a room is, but you and I don't agree what the Earth is doing.
How do you look towards the north?
I don't care about looking, brother. So I'm trying to give you these simple examples of a room, and you're like, well, no, the south can be a spot too. No, it can't.
Navigating, or you just kind of walk in a direction and you assume that's north? Like, how do you know where north is?
I think we both agree where north is, and I think you have a compass that probably works to point towards north too, right?
Currently, besides without compasses, like thousands of years
What
ago.
do you mean? Well, first of all, you're saying, well, what do we just blindfold? And then you saying you can't use a compass? What the hell is going on?
We're talking about celestial navigation, right?
No, we're not. I haven't invoked celestial navigation this entire time. You keep saying that, but I'm trying to teach you how directions work.
Well, we can't.
I haven't engaged on celestial navigation.
How do you know what direction you're facing then?
In terms of what? Because you're jumping out of this. I gave you a simple example of a room in an island. Now you're jumping off to like, well, now we're celestial navigating.
Okay, well,
brother, you're still trying to figure out that south, whether south is a location.
We can do an island. So.
Well, you're gonna have to be more specific about that, though.
Okay, an island in the southern hemisphere. How do you see where north is? Below the equator. Doesn't have a hemispheric, the Henel plane.
What is seeing things like? Why do I have to see north?
You need to navigate, right? You need your eyes to navigate, right?
But even in the way you see things, you don't think that you have to see north to navigate it.
I do.
So no, you don't.
I do think you need to see north. I think you also need to see
north. Okay. Well, I'm talking terrestrially. You're talking about celestially.
Well, how do you know terrestrially?
Because, brother, holy smoke, you're bouncing all around like crazy.
It's a simple question, man.
Well, first we were on an island in a room, and now you're invoking the sky. So when you're in a room, you're obviously not staring at the ceiling to try and figure out where the center point is.
Well,
nor is that necessary.
How do you know where the center point is?
It's the center.
Of an island.
What do you mean?
It's just the center.
Okay, well, clearly, if you have an island and we're going to dub the center, wherever that may be, if there's an X and it marks the spot, whatever, we know that the shore of the island would be south, right? So if we want to travel north, listen, focus. What we do know is, say, if we're on the shore, now we're on the southern part of the island. If we wanted to go east and west, we travel in circles around the island. So to go north, we'd have to go closer to the center. You don't have to, quote, see it to get there.
Why are we assuming the island is the center?
Oh my god. Either way, whether you want to do your weird flip it upside down thing, there is going to be a center point of the island. Would you not agree?
It's totally arbitrary.
What? That's the whole thing we're talking about right now. What are you talking about? Oh my god. It's the entire point of what we're
Any other topic you guys want to move to, or anything else? Like, you have any other questions, or the other guy?
Gemsy, help carry it forward, Gemsy. I don't know. What's the problem?
Well, that's why I was saying that he. I mean, I don't even know what the question is. We're lost into the weeds.
He's struggling on how directions work.
No, I
Yeah.
perfectly understand how directions work.
Then why are you saying?
Yeah, but you're
why are you saying-
projecting that into a globe, right? Into a mathematical equation. You're saying we navigate based on this globe, but nobody does that.
I'm trying to ask you how you know where north is.
You just said it was arbitrary 2 seconds.
Have you
ago.
ever been to the north? Have you been to the north, sir? Have you been to the north?
Yeah, I've been to Iceland.
You've been to the center of the world, to the top of the ball. You've been there.
No, I haven't been there.
So you don't know where it is, right?
I know how to get there though.
You've seen a projection. You've seen a map that says north right here, right?
I'm not talking about projections. I'm just talking about celestial navigation. I know how to get to the north point from Iceland.
How do you know that's the center? Or how do you know that's north?
Because it goes.
Okay, that's
but what is your
that's what you're doing with the island.
Is that, yeah, there is a north. We do navigation around the world. Sure. What is your argument? You're saying what?
Because that's the spot that everything rotates around. Circumpolar stars. They all navigate, or they all circle.
The sky, right? The sky circles around that celestial north point. You're saying the sky rotates around that point?
Yes.
So the sky is moving, rotating around a center point, you're saying. We can observe that.
Yes, we can observe that.
Yeah.
And it does the same thing in the south.
It could. I mean, I haven't been to that spot in the south.
I mean, you don't have
Have you?
You don't have to be on the point to know that it goes towards the point.
Yeah, but what if we observe phenomena of the sky that is doing something? It's doing it, right? And the sky is doing phenomena, and you're coming to what conclusion about that? What is your conclusion that the sky is doing something, and what are you saying about that?
That the sky is symmetrical.
The sky is symmetrical?
Yeah. It, rotates like you're on the inside of a jump rope or something like that,
So the sky is moving and the ground is motionless, right?
I mean, if you want to have that as a reference point, yeah, sure.
Yeah, that makes sense. You're standing on the ground, you don't feel any movement of the ground, and if the ground starts moving, you'll feel it, right?
Really depends. Yeah, if it starts moving, you'll probably feel it. If it wasn't moving,
yeah. And then you look up and you see the sky moving every morning. The sun rises, and noon is above your head. Then it moves away from you, and you don't see it anymore. The sky is moving, right?
Sure.
Yeah, the sky is moving. The ground is motionless. What about water? Water, the level of water level, plumb, horizontal, and a vertical. We have that in reality. We reference the horizontal and the vertical in letters or whatever, right? XY axis, XYZ.
Sure.
So that horizontal, does it curves on a geometrical ball? Is that horizontal curving? It's not, right? Because it's horizontal.
The horizon is a circle.
The horizon is a circle around in what? Around you? Around the observer?
Around the observer, yes.
Okay, where is the horizon? What is it?
It's just a tangential line. It's totally arbitrary, depending on where you are.
Okay, because if I have better vision than you and we're standing in the same spot, or you have better vision than I do, maybe your horizon is further than my horizon. Is it?
Okay.
Because you can see further than I can.
Okay.
Why do you say it's arbitrary?
What is the length?
Last I checked, it was physical.
Well, is it physical on the globe or?
Yeah, why would it be arbitrary? Because it says based on random choice rather than any reason or system. It's definitely not claimed to be that. Sorry?
It's based
Oh,
on
just-
the observer's position on a sphere.
But it's a physical thing, though, isn't it?
Well, on the sphere, it's physical, but in reality, it's not, right?
Oh, no. The actual thing that the horizons claim to be is claimed to be physical. You just said it was arbitrary. It's definitely not claimed to be arbitrary.
Not on the globe.
Well, we're talking about two different things.
No, we're talking about the horizon.
Yeah. We're talking about what's outside. You're talking about what's in your imagination.
What? You guys have not made one case for why North should be the center and South should not.
What do you mean, why? We have celestial north, the observation of the
45 minutes
luminaries. You
on
were
that.
talking about that. We don't know why. Like, do you know why something is the way it is? That's the way it is. We can observe the luminaries revolving around a certain point in the sky, right? That's the way it is. I don't know why, but that's just the way it is. The ground, whatever, we navigate in triangulation, right? Why we use triangles to navigate? Because why? We live on a surface that is a horizontal, right? There's no it's not curving.
That's a nonsense.
Is that why?
Also, so is when we were talking about the horizon, you bring up this north-south stuff we talked about maybe for 45 minutes straight and you still didn't figure out. So, yeah, you're right. It is kind of a non sequitur.
Yeah, it's a non sequitur. I think it's about the step in it. Let him go on. Let's see what he's got to say next. It's a non sequitur. You said. Go on.
Navigation works on the flat Earth, and I'm totally lost here because
He said that we're using triangles with straight lines, right, to navigate the horizontal plane outside. You say that's a non sequitur. Can you explain?
I would like to get back to the topic.
You're trying to avoid it right now, though.
Yeah,
You said it was a
navigation.
non-
That's a topic.
Okay, what does this have to do with navigation? Like using a
You said it.
Is that what?
That using triangles to navigate a flat plane is non sequitur. Can you elaborate?
Well, like, there's no reason that you would assume that it's flat.
Bruh.
Just that you drew a tangential line.
A tangential line, you're going to need a curve for that. Why are you assuming that?
You don't need a curve to draw a tangential line.
Oh, really? So you're not invoking a curve when you say tangent line. So what's a tangent to?
I mean, it's tangent to a curve.
Oh.
Still measure an angle off of it. I don't understand.
Okay, show me the tangent point along that curve, please.
What do you mean show you the tangent line?
You're going to need a tangent point to have a tangent line somewhere along a curve. Would you please show me that?
And then draw a line tangential to it.
No, in reality, please. Like outside, on the Earth that we're navigating.
Yeah, remember how I asked you to give me an example in reality? You couldn't do that? So he's talking about reality this time as well.
You go straight out from where you are.
Okay, I didn't see any tangent point.
You don't need to see it. It's just an arbitrary point.
What the
So
hell?
does it not exist?
What?
The tangent point, does it not exist? I'm asking if I can see it, and you're telling me I don't need to. Sounds like it's not there.
No, I mean, it doesn't exist in the sense that you can't physically.
Oh. Then why would you assume that we're using tangent lines if you can't see the tangent point that would be necessary to have a tangent line?
Because celestial
Oh, you have some
navigation.
weird double standards. You got to hear the things you're saying. You said earlier, you're like, well, how do you go north if you can't see it? And then the heretic asks you, like, well, how do you see it? And you're like, well, you don't need to see it.
But you said you don't need to see anything.
You're funny, dude. You have some
Don't
weird
need to
double
see the center of the
standards.
room. What double standards? You said you don't need to see the center of the room to navigate away from it. That's what you said.
You're the one assuming tangent lines, invoking tangent points that no one sees.
I see how you keep trying to like shift the topic, but we're talking about
That's the topic, and you're trying to shift out of it. I see how you keep doing that.
Husband, you've been tap dancing this whole time, brother. Like, Take the tap dancing shoes off, and we can actually get somewhere, maybe.
We're not getting anywhere because you haven't told me how south is not a point and north is.
Brother, I spent about an hour with you on that. You've just been tap dancing, so
Well,
you're just being difficult. You admitted you were being difficult, so let's be real.
No, I did not admit that.
Yeah, you
It doesn't matter. If you have no tangent point, you have no curve, and we have no globe to talk about. Just a flat plane to navigate. So who cares?
What?
What? Me no speak no English.
Yeah, that sentence didn't make sense. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I'm sure one of these other English speakers here can interpret for you.
Yeah, he can't hear you, Heretic, over the clickety-clack of his tap dancing shoes, so...
There is no tap dancing.
This tricking guy. Well, says the guy tap dancing for an hour straight.
I have been trying to get a clear answer.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
I have asked you multiple times now.
No, you're not. You're not trying to answer questions yourself.
Do you know there's more? There is more than one South Pole.
I don't understand it. I've looked at Walter Bislam's model. You know, it doesn't make any sense how you have, you know, light doing one thing one way and doing something else the other way. Like, how is it that you celestial navigate south when you're already below the equator and you can't see north?
You don't need to see it, remember?
I never said that.
Yeah, you just did. You just did, dude. That's why I love that we're recorded. Everything's recorded, so no, you did just say it. That's why I brought it up.
I mean,
That's
why
why you had double standards.
Nothing like that. The tangential line has nothing to do with where you look towards north. Sure, you
You
can
don't need
measure
to
an
see it,
angle
bro.
off from any surface, any type of surface. You can measure an angle from it.
A curved surface?
Tangential.
You're going to need a curve for that one then. If you got a tangent, then you need a curve.
Curve or not, you can have an angle.
Okay, show us the curve that you have a tangent to then, if that's the case.
It is besides the point. Curve or not, you can draw an
No,
angle.
It is the point of the entire server.
How is that the point?
The whole point. Just like how when we almost got to the very end of my last discussion, you said, well, the center is arbitrary. That was the whole point of the discussion, is the center. And you're like, oh, it doesn't matter. And then as we get to the very end of this point, you're like, no, what's the point? Like, brother, you're not even paying attention.
I'm 100%.
That's the whole point of this server. What do you mean you're not paying attention?
Can you answer why or how you can see the center?
You're just going back. Take the tap dancing shoes off. We already did that for an hour.
He's claiming there is a South Pole, right? Do you know there is more than one South Pole, sir? Which South Pole are you talking about?
The celestial South Pole, which is connected to the geographic.
You're flip-flopping.
Connected how?
With a far pole, same as in your example.
What?
So is that okay? So the celestial South Pole that you're talking about, it's in the sky. It's a certain dark spot in the sky, the celestial south, right? That's the spot that you're talking about.
Correct. Well, I mean, it's not totally.
Okay, and what happens with that? Nobody's saying that there is no phenomena in the sky. Are you relating that to the ground, and what? What does that mean?
That's what he did for his example, for the North Pole.
Asking you about your worldview. Don't worry about me.
A geographic South Pole, a magnetic one, a geomagnetic one, and a ceremonial one. I think you're talking about the ceremonial one, right? The one that so they put a pole there, and you go take selfies on it, and you say, "Hey, family, look, I took a picture in the South Pole." That's the one you're talking about. Because you're saying that is 90 degrees to celestial. That one you're saying that ceremonial pole is it's aligned to celestial south. You're saying that celestial south 90 degrees under that there is a position on the ground, right?
Yes.
Where is that position? Show me that position on the map. Go ahead.
And I posted that. I'm not even able to post a photo.
Yeah, I'll DM you. I'll post it for you. Don't worry. I'll shoot you a message right now. Because I want to take a look at this as well. I think Jamesy might have you on this one, but we'll take a look.
Wait, you want to post? Okay, you can post. Wait.
James is just gonna give you perms.
Because he's gonna post a projection of some map.
I mean, I can tell you right now, it's the South Azimuttal distant projection. Yeah, so why is that map not valid? But the North.
No, it's not. Listen, you got to focus on what he asked you for. So that's not really the answer to the question. He asked you something very specific. Do you? Have
Yeah, you're talking about celestial south has a 90-degree position on the ground, and that means what? Well, what is your argument? Can you be cohesive of what you're saying? Are you just asking a question, or are you making a claim? Do you have a claim on the table or no?
No, I don't have a claim on the table. I'm asking you how it works on the flat Earth.
So you're not a globe. You're not defending the globe. That's not what you're doing. You're not here.
Stop the cap.
You don't need to.
He's beating around the bush. He's afraid to defend it.
What do you mean?
You're tap dancing again.
I can defend it. I just want to know how it works on the flat Earth.
Can you? I have my doubts about that claim that you can defend the globe. I have many doubts about it. Can you defend it? Be honest. Be honest. Can you actually present a case for the globe? Can you actually do that?
In like 5 minutes? No, I can't do that.
How about 10 minutes?
I mean, you want what, like the entire body of evidence, or do you want like a photo? Like, what would be evidence for you?
Bro.
You say you can't do it. Thanks for being honest, but can you? I mean, what can you do? And then if you cannot prove the globe, just like you said,